All right, so we're going to pick up where we left off with Ethical-ish Cards LLC Incorporated Corp. To do some trading card shop. This is a run we started yesterday, so we're only about 2 hours into it, give or take a little bit. For those who have not seen TCG Card Shop Simulator, it's honestly a pretty solid like shopping simulator-esque game where you do a bunch of like trading cards. And so to give you an idea with this, you do actually get products. So that's like a whole extra layer onto the formula. I'm going to have to think about my controls. I'll go ahead and open since we got our worker here. But they've had a bunch of years, but one of the big things that differentiates it versus a lot of other stuff is we can be a gremlin, go in the corner here, and, you know, go through our cards and, you know, open packs and do all that. So we got one there for $7.20, and then sell those individual cards. You can also get your entire collection. Thank you, Damon Hunter, for the 5-stream streak. So, like, that's what you're kind of hoping is to get good cards, like 23 bucks. We just get there. And I can sell those individually. So it kind of weirdly gives you something to do when the game might otherwise have, like, downtime or whatever. To just gamble on these things. Yeah, so we got a pretty good pack of cards there. Yeah, but you'll see, like, each pack of these cards cost me $6 as far as what I would sell for. And then meanwhile, I've got a person stinking up a storm here. And just put it back at the shelf and sell it anyways. It feels weird to see this not modded to have all the packs take a fraction of a second to open. Yeah, no, it was a thing I did the other, because like I hadn't planned to play this yesterday. I finished Coral Island. It's like, all right, what are we playing? And I did actually have a couple of mods, like one that would just make the packs open way faster. And a thing that would auto price. Now, granted, they built in a in-game mechanic now where the staff will auto price things now to update prices for you and all that, which I think is a much better solution. Because that gives you an in-game reason versus have to, like, mod it out and all that. But, when I booted up the game, like, I hadn't intended on having it mods. It still had the mods from the last time I had played. How many packs later is better? Yeah. Are you gonna play the zombie game again? Which zombie game? Do you mean, Quarantine Zone? Because if so, probably no. Most fairly certainly no. Is someone in the wall? Yeah. Nah, Quarantine Zone, there was just a good handful of annoyances that were really bothering me. So like stuff like being able to tell like the pale symptom I found very frustrating. The red skin could also be very frustrating. The contraband being like you just had to arbitrarily know like this tool is a weapon and this tool is not a weapon, I found very frustrating. And none of them were like particularly bad issues. I also didn't like, I don't know, with things going on in the world today, how heavy the game was, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of just not in the mood for this. And I did actually get a lot of feedback after stream that there was a bunch of people like, yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but like I definitely checked out for the stream because like, you know, the game just gave a pretty big ick feeling. Not even from like the fact you're dealing with disease. Like that's not even the ick that they're getting into. Just, you know, again, there's a lot going on in the world right now that's not very feels good, man. So it's just kind of not the right time. Even then, like even under different immediate situations, I like Papers, Please. I think Papers, Please is a great game, even though it is very dystopian. It's a very silly caricature of dystopian, versus I feel like in a lot of ways, Quarantine Zone is a lot more of like a serious take on it. And yeah, it's got some silly, weird nonsense like the graffiti and all that. But also, you know, there is a lot of messed up stuff in it. So not really the vibe I'm looking for. We definitely play like plenty of like zombie apocalypse games and all that. But the vast majority of them, they either got like silly stuff or there's many layers of detachment. So that one was just it was just a little too personal in the game for me to really enjoy it. Like it's a game I could definitely enjoy on my own. But yeah. You wish it was acceptable in society to walk up to people and spray them and they smell. For me, you feel the fictional enough, you guess, but you're not American. Well, I don't even think it's an American thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fictional. You can absolutely have the detachment from reality. Um, it's just kind of there's a lot of bad things going on in the world, and a lot of people. Part of why they come to streams is to not be in the weeds of thinking out whatever awful scary thing is going on out there. Escapism is a whole thing. Like I said, I don't think it's a bad game by any stretch. I think it's actually a very well done game. It's got like one or two like quality of life things that I think the game could really use. Like for example, I think what they could do to kind of tackle the complaint I had about like pale being one of those symptoms that's like, is this person pale? I don't know. Um, I think one way they could tackle that is just where you have your upgrades, just having one of the tools that you can like hold it up to them, and it would do like the yellow, green, red of like, okay, this person has nothing going on. Okay, they're pale, but like that doesn't really matter. Oh wait, they got the red skin thing. That's a yellow flag. Got to worry about that one. That one might be a problem. Or the like red of they got the green skin. That's out. Let's see. Just like checking stuff that feels you just like checking stuff that feels controlled, even more since you can take your time. It's relaxing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think it's a good game. Like so far as all that goes, I think that part is. It's a little heavy for the channel, so it's more like the vibe of the channel. It's misaligned for in my book. I kind of don't even want to get the license for the smaller box, where that one's only a little bit more. I'm not going to. I'm just going to get that now. Let's see, why is there a foot sticking across the wall? Thought someone locking the storage room. I think we do have a customer that's bugged inside the wall. Okay. And one of the things they've added to this game is that you can actually get it to where you can have like a big storage shelf that you can just chuck all your loose cards in that are duplicates and all that, and your staff members will actually restock those things. There's even just a photo of the person, like the ID, you could hold up against it to see the difference lighting you have. Well, that's the thing. They actually had it where you could pull up their picture on the profile, but the issue is with the lighting in the world where it's like some days are really dark and some days are really bright. You had some that were obvious. You look at them and be like, dude, you a ghost. Very clearly you have the pale trait. And then there's other ones where it's like, okay, you look a little paler, but you look a little paler in that range that I could be like, or it could be that I've got this flashlight pointing in your face. But if I don't have the flashlight pointing in your face, now it's too dark to see anything. That's like, is this considered pale for the game mechanics? It's actually one of those things that I was talking to a couple other creators who have been playing it as well. One of them had just literally finished the game, like got the ending and everything. And even he was going, he's like, yeah, I can't tell half the time. Like I'm finishing the game now, and I still am not confident that this person does or doesn't have that. Like there's some that are obvious, but there's a whole lot of them. I was like, man, I don't know. Yeah, I think it'd be an easy, like I said, I think it'd be an easy thing to fix. That I would even be okay with early game. You have that ambiguity that you're not really sure, but then you spend a little research points, just get like another thing you just kind of hold up to their face, and you're like, oh yeah, this person's dealing with this. So it's a market price of 109. You're offering me 76. I'll pay you 75. All right. And we'll need to get the auto sprayer for them. Go ahead and pop in our pack of cards. I kind of wish the money tallying up sound, I could turn that sound down individually. 26 or $2.69. Because, like, there's actually something satisfying by hearing the, like, flip, 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 flip sound. But then, like, the noise at the end is just kind of jarring. Alright, 2107, though. That's a good card. Buck 68. And you also gain XP for, like, everything you do. So me gremlining in the corner with packs of cards, technically gaining levels using it. So you're asking for more than market price. How about $1.25? $1.50? $1.60? Because I figure anytime it's a new card that's completing our collection, those are future cards I could sell without having to put any effort into them. And that's one of the things you can get yourself in trouble in the game is just grabbing all your merchandise and just gambling all that. At the same time, if you get lucky and you get one of those cards, it's like $400 or $500. Takes care of it pretty quick. You need weight scales so you can find really good packs and only open one of them. Oh, doing the thing where you check to see if they were, like, see if they have, like, the thicker card because they've got, like, the holographic and all that on it. Yeah, it's interesting all, like, the, when you look at card shops and some of the stuff that happens, they're, like, all the kind of scummy stuff that happens to, like, they go into the box, they grab out a couple of packs, figure out which ones are more likely to be the good packs, pull those aside. Like, there's been times where they realize, like, the big box, they get the packs, that certain packs were, like, different production lines that were, like, the good packs and the bad packs, and they knew in the box, like, these packs would be the good ones because of how it's manufactured, so grab those ones out, and then leave the rest of the box, not letting people be aware, like, shuffle them around, so all that. Alright, so I'll finish the day. The guy came down to the store to sell a $2 card. Hey, man, it's a tough economy. Now, level 15, I can get a second employee. Oh, we can also go in here while we're waiting for our staff member to get here. I can afford one box. All right. There's my staff member. Not even here yet, but we're opening up. Get to work, man. The customers won't stop. Okay, so I need a lot of things. Like a corner to gambling. Buck 56. 227. Let's see, you're working on getting some USB-C cables to replace the ones your nephew and your friends borrowed and never brought back? Okay. I mean, I hope you find the cables you're looking for. The economy is that rough, why does he have the discretionary income to spend on card gambling? I clearly don't understand what gambling addiction is like. 529. And that for a lot of people, sometimes the prospect of winning a gamble may be more economically sound than actually being able to be successful outside of it, because the long shot odds of finding traditional success are so far. Not very likely. More than likely you're just going to burn all your money trying to get lucky and not getting lucky, but you know. There is sometimes the most probable path of escaping poverty is to literally buy a lottery ticket. Which is real sad. I appreciate that there was a morning rush on deodorant. Your nephew's friends? Yeah, no, I get it. So, like, they borrowed your cables and then just didn't return them. Alright, so I've got no merchandise surplus at all. I'm gonna need you to buy a lot of stuff for me real fast. Because then I need to order more stuff to, so. You need a plushie? What? I don't have a license for a plushie, man. Why would you think I would have a plushie in this place? Your brother used to always spend our allowance on Magic card games back in the 2000s when we got out of school. Oh yeah, no, it's a very common thing. Like, it's a hobby. Hobbies are all expensive. That's just one of the realities. But yeah, it's also a very addictive hobby. It is one of those things we had the comment last time where it's like, you know, baseball cards are just child-friendly gambling. You know, insert playing cards as well. And I know the counter argument is like, you still got something. But yeah. Let's see. How are you doing today? It's been a rough one. Nice to see you chilling with that Margaritaville shirt. It isn't a Margaritaville. It's actually a Star Wars shirt. It's themed after Ahsoka Tano, but it definitely does deliberately have that tropical vibes. But yeah, no, it's one of the things that Tomb got me. All right, so you're offering me a shirt that, or not a new one. He's asking for well above market value. I'm going to not accept that. Can I do more than that? Sure. Apparently, I offended him because he didn't counter offer me on the second one. He just went nah and walked away. Hey, if you wanted a fair price, you wouldn't come to a card shop. You start looking around, a lot of things are child game. Oh man, arcades these days 100% just feel like a front to get you to the casino. There's no longer where you're going in, you're playing like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or The Simpsons or, you know, Asteroids or whatever, that you just, you know, put quarters in the machine and you just play it or whatever. Or maybe you'd get your tickets back for playing well and then, you know, get your candy or whatever. Instead, you go a lot of these machines. It's literally you just have this machine and a little light spins it around, and you push a button and you try and time it to stop on the thing that's worth enough points to get a big payout of tickets that you could actually kind of get something nice. It's like that's just a roulette wheel, man. The difference is instead of being like red or black, like you're trying to aim for one of them, but you're literally just spinning a thing and trying to get the result you want. Like that isn't even like kind of gambling. That's just straight up gambling. The game isn't gambling game. It's rigged. The people that proved it. I hate to break it to you, but so's gambling. Well, I would love to buy your card. I can offer you $684. Take it or leave it. Because that's all the money I've got. Okay, so need a box of those. I need a box of those. I shouldn't have done that. I need a box of those. I need a box of those. So we'll be able to check out when we got about $600. 5,000 tickets for all that stuff. Yep. Well, I can't leave this one box by itself. That'd just be wrong. So here, clearly the only solution we could possibly have for this is to open them all. 234. Got one for 450 in there. As the gambling as stated odds are publicly posted, the game is skill. Actually, only in certain jurisdictions. So that is not a simple requirement for gambling. A lot of places you are correct though. There are laws about gambling. There aren't laws about those arcade machines. Some of them would be count as illegally rigged if they're in a casino. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the comment. Is a lot of those arcade machines are effectively unregulated gambling. Or mildly regulated gambling. 14.81. Cool. 887. $921. $328. But yeah, nowadays you walk into a lot of those arcades and it'll be like the gotcha machines, like the claw machine and all that in the corner, that type of deal. Sure. You're offering me a slightly better card. Like I get the point you're saying that's like, but based on the law, that is not recognized as gambling. It's like, it wouldn't hold up in like actual gambling law. It's like that's kind of my point. Is it's gambling. It's just not legally gambling. Let's see. It'd be lonely hours. The kid enter a Pizza Rat Casino Emporium, and Charles E. Cheese tells, "The truth is the game is rigged from the start." Yeah. You used to have a Sweet Arcade here, but it went out of business, and we got out of high school and went to college. Yeah, and that was a normal thing between like just money stuff and all that. And then having the ready availability of video games at home and everything now, it's been much harder for arcades to hold up. You can have like kind of the premium experience of arcade kind of things can still work, but just like your old school like early 2000s late 90s arcade just were, yeah, it wasn't even a COVID thing. Most of them were gone by like 2008 2010. And a lot of the ones that barely were making it, definitely would not have made it through COVID. The only exception being like the big Dave and Buster's kind of things, where they're like, when I say adult arcades, I mean they're the bigger things trying to target the older age groups and all that. Oh, and I also need to get a box of those. Show that deck. Your town has 2 arcades. They're legally not arcades. They're game museums. Yeah, there's interesting stuff around that one. Okay, well I don't have that one. I'll give you 30 cents. 30 cents, just to be clear. 35 cents. 38 cents. 39 cents. Look, I'm not paying you more than the card's value, lady. 40 cents. Cool, I'm gonna get a margin of 3 cents on that sale. Oh, there we go. I can kick them out, or I can spray them. And I'd much prefer spray them. All right. Thank you, Dragon Repairman, for the 45 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. All right. They're getting pretty close to when we're going to be able to get our second staff member, which means I could do even less in this store. Like any good boss I ever want. Did you ever play the Supermarket Simulator that is a lot like this? Which one you have just described about 100 games? If you mean Supermarket Simulator as in literally the game called Supermarket Simulator, then yes. But you also have to not confuse that for Supermarket Simulator Pro, Supermarket Simulator Multiplayer, Supermarket Simulator Together, Supermarket Simulator Super, Supermarket Simulator. You get the idea here. It's honestly probably one of the most like copied game names there are. And most of them are hot garbage, but Supermarket Simulator was good. What is with everyone trying to buy this as fast as I'm trying to restock it all of a sudden? But yeah, there's an entire genre around this style of game now. Staff member, I need you to price them out real fast. Taking way too long. All right, so you want me to pay like 1.5 the market rate for that? That's not happening. I'll give you $22. $24. $25. $25.50. $25.75. Are you kidding me, man? You're expecting me to get a margin of like $1. These customers are terrible. Go away. Game released? This is early access. There's a sign on the door, stinky patrons will be sprayed with deodorant. I wonder if so many game stores go out of business. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. They tend to be things you have to have a decent one. Seems to be the way one game does well and everyone makes inferior copies of it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things, like, you'll have a game that comes out and does pretty well. And you'll have, like, a whole lot of games that come out that are just, they're trying to cash in on the hype. So they'll make the things that are easily confused for that game, or, quick and dirty asset reflips. That's where we're seeing the most generative AI right now. Is just people where you would have an asset flip game, and instead they're just generative AIing it instead. But it's the same thing. It's a cheap game done cheaply that is cheap. And usually they're pretty terrible. You will see, however, there'll be a bunch of games that look and say, oh, this is a new genre. They did something cool. let's do something different on that idea. So where we had Supermarket Simulator and then TCG Card Shop Simulator, I would argue TCG Card Shop Simulator is a good one because they said, okay, you have the idea of running this retail space. That's what Supermarket Simulator kind of really made a good example of. And they said, okay, well, let's do something more. We can have them play the cards. You can have a collecting side of the thing. You can sell the individual cards as well. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff. Your margin of turnover, let's see. Yep, margins are low. Turnover is on anything other than CCGs or minis is slow. Vibes are everything, yeah. Brings a little bar of pure gold. Rick, best thing I could do is $5. Yeah, no, it's a thing that a lot of people don't, and understandably, like, this isn't even an insult. There's a lot of people who don't understand the business side of the things they're interacting with. That you have, like, the classic of the Pawn Stars thing, where he's like, all right, we got this thing, it's worth $200. The person's like, cool, I want $200. Like, you understand the business. I have to sell this where the person feels like they're getting at least a little bit of a deal. So they want to get it for a little under $200 because it's $200, and then I have to sell it where I get enough money to pay my staff and power and rent, which means I can sell it even, buy it from you even lower than that amount to have room for the margin and everything and all that kind of stuff. As a cardboard crack dealer, yes, margins are low, but that's because these are want stores, not need stores. Yep. When money is tight, entertainment takes the first hit, and the card stores would definitely fall under the umbrella of entertainment. So it's content creation. When things get rough, content creators are one of the first places that people stop spending money. Which, again, it makes sense. Like, very genuinely, it makes sense. If you're looking going, I can pay for my food, my rent, or my video games, well, the rent's gonna have to wait. No, I'm teasing. But you get the idea. So I'll add a box of those, add a box of these, add a box of you, get that license, add a box of you. Yep, discretionary spending goes first. Yep, most of the time. Alright, so we got the booster packs, we got stuff like figurines. They don't have the money for all these licensings. I don't have the money for that because that's already $600. Pay our bills. We can't start a day without opening, dipping into our own supply. There's just certain things you gotta do in life. $3.31. $4.15. That pack was hot garbage. That pack was hot garbage. Had a couple of decent cards in there that are like $3 and $4. That pack was hot garbage. That pack was hot garbage. There was one card in there worth like $4 or $5. But most of those cards I just opened were hot garbage. Like 1 or 2 okay cards in the mix. Not only that, but you want to sell it quick, you can't spend a bunch of money on something that's to sit on the shelf forever. Right, that's the other thing. Like, there are times a person's like, oh, I've got this card, it's worth $3,000. Do you want it? It's like, sure, if you're going to give it to me for like $1,000, because then when it sits on my shelf for the next, 8 months, because most people don't have $3,000 just plunk down on a random card, at least I can justify it when I finally do sell it. So it's weird that sometimes the really high value stuff can be not very useful. Now, of course, you get lucky and you get that $3,000 card, and some big collector comes there like, that's the last one I need, and is willing to pay full price for it. Sure, but that's not a realistic thing to count on. I mean, even when you go to the card shops, you would go in there and they'd have like, whatever the big card for that series was. I think like it was. I think Darth Vader was one of the big ones. The holographic Darth Vader was a big one for the trading card game. The Star Wars one. It's either that one or later. There was one of them that was like, even an okay one was a good several $100s. You'd see that card sit in that display case for months before it finally sold. Because you couldn't just find some kid who enjoyed it as a hobby. You needed to find someone who was like really into the game and was ready to plunk some serious cash down. Which those people exist. But you had to just leave that thing there until someone with that kind of discretionary money who wanted it showed up. Does you just remember the old man that old man show being a silver bug wanting to melt down everything? Made silver despite being worth more as a statue or whatever the spot value was. All right. High value in theory, but limited audience. Yeah, no, exactly. No, I don't. I have 19 of that card. You can keep your card that's worth a quarter. I don't want it. Look, if you're that desperate for a soda out of machine, we can work something out. Alright, so I need about 40, 50 more bucks. Not to mention all the break-ins now. I was trying to remember. I know this has come up, but we don't need to dig into this. There is a lot of propaganda is not the word. There is a lot of sensationalizing with crime stuff going on, that some of it is being dramatically overpresented than the reality that it is. Not that there isn't any extra crime going on, but you will have certain TV networks will present it as like, oh, look at the lawlessness that's going on here. People are breaking in everywhere. The crime is on a surge and, everything. And you're like, actually, statistically speaking, it's not that different. You'll see lots of TV reports like all these smash and grabs, then you look at the actual statistics and go, oh, it's actually down? What? That doesn't fit my everything is crime narrative. Still, you're not wrong about like people stealing stuff. Like there is very genuinely a lot of shoplifting that happens. That's just because we have cameras everywhere now. Think of all the car accidents we see now. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of those things that quite often with a lot of that stuff, we have a lot of crime that's down and has been like consistently down over time. But it's more and more in our face because we have a much higher awareness of said crime. Because again, there are cameras everywhere. It's a lot easier for people to get, when something happens to be heard that the thing has occurred. Whereas before, unless you personally interacted with that or someone who knew them, you probably never heard about it. Well, news is much of a cable exists to sell ads, so sensationalize it, and I think, yep, absolutely. A lot of cities are told to either underreport or not report. In a lot of cases, if that was something they were doing or deliberately doing, that is a very big legal mess. I cannot pay you what you want for that, sorry. Like misrepresenting, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, misrepresenting things like that, in a lot of cases when you're the responsible party for providing those statistics, can get you in serious hot water. Again, not that it's not happening. But yeah. Because it's actually, for the record, Sir Galahad, it's a lot of times the reverse of that, that police departments wanting to increase their budget have a tendency to over-report. try and be like, we need more resources. Don't leave us hanging, that kind of things. There's a little bit of A and B about people wanting sometimes to be like, hey, we need more resources. We don't have the resources. Send us more resources. And at our times of like, look at all the good we've done. So like they'll present it as we've stopped more crime than ever before. Also, there's more crime than ever before. And it's a lot of time budgetary concerns. Trying to justify one's budget. But yeah. But no, keep in mind, when I say I used to work with law enforcement, it was on the IT side. I wasn't working for the police department itself. I was working for local government, which happened to include the police department. And there's a lot of crap you hear that's just not true. Like, there's a lot of awful things that do happen, and misrepresented stuff and all that. But, there's also a lot of stuff that is overstated and mixed up. And it's one of those things that if you're going to hold people accountable, you have to hold them accountable for the actions they've actually done. When you start adding other stuff on, you de-incentivize people from putting any effort into worrying about accountability because they're going to be held accountable for stuff they didn't do, so why care? Let's see. Oh, this game has it had any major updates since the summer? Yes. Like, you'll notice our staff member here actually levels up now. They have primary and secondary tasks they can do. We've got a bunch of other stuff going on, so they've had a bunch. That's actually why I'm kind of revisiting it. Is because they have added a lot. Let's see, how did Quarantine Zone? Gameplay was good, or play? So the gameplay loop is fine. For the channel, topically, it was pretty heavy. And so it's definitely one of those ones that didn't really kind of fit the channel vibe. I also had a decent number of things I found frustrating with it. So stuff like the pale condition and all that, you'd stare at a person and be like, man, I don't know if this person's pale or not. Like, I'm looking at their picture and I'm looking at this other one, and I would say they're pale, but I'm pretty sure by the game they're not pale. But then you have the other one where it's like, well, I don't think this person's pale. It's like, well, no, actually that one was pale. It's like, dude, just give me a thing I can, like, hold up and be like, red, green, yellow. Like, I don't care if I have to unlock it or something. That's fine. I'm fine with having a little bit of ambiguity, and you give me the tool to fix the problem. They definitely pick and choose, too. Report a crime, and never mention a story of people helping each other. News is a dirty game. Yeah, no, we did News Tower recently. I think that does a pretty good job of showing you, and granted, that was in the time frame where, like, corruption was very overt. But, I think it did a good job of showing you where you would have a, interest that you're trying to, like, schmooze up with the mayor and all that, and the mayor would be like, hey, don't report on any crime this week, alright? Hey, I need to keep the focus on the economy this week, if you could do that. Because you're still reporting the news, you're reporting it accurately, you're not lying. There is some of that in the game, too, where you're, like, the mob will ask you to specifically lie on stuff. But, broadly speaking, most of the time, you're more focusing the news on one thing or another for whatever agendas you're supporting. And again, that was like the 1930s, where again, like, this is the mob as practically as legitimate of a government as the government is, because Great Depression things and all that, not legitimate. That's not about as effective, and it wasn't because the mob's goodness of their heart or anything. The mob was doing it because they could make a boatload of money because people were desperate. Yeah, Mayor needs to look good this week. No crime. Exactly. All right. So merchandise-wise, I'm gonna need some of that. Plan to keep one of everything as collecting. Well, I gotta collect. There's achievements around collecting. Let's see. The events today have been incredibly. Oh yeah, we don't need to dig into the current events. Where we usually don't have like we don't have like a no politics thing. I will usually avoid like current events. We won't ever talk about political parties or individual politicians or otherwise that kind of stuff. It's just way, way, way too easy that devolves from any type of meaningful or productive conversation to just people getting mad that like you said something negative about the group you identify with, therefore throw a fit. People stop having meaningful conversation and then start just yelling at each other. So we avoid like current events. Granted, you should be aware and like read up on those and that all that, but people go to a place to try and escape it. But yeah, no, you have lots of stuff that games a whole bunch of things, and that's been true forever. Unfortunately, there's times that things have been better and worse so far as that. Looks like my cashier just noped out. Said, job's done. Sir, I pay you salary so that I can exploit your labor as much as I want. You're getting paid $50 a day. If I want to keep you an extra 10 hours today, I'm going to do it. That's just sound business. What are labor laws? Yeah, but that's the thing. Even when you're commenting on a you know, 54 hours total with earlier play save. 54 hours earlier with total play save? I'm sorry, what? This is not my first time playing the game, if that's what you're asking. This is only the second day on this save. We've got about 2 hours before today's stream plus the stream. This game would allow you to put air freshener spray outside in the sidewalk, I would think. There is actually a air freshener sprayer I should be getting. I think it's like $450. And I could put it like right here by the door, and it would spray anyone stinky as they walk in the place. It's just a matter of like, I need to make more money, and I don't really understand it, but I keep buying all these card packs, and yet for some reason, despite buying all these card packs, I keep just having to get more inventory, and I haven't figured out why. So I got a $5 card. It's like it just vanishes off the shelf or something. $15.35. And for those not catching what I'm doing here, I'm alluding to the fact that I am digging into my merchandise and constantly opening it. It's $11.20. To be fair, in reality, while obviously showing up at a place reeking of BO is not cool, even if someone is reeking of BO, just randomly walking up to them and blasting them with deodorant, that can actually get you in some serious trouble because you have no idea what allergies people have. So you might roll up to someone and be like, you stink, spray them with deodorant, and then they go in anaphylactic shock because they have an allergy, which is why they don't have deodorant on. And so, like, as much as the thing to meme about, genuinely not cool. To be fair, having a thing that just automatically sprays people in your store, if you don't mention it on the outside, would not hold up. It's a video game. Dude, the market... I'm offering more than you wanted. Oh, you're saying my... Okay. I'm misreading the prompt. I'm misreading the prompt. I'm too broke. Reading comprehension. I wasn't expecting to be out of money, so I was like, I don't understand. I'm offering this to you. Why are you not taking it? Oh, right. Because I'm out of the monies. Yeah, it's not cool in public, to be in public being ranked, but also not cool to spray people. Yeah. It's also a tricky one as well, just because, you know, sometimes the reason a person doesn't smell good isn't like bad hygiene or something. You know, you can have like a gland problem or whatever. That kind of thing. Or like you'll have people who, they go to work at, whatever factory, and just because of the nature of the factory, they end up smelling real bad. But, they still got to go get groceries. They can't drive home, clean up, then come back out to then get groceries to drive home because, they got a kid to take care of and everything. So they got to spin by, just grab the groceries, smelling fiercely a BO or whatever it was that they're manufacturing or whatever. And it's just how it be. No, it's obviously different if a person just isn't doing basic hygiene. I got my hair cut today, and we were just kind of chit chatting about different things. Um, and I don't remember how it led up to the topic, but it was like, oh, I think it was like, she asked me if like I had showered before I came in for the haircut. I was like, well, yeah. Just basically checking to see like was my hair wet because it was clean or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I was like, I imagine you deal with a lot like people coming in and their hair like their hair's a greasy, oily mess that they haven't done that. And she's like, it's not that much. And her comment was like, it was mostly teenage boys, and then people who have like disabilities and all that who washing their hair is actually genuinely very difficult or that kind of thing. Um, and so it's like, yeah, with like the teenage boys, like, come on, man, like go take a bath or something. Like that's kind of on you. Versus especially if you're in like a retirement area, it's like, well, yeah, you're gonna have people who properly bathing is very difficult, if not really possible for them due to like limited motor function and all that, disability, that kind of nonsense. And it's also probably hard for them because people in that situation, getting old sucks. Facing where you can't do the same things you used to be able to do sucks. So it's also embarrassing to kind of do that kind of stuff where you're showing up, you're a little bit of a mess, but it is what it is. Okay, so I don't need more of that right now. It's like courtesy brushing before the dentist. Absolutely. Let's see. Are you done at 5:30 and the stores where you live close at like 6? Need to pick up something? Oh yeah, no, that's Salt Lake City when I would go there for one of my jobs past. That whole town shut down at like 7 p.m. You're just looking around being like, what do you mean? What do you mean all the restaurants are closed at 7? Dude, I get out of work at 5. If I stop to even so much as like clean myself up, everything's closed by that point. But they had this very posh place, like a mall here, and you had to go through the perfume section to get to the escalators, and they always tried to spray a sample on your hand. It was always some weird, stinky female perfume. I, you know what I just realized? We don't really have that anymore at the grocery stores. There used to be, when you went to the grocery stores a lot, there'd be like the aisle where they would sell like cologne and perfume and all that kind of stuff, and they still sell that. But like, maybe it's just they used to have like the little sample cards and everything there. I used to hate going into that aisle. I don't know if it's like an ADHD thing or what, but like going to that aisle and just being like overwhelmed by all those smells was very, very like it literally gave me a headache. You just going around like, oh my god, please tone it down. Probably a lot of perfume and menstrues stink like chemicals. Yeah, you would just dodge them all fully then. Reaction sensations are not worth it. Yeah, but it used to be like the grocery stores, like not the little ones, but like the it used to be like you'd have like sorry, 1 second. You'd have like your aisle that'd be like, here's your aisle. It's got all your multivitamins and dietary supplements and all that kind of stuff. You go to the next one, it's got all your hair products and like your dental stuff and all that. And you used to have an aisle after that like there was a good chunk of it that'd be like deodorant and all that, but they'd also have like perfumes and colognes and all that kind of stuff. And so you need to go into the aisle to get your deodorant, which luckily was on like the end of the aisle, so you didn't really have to go through the whole aisle or whatever. But yeah, I definitely remember going to those aisles and you just be like, oh my god, like my head hurts. This is all so strong of smells. I just want to get my deodorant and we get out of this aisle. Oh, there we go. I was like, I should have so many duplicates. You can line behind someone, they smell like they bathed in a whole bottle. Oh man, at my cousin's wedding, one of the people went to put on cologne in the bathroom and dropped the bottle and it shattered. So like everyone who happened to walk through that bathroom just absolutely reeked of like just absolutely over the top strength cologne because of the whole bottle versus like a spritz or two which you were supposed to get. Okay. Let's go here and do it yourself. The auto scent. There we go. So thankfully, most of the grocery stores now, the cologne and med hygiene stuff by the pharmacy, there's very little traffic in those areas. Yeah, it's also the things they just don't carry the volume they used to. It seems like the grocery stores moved away from carrying lots of cologne and perfume to carrying just a couple of samples. And that like those goods tend to be more of like your department store, that kind of thing. Realized Overlord anime got a 4th season. Rewatching now. Gotcha, I watched that one. Entrance too fancy over the price clothes chain as ladies' perfume section of mall entrance. You'd hold your breath when walking by. Yeah, the nearest mall to us as well as ones that you have like it's a big mall. There's tons of entrances, so if we ever had a place that is like truly awful to go through, I could just go to a different one. Like I know there's some of the department store kind of things, but they usually seem to have like the cologne and perfume and all that like in the very middle of the room. So you can just kind of go out and around. Because yeah, if you try and cut to the middle, everyone's like, "Would you like to try this? You know, would you like to try this? I think your wife would love this," and all that kind of stuff. You're like, "No, I'm here for one specific thing. Like, I'm here to get like this one warranty exercised, and then I'm leaving, or I'm here because you got that one store that I've got a friend who's got a birthday coming up, and I have a pretty good feeling I can get something for their birthday at that store." I'm only cutting through your store because it's physically in the way of where I want to be. Okay, so for do-it-yourself, we could buy more shelves and all that. Empty box storage. Interesting. We have the workbench. We have a trash can. We have a smaller card display. We have the warehouse shelves and all that. What are you? Wall display case. Okay. We got 4.5 stars. We could change our wallpaper and all that. Cardinals grading. Oh, I see. I will offer you $9. $9.50. Look, man. You're making me hassle over what's gonna pay me one whole dollar. I need to open more packs. I'm down to the cards that are worth about $1. And I'm trying out a new playlist that's supposed to, it's quote unquote 90s music, but it's not. It's DMCA safe stuff, so it's like 90s themed music. Because why not? It's been a little interesting because it's not all over the place, but like 90s had more than one genre in it, so there's a little bit kind of here and there. We'll see. If it ends up being something that like sounds good, we can check it out. If we're like halfway through stream, like, you know what? This ain't it. We just put it away. Okay, so while you're checking out the last of the customers, 489, 254. $10.80. You cut through the store because it's hot out and it's too quick to get out of the restaurant, out of the mall parking lot. Yeah. 51.18. Heck yeah. That's the kind of cards we're watching for. And the downside is, by collecting all these versus just going for game progression, if I was 15, 17 is pretty good. If I was just going for game progression, those cards I get for like $300-$400, we could drop on the store and instantly progress. $2.60. Versus if we're collecting, the very first copy of everything I get, I just hold on to. $3.74. You want it for that? Honestly, 54 is fair. I just realized I'm on the second page. I'm actually not getting my best cards up for sale. Alright, so we will advance the day. Alright, making some solid profit and all that. And with a new day means new staff. You cost 1,000. That's gonna have to wait a minute. Okay, so you're on your way here. Just hold, lady. I could help you out, but I'm not going to. I pay people for this. They're not here yet, but you know, when they get here, I'm sure they'll take care of you. It's not gonna be me though. I found enough success that I no longer want to interact with the customers anymore. Bunch of cheap cards that I don't care about that are new. Couple $6 cards in there. $6.24, $2.95. Look, lady, I only opened this place so I could sit in the corner and be like a gremlin and just open card packs. And then pretend I'm doing it for my job. Alright. So hopefully we can get ourselves a big sale or two here real quick. Because if we can, I can hire the second person. We'll make a better cashier than our current cashier. And that'll let me put like one person on like, cashier duty and something else, and the other one on stocking and price checking and all that. because now you can give them a primary and a secondary responsibility as versus just the primary. Because it used to be like I would assign him to the cash register, and that's all he could do. You know, that's like literally all you'd be able to do. But now I can split him. Like he'll adjust the prices on things as well as work the register. Did a group of your friends start a gaming shop in the 90s? And we totally did that all day. Yep. And then you get all frustrated when an actual customer wants to be helped. Like, look, I know I need to do this to be able to keep doing this. It's how we make money. But also, I just want to sit back here and pop packs, man. I just want to pull the levers on my slot machine here and get the shiny cards. Okay. That dude bought a $1.02 worth of cards. Let's see. Look, kid, we're in the middle of. Let's see. We're in the middle of a close 40K match here. I'm gonna need you to wait a second. It's the shop owner's turn. Yep. Yep. Good old Warhammer 40K. I played a good couple tournaments of that. I think my favorite one was there was the Ard Boys tournament, which is just like a very high point one, which is funny because just with the different armies, you see people playing like the Imperial Guard and the entire half of their table be just solid with miniatures. And I played as the Deathwing Drop Dark Angels. So I had just like this one group of I think it was like 40 troops. And so you'd have these players who literally had 1,000 miniatures to set up on their side of the table, and I'd be like, here's mine. That's all I got. But there's a mall close to you that is sitting in a former landfill that is actively sinking. That's no fun. Yeah, card shop, easy access to card boxes. So you can so that can guarantee you want to collect shipped. Yeah. Also finding other people to play your games and host games at the store. Oh yeah, no, there's a reason why like the whole card shop thing was a really popular kind of thing that people wanted to do. I just realized I didn't turn that on. I was like, why is this stinky person able to access my building? You've only ever met one other Deathwing player? Yeah. Well, it's not a competitive group. Cancel. It's one of those armies that is very rock, paper, scissors. That there are some armies that need not show up because I have to really badly misplay things to not win. And then there's other armies that are practically just a hard counter. When they buffed the Imperial Guard armies, like I'd run into an Imperial Guard player, and it almost didn't matter which strategy they're using. It's like, all right, this, like this, I'm gonna have to like really play like my butt off to even have the slightest chance here. Because I had so many guys who just bypass so much of my armor and everything, so a few numbers on the board, they could just wipe me out. And then if they went with the small numbers, literally they just had to get me into melee range, and the moment they got me into melee, even if I landed and killed a character with every single hit, you just couldn't win. Like literally, I did the math one time. This person had like over 100 Imperial Guard people like in one squad or whatever it was, because that's just the Imperial Guard. And I was like, okay, I have a group that's nothing but Death Claws or Lightning Claws, full squad. If they landed every single hit and wounded every single hit, and I got into combat with them the very first turn of the game, I would still not be done with them. So they've effectively completely eliminated one of my squad by means of just tying them up in a melee. And it's like, alright, this is stupid. That said, like playing against a Tyranid player, I liked that because that was the closest to what felt like a really fair match. That a lot of the Tyranid players, like you would get into like the game with the Deathwing, and it was like really an even fight that it wasn't going to handily just go to one person or the other. All right, so we are going to go ahead and hire the next person. Okay, so when that person gets there, you're going to go on to stocking stuff, and he's going to go on to running the register. But yeah, no, I ended up bailing on it after a while because like that's part of the reason I always kept doing Deathwing, is that was the army I set up, and part of the reason I did that is I found someone who had just bought a ridiculous number of Terminators for whatever reason, and we're just kind of bulk selling to get rid of them. And so I was like, okay, but when they started being like, okay, well here's the new rule edition. All right, well your army now sucks because we've just arbitrarily decided the other army is going to be better. Okay, so you are going to man the counter as your primary responsibility. Um, and then if you have other, refill the sent thing as your secondary, which means you're now going to restock shelves as your primary responsibility. Do not restock shelves with no label. Okay, so we need a box of those. All right. So we need a box of these. Let's see, the silver line is that mall, if it does collapse into the sinkhole, there's a hospital directly across the street from it. That's the silver lining? Okay. Is it a constant consumption or just what's praying? It's just what's for praying people, I believe. I think you have to turn it off like when you go to, or I think it turns off when you restock. You always played against a Tyranid spawner armory after his turn spawning. Um, more words of border that could theoretically kill. Yeah. Yeah, and that was the kind of the really crock is like with the Deathwing one, they ended up giving us a new, I forget what the term was for it. HQ, I think it was called. But they gave us a new HQ person that you kind of had to run, and you get like the little miniature pack that would have it, and it was like the one guy was like $65 or something. I'm like, F all this. This is stupid. Wasn't Belial. Belial was before that. They added it was like a librarian person for Deathwing drop kind of thing. But yeah, Belial was like $35, which is still stupid. Games Workshop, who is the company behind it, definitely liked to try and just milk people for everything they could. And they had no qualms of being like, okay, your army now sucks unless you buy this one unit to make it not suck anymore. By the way, unit's gonna cost you 60. Don't worry. In about 2-3 months, we'll get out the next edition of rules. Yeah, I noticed a couple people got past it. Like, I know it has a limit on how much it can do. Like, if like 5 or 6 people go through it at the same time, it doesn't spray fast enough. No. He's like, I will take your more expensive card if you give me your cheaper one. Better not need to turn it on every day. Yeah, no, it's on. Let's go ahead and move it center of shop. As people wander around, they'll get sprayed more. Maybe that'll help. Because it could be that's up against that door, it just doesn't have an angle to get the spray on them kind of thing. Okay, so I need to get, oh, geez. Okay, I see. Someone rolled through and bought all of the cards. So I'm assuming you'll take care of that for me. Or said it says no shirt, no suit, no bath, no service. There were not while I was going to the card shops, there were places I found later on that were like, you will be denied admittance if you don't, if you aren't like basic hygiene kind of things. I've also seen conventions that have had like rules that they've said where they're like, hey, basic hygiene is an expectation. You know, if you make a big deal, like if you make this a problem, you'll be asked to leave kind of thing. Yeah, no, I think it was the earlier one. Sometimes it has to get like 2 sprays off or whatever to do what it needs to do. End of shift, immediately hucks the box on the floor, walks off. Good man. You're not getting paid extra for being here more time. You know to nope out the more that happens. You are willing to offer me that. I can offer you 170. Well, that's all I got, so if that's not good enough, that thing. You remember the meme now? Let's see. Anime hand sculptures hidden inside soap bars at a stand at a convention. Oh yeah, no, there's been a bunch. All right, well we got a 757 and 86 cents card. That's what we're looking for to make major progress. Is the one occasional like real big pull. Now until we got some duplicates, I won't get that much from it. But once we start getting the duplicates, that's where you'll pull like the cards for 3,000 and just be good. Okay, a whole lot of cards were $6 in there. There's a good 3 or 4 of them. Used to have a guy who at work never used deodorant, and HR is too scared to do anything about it. Well, I worked at a company where they pulled some aside and were like, hey, like, go home, take a shower, come back, don't do this again. $17 and 51 cents. That basically a bunch of other employees are all like, hey, this person is utterly repugnant smelling. Like this is not like, maybe you should have taken a shower. It's like maybe you should have taken a shower in like the last week. You've sent 2 apprentices home before. One to go put on deodorant and the other just straight up not showering. Yeah, no, there's definitely it's one of those things that surprises me. There's just some people who have like no awareness of those things. Because if I gotta train you, then I gotta be near you, and I don't want to smell you the whole time. Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, there's sometimes it's like, a gland thing or whatever, where it's like it's not just bad hygiene or whatever, and that's always the catch. Is there sometimes it's like, yeah, this person just has a health thing. They have a smell, or like deodorant, they react to what's in deodorant. Because I actually know there's a number of people who, when it comes to buying deodorant, they have to buy like particular deodorants because very common ingredients in deodorants they have a reaction to. Mechanics, you're not exactly known for smarts or hygiene. Yeah, there's a number of industries that's true though. We worked in an office. The guy had an MBA, Just did not care about personal hygiene. Remember when you were a teen, you had an allergy to deodorant. You found out you basically can only use spray versions? Yeah. It left you with a rash and was essentially all but a single layer of skin where sweat smelled so bad it couldn't be stopped. Yeah, that's no fun. Some folks got an order that's fine, but if it lingers, we got issues. There's definitely a balance to be had with all that stuff too. I've definitely been to a number of conventions where you walk out and you're just like, dude, what's wrong with you? Now, granted, some of it's being in Florida. We have people show up at conventions, and you have to be like, hey, I know you're from, Salt Lake City, where it's not humid, and you can maybe get away a day or two without deodorant and probably be fine. But this is Florida. You're gonna be a sweaty, gross mess by the end of the day, and you're gonna smell like a sweaty, gross mess by the end of the day. This isn't this isn't a place you can get away with. Maybe I'll do deodorant tomorrow kind of thing. You had a teacher that had horrible mouth odor. I never had anything like that. I did have one teacher one time that get a little ripe once in a while. Ooh, 34, 33. I'm gonna get ripe once in a while. Just, maybe went an extra day longer than probably should have between Baz. 3509. But I think part of that was her, she really kind of struggled to move around, so I think it was kind of an ability thing that it was very difficult for her to take showers and baths. But obviously being a kid, I didn't know about any of that, so I was just like, why does Miss whatever smell so bad? Kids don't think about what they're saying. All right. Okay. You just assume the guy had bad dental hygiene or a medical issue. Yeah, I mean, most likely be one or the other. Some days, sweaty gross mess by the end of an hour. Oh yeah, no, when you're talking the days here where it's like 98 degrees and 80% humidity, you walk out the door and you're like, well, putting that putting that deodorant to immediate work. Okay, so we got a box of those. It's a 673. Yeah, the problem is most of those singles I'm selling are dirt cheap. With zero wind and a 20% heat index? Yeah. No, absolutely. There was a day we went with a bunch of friends to one of the theme parks they got us in, and there was just like no wind. It was like 78 degrees, like 80% humidity, and there was just like no relenting anything. You just kind of walked through and you just got like just wet with sweat. You're like, this is not a good time. Um, it is just stupid hot. There's no mercy. It is just cutting through these clothes like they're not even there because of all the humidity. Oh yeah, now when you get the heat index, like when you have the that high of humidity and everything, yeah, you genuinely are looking at it where the feels like temperature ends up being in the feels like ends up being in the triple digits. Yep. Your employer cannot possibly move a stack any slower. Yep. Market price. You want me to pay $20 over market price? How about we do $10 under market price? I also love how this guy's like, final offer, final offer, final offer. It was definitely not his final offer. Yeah, and once you start getting to like those 60, 70, 80% humidity, you sweat, it doesn't do anything. The sweat just clings to you. It's just the air is already saturated with humidity. There's nowhere for the sweat to go. They put aside some money to pay my bills. And then we'll want to go and get more merchandise variety in not too long. Yeah, so when we get $200, we can pay off our salaries. You have an overactive sweat gland, so you're weak no matter what you do. Yeah. Well, that's kind of one of those things. You want to be understanding when a person is because it can be a medical thing. That's always that's always the tricky thing. Is you don't want to like just grab, just confront somebody like you need to put on some deodorant or like anything like that because you don't know what's going on. Versus when you got like the neighborhood teen and he's all like he's not just smelly, he's all grungy and everything. You're like, come on, man. 15. All right. The slice cloud could um can cool you off before you are put back in the boiler. I mean, being out of the sun is definitely pretty terrible. But yeah, no, it's definitely a catch. All right, so that means I can pay the last of my bills. Makes a big difference, but in some cases you've heard players stink maxing on purpose to try to get their opponents to concede. Oh man, the times I've gone to events, they'll flat out tell you no if things comes to the scant 12,000. Well, we won't worry about that. Yeah, no, I'm sure there's people who try and do that ridiculous nonsense, but I've definitely been to tournaments where they've just said, "All right, you got to go." Like come back after a shower or whatever. But they weren't even willing to humor it. I don't need that card. It's always tricky. I don't envy dealing with that. Like I dealt with a decent number of people who came in with BO when I worked retail because we would be working tools. And you definitely had the person who came in they were clearly like under their car 15, 20 minutes ago, all covered in oil and everything. And whatever tool they had broke or they didn't have the right tool, so they came in to get the right tool or whatever the deal was. So they're in the middle of a project. And so you understood it. Like it wasn't people just being bad about hygiene or whatever. It was just like, okay, like you're in the middle of a thing. You're not gonna you're not gonna be like, oh, I'm in the middle of changing my car. Oh wait, my My needle nose pliers just broke the tip off them. Got to get a new pair of needle nose pliers. So yeah, like let me just go ahead and take the time to take a shower and then head out to get the tool to then get back under my car. Yes, we finished Coral Island. We 100%ed the game. Where do I gotta put you to make you actually do your job? Alright. Make my staff member price everything for me. Because I cannot be bothered. But yep, no, we, probably about 2 hours before the end of stream yesterday, we finished Coral Island, S-ranked the town. So, like, literally all there would have been to do there is, like, build up relationships with the people and then make Farmer bigger. Everything else is done. No big pulls in any of these so far. Like, we're getting the occasional, like, $5 one, but that's not... That's just trying to break even on the pack. Yeah, $1.83 doesn't cut it. You're supposed to be my fast cashier. What the... They're lined about the door. Literally, this lady outside, or dude, sorry. This dude was standing outside with unpaid for merchandise because the line was so long. That is not the kind of business I want to operate here. Okay, well, you continue to cash everyone out. But yeah, no, I had fun with Coral Island. We had a $10 one in there. We had $11 one in here. Come on, give me a good one. Had a 6 and a 3. Had nothing of value. 5 and a 3. Look, people. I need you to finish up. The longer you're here, the worse my gambling addiction gets. $7 one. 621. How long is each day in real life time? I actually don't know. Okay, got $8. Yeah, the big pull's right around the corner. Exactly. I just gotta open a couple more packs. And we'll get there. $120. There we go. 120.88. $20.32. All we gotta do is keep gambling. And we'll get what we need in life. Okay. It looks like we're down to our last couple of customers. $1.83, $14.76, okay. Alright, so we finally finished checking everyone out. So let's get everyone else out of here. Yeah, play hour must be in-game hours, because I've certainly the save we started and we only had 2 hours ago. Um, so very, very clearly that is not how many hours I have played at the save, because if anything, I'm at maybe hour 4. All right, so what I'm going to quickly do is before we start the next day, because we're about to hit an ad break here, I'm going to try and be smart. And I've got a roast I'm planning for dinner and all that, which takes like half an hour to cook. So I'm going to throw that in the oven real fast while the ad's playing, and I'll be right back. So be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, and I just toss it in there because that's one of those ones that takes like 30 plus minutes to actually go. So that way Tomb doesn't have to wait for it to cook when she gets home. Why would you flip every box upside down? Alright. So we can start by paying all our bills. That way all the rest of the money is for me. I don't know what this means. Oh, it's showing the price history of items. Yeah, that's fine. So definitely want to expand our inventory soon to just try and get more merchandise. So we can start getting the clear plastic things. They have the figurines. We could just focus on continuing to unlock these. I mean, honestly, versus going with more of the accessories, let's just keep unlocking more of the decks. Okay, you're both in position. All right, you two do all the work. I'll be over in my corner, making the big money. You see that? Pulled a card with a $1.64. The pack of cards was worth less than, like, the unopened pack was worth more than what I got out of it. $4.98. Because each one of these packs is roughly $6. $23.79. Okay. So let's see the other furniture. Because they mentioned there's a storage cabinet. Card projector. Pack opener machine. $3,000. Oh no. They definitely shouldn't give me that functionality. It's here. The card storage shelf. So the idea is when we hit level 20, we can use the card storage shelf. And we'd be able to use that. Lady, I would love to buy your cards. It's $4,000 for $3,000. I can offer you $287. Deal? Alright, well, look. I think you think I am of a much higher means than I really am. Okay, so for the next shelf, so it's $450 for another shelf. The temptation to just get the card package opener and just start shoving packs of cards in there, which is absolutely not the right idea. It's a very real thing. And then have this guy, like, not even worry about the individual packs, just have this guy's entire job just to be replenish the individual card shelves. Alright, so we hit 450, we will deal with that. Sure. $1.50. Because it's a new card, so if I get it, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, so we have collected, of this collection, 307 out of 1,452 cards. There are 121 pages worth of cards you can get. So you get a little bit of all that merchandise. Yeah, because we get the 450. I'll put up the next display case, and then we can start getting the next collection of cards going. Then we can slowly convert our store to have nothing but display cases for all of our cards, and then just feed the machine to open packs for me. I assume the benefit with that is by feeding the machine to open the packs, you skip all the animations and you just get the results. You know, and maybe it kind of points out when you get something good. All right, do it yourself. There's the single-sided shelf. Fine. Okay. Posture check. Yeah, no, I'm slouching. Alright, so pretty soon we'll want to open more packs, because we're trying to keep it so those cards on the shelf are like $5 or so consistently or more. The way I'm kind of handling that is each time they start dropping below $5, I'll start going that. Tetramon? Yep. Gotta get the whole set. Alright, so there's a $15 one in there, and that was that was a duplicate, so I get to sell a $15 card. Most of the others have been like hot garbage, the occasional $5 one in there. So boom. $15. Alright. We already paid our bills for the day. And then for the next card set, it'll be $900 for that. The loose cards. And then once we get that going, we'll get the next thing going. Just keep increasing the prices we're getting. The individual cards also get more expensive over time, so that ends up being really useful as well. Because the alternative is, what else would we do? So that's our choices for the cards. And go $900. Get figurines and plushies instead of cards. You can get those, but how can I gamble with the plushies? Because the cheapest one is $500 that you can put on the shelf, but I can't gamble with those. Really getting these packs would be good. Like these here. But for right now, I'm kind of leaning on the cards more. Will you need a license to sell Season 2? Yes. You license each individual season. Alright. So I'm going to need to go here real quick. Get 2 of those. And we can go in our back corner and do what we gotta do. Alright, don't mind me. This could be over here. Because it should always start on high value tickets, or high value cards, and new cards. And we're primarily watching for the high value. So like it's getting like to be every pack, every other pack. I usually pull at least one between like $4 and $6 cards, which is probably enough to break us even-ish on the packs. But then every once in a while we get a card that's like $30 or whatever. That's where you'd end up getting the value worth popping all the packs and all that. The fact that he's putting it on the shelf where it's like 1 pack, 2 packs, 3 packs, 4 packs, like just how slow it goes is always just one of those things where you're like, all right, come on, man. I'm gonna need you to pick up the pace a lot. Now, we could be way farther along. If we switched our sorting here, like we went to the price of cards instead. Like I got 700, I've got a couple like $700, $300 cards here. If I was selling those, that would definitely get the get us a bunch of money really quickly. That probably isn't even a bad idea so far as making more progress in the game. But I want all the cards. With being able to like automate this part and the pricing and all that, I think that'll actually go really well. That once we get kind of like things properly going here. You didn't price the card? Yeah, no, I have what's its face. I got Zuck here. His whole meta thing didn't work out, so he's over here now selling cards for me. So he's pricing it. Because one of the changes they added to the game is you can now give your staff a primary and a secondary responsibility. So that guy's primary responsibility is to restock my shelves, and his secondary is to go and update the pricing and everything. So he'll, reload the shelves until he has no shelves reload. Then he'll go around and start setting the prices. And so, like my cashier's second responsibility is to refill the the scent sprayer thing there. All right, so we're starting to get to the sub $5 cards. So let's pop more packs. There's this $8 card. There's a nice $20 card, $19.89. Got a couple of 5s in there. That pack was worthless. $5.24 there. The other packs are pretty awful. Okay. You are offering me that. I will pay you $4 flat for it. And we're already back down to $3 cards. I'm gonna go back to my corner and go back to gambling. Because we're trying to get up to where we're going to hit that $900 for the license for the red cards. And then it'll start doing that. Okay, 5A9. Ooh, there's also a $10 card there that's a duplicate. I'm kind of hoping to maybe buy the boxes first, because I can take the boxes and break those down into individual packs to put on the shelves. It's not as efficient. But certainly an option. I should have 2 boxes open of that. We have to restock everything too. Okay, you work through all that. Let's see here. So if we go for this... Oh, I can't get the big box, right? So we're getting the loose packs. We definitely want at least one of the loose packs there. Start this disaster. Meanwhile, I can go ahead and price that. Okay, so if we check our inventory, the only thing I've got spare of is that. So for inventory tomorrow, I need a box of you, I need a box of you, I need a box of you, I need a box of you. So I'll be looking at about 800, like probably about 850 to get the first batch of everything. Needless to say, that's not going to happen this in-game day. All right, as soon as he cashes out, You need to go way faster, man. Okay. Alright, so let's see if it remembers our order. Yeah, so I need... It's going to be about 850. And I'll do that first, and then we'll pay our bills second. Can you sell the entire set? Not that I'm aware of. Like, I think you can make, like, combo pack kind of things. But as far as, like, making a thing where you just plunk them all in as, like, one big group of cards. Alright, so you got a card. It's worth $80. I will give you 65. 68. We're right back down to $3 cards. Alright. 1729, love to see it. 739. It actually had a good number of cards with like $5-6 in it. There's another couple in there that was like worth a couple bucks. There's another $5 in there. Alright, what's going to end up happening here in not too long is going to get the red pack. I'll be starting this whole process again, but with the red packs. I do think I want to, relatively early on, get the auto-opener thing. Because that wasn't the thing in the game the last time I played, and it amuses me. Yeah, so it's like $850. Just consolidating these two boxes now. Okay. See, y'all need to spend your money faster because we don't have other things to work on. I open cards in the corner. And it's not good. I'm consuming all my supply. In the hopes of dreams of... There we go, 3568. In hopes of dreams of getting some actual good things, like that one. We'll get there. Most of the other stuff's been crap, but, you know, there's a thing. And part of the reason I want to avoid putting the lower value cards on it is then I'll have people who come in and they will buy one $1 card. And it's really hard for me to make any meaningful kind of money that way. Yeah, we got some two decent ones, $15 cards. Yeah, so we still need the 850. It's going to be one of those things that's going to be like just snaking along slowly with that money until we have one of these people who comes in, buys like 8 of the boxes or whatever and walks away, which they just instantly, one person just blows like $800-900 on us. Not my fault. I don't want to just stand here and watch. Alright, garbage pack. Garbage pack. Garbage pack. Garbage pack. Come on, give me a good one. Literally every single one of those has been below the 6. Alright, that one's gonna go above the 6 just a little. As you get a single card table, a couple of those extra dollars add up. Yep. I mean, the part of the thing is I don't really have the space to add another card table. There's an $8 card. Don't do this to me. I'll offer you 400 for it. 420 because it's a meme number. 430. Ah, I was hoping he was going to say no. I was about to say, like, if he doesn't take this, it's not happening. Well. So we got a card well below its cost. And that part's nice. But at the same time, that's $400-something that I really needed to resupply my merchandise. It's not my fault. My collection needs to be complete. Alright, at least that pack broke even. All these other packs have been utter rubbish. There we go. 90-60. There we go. That makes up for all the ones that were terrible. That's kind of what you're doing, is just sifting through the garbage, looking for the occasional gem. Hey, 1871 and a $6 one, I think it was. And the $18 one was not new. So I can go over here. Let's try and keep them over 5. Anytime they dip below 5, we resupply. I still haven't paid my bills yet either. So some of the merchandise getting a little thin. Buy more. Buy more. I need y'all to clean these shelves off. I mean, that'll at least be a decent amount of money. I'm charging a pretty good amount for those. Those are what? 42 bucks a box? Wow, you take forever to check these people out. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Look, man, I just need one good card, alright? I mean, we actually had an okay card in that one. Nothing amazing, but we got over 10 bucks on one of them. $6 one in that set. All the rest of that garbage. Phytotoxin. Never get high off your own supply. Counter argument. My supply is really good. It's not. We were just kind of covering the fact that, like, half of these cards I'm getting are pretty garbage. But, like, you know, I make the best quality in town. Where else am I gonna get my supply? I probably don't. My supplier is probably pretty garbage. It is interesting to think that, honestly, with a lot of the stuff we've got going on here, it could be feasible with your staff that you could just idle game this, that you could set everything up and just idle game this and just have to order stuff from time to time. Look, man, it's the last I got. There's no more until we get a little bit more money. Come on, give me a good card. We are getting nothing. Okay, well, we're out of spray. Your wholesaler's stealing all the good cards and repacking you with duds. Probably. We mentioned it earlier, that's actually one of the things that gets so nefarious about some of these collectibles is the fact that, like, not as much nowadays because people are a bit more aware of it, but that you would go to card shops and people would figure out, like, you know, as far as the people running the shop would figure out ways to be like to know which packs are getting stuff. You know, people mentioned having like really minor scales, like check for the slightly heavier weights to watch for like the foil cards and all that. Um, and it's just kind of one of those things you get into like that area and you're just like, really? Come on, man. I only need like one more sale and then we can have a massive restock. All right. MRI machine in the back room. And we got our new merchandise. All right. And it sounds like Tomb just got home. Which is good because we got about 3 minutes till I gotta run downstairs and grab the food back out of the oven. Okay, so we check my merchandise now. I will need to get another box of those, another box of you, another box of you, another box of you. Those we're good on. I'll need to get another box of you. Okay. All right. I already got one. You can keep it. Okay. I'd also see it being a thing like the joke of like the MRI machine or whatever. Obviously, that's not the case because MRI machines are ridiculously costly to operate and everything. But the idea of the MRI machine, and then they put like a metal foil card in there. You start the MRI machine and just destroy the area as the card goes all over the place. Just force through the wall. Alright. Oh, wait. You had something you wanted to sell me? What do you want to show me? Oh, I actually would like that. I can't afford it. I'm going to offer you $355 and you're going to be insulted by me. Yep, she just walked away. She was not on board with that. She was like, I got a $1,000 card. I'm willing to part with it for $700. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's do this. I got 400. Does that work? And her answer was to give me the stink eye and walk away, which is actually the appropriate response. Pay the bills. Look, I'll pay your salary tomorrow. I promise. I'll be good for it. just like a real card shop. It's like, don't worry, man, we'll get even, or just look, you're just a little behind right now. We'll get you squared away. Just we can float you for a couple of days, all right? Look, I can't give you the 200 I owe you. I'll give you 50 to hold you over. We'll get even with you at the end of the week when payroll happens. And that's when you start looking for a new job. The first time you're working at a place and they have to be like, "Hey, we don't have the money to pay you," that isn't just a minor red flag. All right, I gotta run downstairs, welcome my wife home real quick, pull the dinner out of the oven, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. That'll be like the last break we have for a while. So thank you again, and I'll be right back. We'll get to some TCG card shop simulator. All right, see you in a few. Okay, and we're back. So there shouldn't be another break like that for a while. Was just grabbing the dinner out of the oven. Welcome to the wife home, all that good stuff. All right, so we've got all that going. Let's go ahead and open up, get things moving. Oh, I was like, where did the music go? Gonna get that topped off. Real authentication, the Cardinals grading, most trusted grading services. See, I have no idea what that's about. We have decor. All right. Let's check to see if there's anything. There's tabletop stuff as well. That's where we get a whole bunch of other goodies to start selling, and we'll want to do that. Let's see. Possible next day effect. Random rarity card pack price might go up. Random rarity pack card might decrease. Yeah, so we have standard, we have pauper. Yes, those are just like influencing your sales the next day. So if you have like a disproportionately like a higher or lower thing. Renovation big. Oh, the first shop expansion's only $300, and there's apparently a second lot we can bind. Look, man, I need to start pricing stuff. Fine, I'll take care of the cards. You're taking too long. We're missing out on potential business. Do you care about the future of this company? I'm gonna go with Scott. You look like a Scott. Maybe a Jeff. Nah, he doesn't have Jeff vibes. He definitely has a Scott vibes. Probably has a name with alliteration that the parents thought were like really clever. So like Scott Summers or Scott Sylvester or something like that. Do you care about maybe being paid? Oh right. That's right. Hey. Mike? Buddy. Payroll's going to be late this week. Alright? Sorry. You're a real team player, Mike. I'll give you a good review whenever you need a recommendation. How about when I get even with payroll, we'll have a pizza party. It'll be cheese pizza, and it's just Little Caesars. We're not getting anything. We're not made of money here. It'll be hot and ready Little Caesars. Limit 2 slices, by the way. Well, that's a new one you're selling at market price there. I know you're giving me a fair price, but I'd like to pay even less, so I'm going to do that. All right. May or may not have toppings. Well, I already told him it's going to be cheese. Honestly, $18 for that, I'll pay you. See, when you walk in and you give me a profit margin of like a third of the price difference, I'm willing to take you right there. Dude, you were pumped about that sale. He did that sale, it was like, hey man, I'm glad you're happy. Cheese is not a topping and you know it. Oh, okay, well we'll exclude the cheese. It'll just be tomato sauce on pizza dough. but not like pizza bread where it's actually kind of neat. It'll literally just be the base Little Caesars pizza with like just the tomato sauce on it. I mean, I picked it up yesterday, so it is cold, so you are going to need to nuke it. By the way, the microwave is coin operated. Okay. Give me some good. There you go. Ooh, I think we already have that one. We do. Okay, so we got a $34 card. Are you related to your last boss? Oh no, you absolutely can't be related with people like that. If you have two people like that who are in the same family, they will go to war with each other. Because both of them will be mutually trying to cheap out more than the other one, and it's just not compatible. A 1376. I don't know what button I keep pushing that keeps pulling that up every time I step away. Yeah, you're willing to exchange my cheaper card for your nicer card. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, no, Little Caesars Pizza has... That is a duplicate. Oh, yeah. $146 card marked up. $38 card. That's what you want to see. Yeah, no, it's very much like you are looking for real cheap pizza. So you're asking me well above market value. I'll offer you 10. 10.50. Get the hell out. You're banned from my store. But yeah, like it's cheap. It tastes cheap. The big thing it has going for it is like it used to be like $5 hot and ready, so you just go in, you drop $5, and you get yourself, I think it's like a medium pepperoni pizza or whatever. So like, you know, it's fine. It's not like actively terrible, like you go to eat and you're having a bad time. It's still pizza, but you know, you're not gonna be writing home about it. It's definitely the kind of pizza you would get like you've got the kids soccer game, so you're buying a couple of pies for the kids. It's that kind of pizza. You're not going out to the nice pizza place. You're not hitting up like the Mellow Mushroom or whatever with a bunch of soccer. I mean, I say that, but also Mellow Mushroom's in Winter Park, so they probably actually would because Winter Park is made of money. Okay, right. So we have the 840. Mellow Mushroom's actually a pretty cool place when it comes to... They have a bunch of them in the southeast now. When you're in high school, kids with cars would drive to Little Caesars at lunch, get a pie for $5, sell 6 slices for $1 each, and eat the other 2 slices for their lunch. Oh, I knew people who did all sorts of stuff like that. Not that specific one. I knew a number of them who would go out, then buy like a box of chocolate bars, and then they'd sell all the chocolate bars. So like the whole box of chocolate bars would be like, it'd be like $10 or whatever for like a whole box that was like 20, 30 bars or whatever. And then they'd sell each bar for like $2, $3 each. Firebot? No, you seem to be connected still. That happened yesterday too, where I suddenly heard the sound of Firebot getting disconnected, but it seemed fine. So I don't know what that's about. I'm assuming something's going on with the Twitch API because I know I know like FG was having problems with raid alerts not happening and all that. I think Ultra was having problems with that as well. Like there's just been a lot of people that like, and the worst thing is it wouldn't even show up in like the history of events. So you'd have like the raid would happen and you'd be like, well, a whole bunch of people showed up here and they're all shouting out this person's name or whatever. So clearly we got raided. And then you're looking at your activity feed and there's just nothing there. I haven't run to that one, but I know that's been a thing a couple people had, just like the last day or two. Okay. We need another 850, which should be pretty soon. One or two more sales ought to take care of it. There's also a thing now you can give your employees like a bonus of like $50 or whatever, and it temporarily buffs their work speed and everything, and their morale. There's stinky guy. Yeah, one stinky guy is not a big problem. If we get like 2 or 3 of them floating around, that's when people start whining about it. Yeah, I think they have to be sprayed twice for it to actually take care of it. That one quick spray is not enough. Okay, is that enough? I'm 4 cents short. Okay, so let's restock our inventory. And I'm looking forward to pretty soon be able to start crack open some of these cards. As the box is already emptied. Okay. So with that, we're going to check on the inventory stuff. So we'll definitely want to grab another. Oh, you know what I bet you? Where it mentions the scanner, I bet you the scanners are going to just go up to the shelf and just like bleep the shelf. And it's just like, okay, we need more of these. So you got the loose packs of those, the loose packs of that. We got some more of those boxes. We got all those things over there sorted. What do you want? Sure. You're willing to sell it to me for that? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it at the amount. You're only charging about 60% its value. I'm willing to let you undersell yourself. So I gotta crack open more of these. I'm running out of good cards. Well, I'm running out of cards that are worth putting on the shelf. Okay, that one has a $6 card. $7 card. It also makes me curious if later on when we have them auto stock it, if it's worth it for me to just chuck in all the cards. Well, there's $22.93. Love to see that. Like, even if they were cheap cards, if you had enough shelf space, would it be worth it to just let them cut loose on it? You want my $15 card for your $70 card. Done. Can't restock these. They're just waiting the last of them to get out here, and I believe We can go ahead and pop another one of these open real quick. All right. And I finally got that shelf open. We're gonna celebrate by doing all this stuff. It's such a weird mechanic to have to wash other people. Yup. So all of these are gonna be new no matter how garbage they are. There's a $3 one. So that pack costs a little bit over $6. Yep. So we're losing money so far. You play the card game yet? No. That is one of the things that's not in the game. They have added a lot of stuff, but the actual playable card game is not one of them. I'm actually one of the people who's not, like, pretty indifferent about being able to play the card game in this. Alright, there's a $10 card. At least something. And also, check out Allison Adventures, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of, like, Project Zomboid, among other games. So good times over there. Also done, like, Hightail and Vintage Story and all that. So he had a $10 card in that set. Another $10 card there. Got $5 card there. Okay. We can hit enter to advance the day. I'm just here to collect the shinies, feed my quick hit of dopamine. Yep. Thanks, well, happy to see you, S-Rank Coral Island. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yep, got to do that yesterday, like, it wasn't even the end of stream either, it was like 2 hours from the end of stream, managed to get that done. So that's what actually got us into this, is like, okay, well, you know, I got 2 hours left. You know, we finished those in Coral Island, what do I want to do? I just put up a poll for this or, Water Park Simulator. Because I don't know, I was in the mood for just, like, a random simulator game. Okay, so let's pay our bills. Then the next thing we'll do is I'll need another package of these. And it won't be too long before I'm going to want to get the boxes and all that stuff. It was super quick. Those RNG elements worked for you? Yeah. Well, it was once I actually stopped and instead of just... So, like, I mentioned on the stream that we were missing some things that I hadn't gone to where I could locate them. Like, hadn't looked it up. It's like, okay, you know, the safe way if you don't want to look it up and you want to do that, you just keep going to the Cavern of Memories, and you will find literally any of the relics, fossils, and gems there. They all can show up there. But because we were down to just, like, 3 left, it's like, okay, where are these actually located? And we found all 3 of them came from the underwater area. And so the moment I identified that, it's like, okay, well, they come from the underwater area. That means I could target, like, I'm targeting one thing that has a limited loot pool to get it all. So that went pretty quick once we did that. Alright, so with this, for the boxes, that's level 19. That's gonna happen soon enough. We'll have that. And check out Basset as well, playing some Pokemon Black and White. So if you enjoy yourself some Pokemon, you can make that happen. That's going on over there. Drop you off. And everything else is fully stocked. And I think I'll keep the general policy is the moment the cards go under $5, that'll grab a stack and pop them. Because the goal here is to make sure that shelf space I am utilizing for cards actually worth something. I'll do one of these. Most likely, I'll be getting all new cards that I won't be able to sell, because I want to keep the whole collection. So I'll open one of these, and I'll go for, like, an orange and a blue. Alright, so there's an $8 card. So I'm working on all the different sets. Yeah, so considering this is the epic pack, we are getting a stick in the eye quality of cards. Because most of these I'm landing around the sell price of the pack. But considering I'm not really going to ever sell, like, the 30 and 40 cent cards. I'll give you $4 for it. So we got yours. And there's the blue set. There's a $5 card in there. Another $5 card in there. Nothing of value. Another, like, $4 and some change card. A couple of $2 cards. Yep, these are all pretty terrible. And you are willing to give me a card worth 1.5 of the one I'm supposed to give you? Done. And that's the card she literally just gave me, was my most valuable card that I got a duplicate to sell. Alright, those are all junk. Those are all junk. Hey, $20. I'll take a $20 card. So get you out of here. Okay, so that means I need to add to my shopping list a package of the orange. I also need a box of the orange cards. The blue ones are fine, and the purple ones are fine. I've already paid my bills? Yep. Then grab those in. And we can keep all that going. And for the boxes here, it's 1,500. Got ourselves a nice $22 card there. That'll be good. And an $8 card. So the box will be the next merchandise we get. We did get the access to the package opener, which is sadly $3,000, because low key, I'm wondering how much I could get away with just having a ton of these card displays and then just feeding packages of cards in there and just trying to get entirely on the markup I put on the cards. Okay, and those are all basically fine. And I believe the upgraded spray thing cleans people up in one attempt, versus that little one does too. So a lot of my customers are getting by still stinking. Okay, we'll go ahead and pop into our pack while we're waiting. 24.46. $8 and some, so that's a good pack. 1836. Considering how many garbage packs we had a minute ago, this is a nice change. I imagine part of the reason you get the auto opener is just for like all this to not make all the noise. I'm just curious if when you go to grab the thing, if it like just show you the cards that you had stand out that were like new or more valuable, or how any of that works. Okay, well, we had 2 good packs at the beginning, and then the rest are pretty awful. So I'm not paying the price you want me to pay because it's more than its market. All right, I mean, I got a margin of $4 or $5 in that, not counting how much I'm gonna jack the price up. Are we not bring? Oh, you're doing that now. I was looking for this to pop some of these open because I'm running out of cards worth stocking on my shelf. Okay. So I need to get a couple of decent pulls so I can restock my inventory. 2303. And it is not new. The 1 card likely pays for the set of packs we pulled here. Plus anyone there, like there's a $7 one we just had there. Okay, so we will need to add to the shopping list more deodorant. You are doing fine here. Okay. So I can go and just go ahead and order that deodorant. He's already got it. Okay, you're asking quite a bit below price, so I'll take it. Alright, so we could save up for those boxes. If we don't save up for the boxes, what would be my alternatives? Because I don't need to get all these stuff way down here. We got about $450. We could get more accessories of like sleeves and all that. That's certainly worth mentioning or worth considering, is like getting a bunch of sleeves and all that to put in stock. There's the plushies and all that. There's the tabletop stuff. The other thing is I could just expand the store and put down more tables. Which would be the worst decision. I think that's what we might do. Boom. Store is expanded. Oh, I forgot the expansions are like these tiny little segments one by one, which is okay. I just forgot that they're like comically small. Okay. Just restocking all these. We're having the thing where suddenly everyone swarms my card shelf. Oh, no, hey, there we go. So, if we were to do another shelf here, 2x2 cabinet, small personal shelf. We have the workbench. That's another one to consider. Empty box storage, I don't know about. But the double-sided shelves. Part of me wants to get the package opener machine. And I know that's not the right idea, to just save up for that thing and just shove the packages in there. Well, the problem is I gotta save up $3,000, and that's gonna take time. There's no real other way around it. That's just gonna take time. We'll make the profits quicker with the pack opener. I mean, the idea with that is I would genuinely feed cards into the package opener at a pretty unreasonable rate. And just see how lucky we can get with all that. So you got a $960 card. You're willing to sell me for $700. This is a mistake. I'll try and go for the 7 flat. Yep. Now, that isn't a duplicate, so I don't get to sell it right now, but if that card comes up again, then it'll be good. We got pop packs here. So now all I need to do is draw that specific card, and not make it worth every penny. We'll just draw that card right now. Right here, right now, we'll just draw that card. Yep, just draw that card. Or any card of value whatsoever. That's not a card of value. Well, at least there's a $7 card in that set. I'm surprised you didn't leave. Alright. And open up immediately without any other considerations. Turn the light on. I'm just gonna gremlin back here. Why can't you sell? Oh, I can sell it, but I want to get the whole collection, which means I don't want to sell it until I have a duplicate. I physically could sell it. Like, if I want to, I've got some high-value cards I could drop off and sell to make money. Alright, well, there's a $10 card at least. So, I am trying to get the full set. It's one of the achievements is to get all of the cards. And those cards are like $700, and that tend to be exceedingly rare. So getting a decent number that like 6. There we go, a $40 card. $40.21. $10.32. So that's a new one. Yeah, I'll pay your $4.31. Yes, I'm just trying to break enough packs so I can keep the cards that we have on display over $5. I think that's gonna... I've said it a couple times, I think that's the plan. Anytime we run out of cards that are worth more than $5, 1301, love to see it. That's actually some pretty cool art on that one. Anytime we dip below that, we just take a quick detour to deal with that. Got a $7 card in there. It feels like it'd actually make a lot of money. That's the Gamba strategy. $7 there. $7 there. $7 there. Okay, you're empty. Okay, so I need a box of the purple and the box of the blue. All right, so let's do that. Go here. Box of the blue. Box of the purple. I'll have to wait till we have about $400. What do you do with the very low price duplicates? So eventually I can sell what's called a bulk pack, where basically you just have a box that has a whole bunch of your like cheap commons and uncommons that you'd sell for like the whole box for like $10-15. And that's just the idea, is you're just taking a whole bunch of cheap cards and just putting them in like one big bundle and selling them as one like big thing. That's what that workbench is all about, is getting that. So it is a way to like bulk dump them. People pay like, you'll get okay money from it. As much as I'd love your $2,000 card, unless you're willing to settle for my $379, I think I've upset her. I mean, I shot my shot. Okay, we're down to less than $5. So I wait for the money to come in. Just stand in the corner here and process some cards. All we have to do is pull like all we have to do is win the lottery. See right there, 2284. If you just win the lottery, money is easy. Got $3. We're seeing a lot less new cards in these packs because we are continuing to like go through them a whole bunch. Can you get a card you want to sell me? You're asking quite a bit over market value. How about this? I'll offer you below market value. Thank you for going with it. Yep, and that $22 card was a duplicate. Alright, so I needed the purple loose and the blue loose. Okay, you got a card for me, and you're... Honestly, I'll take the 4126. Okay, we still need higher value here. So I'm just going to go by whichever box is fullest. Because eventually we'll start seeing more and more duplicates in this one. Or we'll just keep getting really garbage tier packs. Because each time I do this, I'm grabbing 6 packs. So I'm effectively burning $36. So then the question is, do I get $36 worth of cards that I can sell back? $10.58, $28.69. All right. Those are what we're looking for. Sadly, I believe both of those were new, but that just means the next time we see them, we can do that. Let's see if I can remember seeing something on Hackaday that someone's scanning packs, and they managed to do it using X-ray CT scanner. They're involved in virtually unrolling the Herculeum scrolls, so they used their experience from that. You've been looking into it ever since I joked about the MRI machine, so I thought since you thought you'd seen something. Yeah. No, it's an interesting thing. I'm sure there'd be some like proof of concept of being able to do at least some like kind of pack peeking with some machines like that. It's just the fact of the matter that those kind of machines cost literal millions of dollars, and then operating them is also fairly cost prohibitive. So using those to like pack peek probably is one of the least things, because like doing the actual medical stuff, they would make way more money than pack peeking unless they happen to, find the ridiculous valuable pack. Versus if we're pack peeking, it means we're going to be selling the packs we don't find good stuff, which means we're making those paper thin margins. And then like getting good cards would be getting the luck of getting the really good ones. Okay. I mean, you want a card that's worth more, so the answer is no. And I know I could be checking to see, like, the price trends. Is it going up or down? But I'm not going to care that much, and I'm just going to go, okay, right now with the prices, where do they stand? Okay, so drop you off. Let's pay our bills. I need a box of the loose orange. That said, I've definitely, the idea of going up to the card pack, taking a little razor blade along the seam and cutting right along where the flip is, you know, popping it open, checking all stuff. Um, checking the stuff to like grab the good cards out of it and then stuff it with crap cards and then like do what you can to try and hide that it's been previously opened. That because it could be like a lower effort thing. I could see a lot more of that kind of thing where like they unpackage and repackage them, that kind of stuff. Oh, the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory rich kid thing. I mean, in that case, it'd be different because you're talking with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The idea is it's this prestigious. There's only going to be 5 of them. Ridiculous nonsense. Where they're just going to assembly line go through the chocolate. And if they win, it's effectively like getting a winning lottery ticket. I think with package peeking though, like I said, you'd have to acquire all the packs. And the difference between, just popping them open and seeing if you got something good versus peeking it, that would mean you'd have the intent in reselling those packages if they don't have what you have in there. That's kind of where I'm at with that. All right. So you're asking quite a bit below value, so I'll take you at your price. You're offering me at like 60-70% its actual market value. All right, so go back in my corner. $423.74. And chat, it's not new. That is a $423 card we are selling. At a 10% markup. I actually wonder, so I've been marking everything up 10%. I wonder if I tell them to mark it up 20%, if we'll still get sales. Like, I wonder what the cutoff is where we'll start having people be like, nah, you're overcharging for that, how dare you. Well, I can't buy it, here, I'll offer it to you, but you're not gonna take it. I'm pretty sure that was a duplicate. It didn't mark it as as not being a duplicate. Let's check. You know what I bet it is? I need to go here. Sort by duplicates. There we go. Hey, man. You know I told you to, secondary task? Mark 'em higher. Mark 'em higher, friend. All we have to do to be a more successful business is just increase our margins. And what better way to increase our margins than simply charging more for the exact same product we already had? Sings a song from Repo, the Genetic Opera, Mark It Up. I am not familiar. Do it. Do it. Do it. Alright, so I'm going to need blue and orange boxes and deodorant. Get those. Get those. Get that. Well, they ring up at the last few people. Let's go chuck that inside here. Let's see, it's in an old movie. If you like Rocky Horror Picture Show, same idea, fairly good. It's got Giles from Buffy on the Buffy show, and he sings his own parts. Oh, nice. Also, not someone I'd expect to do anything, sing along or whatever. I mean, well, it's below 5. Just get out of here, man. Okay. Nah, don't grab merchandise. I have a large number more unsatisfied customers than my previous days. Okay, let's go to our bills. Bills are all paid. You recommend Repo, but the ending made you cry? Gotcha. Alright, so we got all this going really well. Okay, looks like my staff is taking their sweet time here. Alright, get to work at the register. Alright, so we want to keep all this stuff going. How much is it for one of my card display here's? My display thing here? It wouldn't be under there, it'd be do it yourself. $400 for the card display like that. Yeah, we kind of are in the mindset of trying to save up. I do think opening the open card machine is a meme, but also it's a meme I want to embrace. Oh, I got all excited. I thought you said not a bad price, and you're standing right next to that card. Okay, so we got to open some packs. We're running out of cards worth selling. All right, 884, $568.10. Okay. Sadly, it's a new card, but that does mean that's another card that ultimately we can 1922. Ultimately, if I get a duplicate, we can put to use. $3. All right. $5. $27.89. The $27.89 card is not marked as new. And meanwhile, we did just pop a pack of those. And we could step out here and pop a couple of these. 5072, love to see it. And also, not a duplicate. Or sorry, also a duplicate, not the other way around. I could sell it. All we need to do is keep pulling really good cards and we'll make good money. And since we pulled up the open other ones, we'll do some of these ones as well. I'm also trying to mix the packs as well so we can like slowly work on getting the collections on. I can sell them new cards, but there are achievements and all that for getting the full collection. So obviously I want to make sure I keep what I can. But I want to collect them. All right, so we got a $327.90 card. So I can sell brand new cards, but then I don't have a full collection of cards. And some of those will take me a long time before I see it again. Other ones I'll get lucky and I'll see it again right away. 4871. 5788. Is that a third one of that same card? No, that's a new one. Okay. I was about to say, if I'm gonna pull like three $50 cards today. I got my one $500 card just sitting there, waiting for its moment to shine. Okay, so we want the orange loose cards, the blue loose cards, and deodorant. The blue, orange, deodorant, purchase, and we'll bring it on in. And I'll clean that up off the floor in the corner by opening these packs. It's definitely just there, so that's a $10 card. Okay. You have to set the prices yourself. However, you can assign one of your staff members. The $500 card is on the move. You can pay a staff member to do it. Yes. Yes. You, sir. Yes. Just sold her $500 card. You're just trying to imagine a world where you buy deodorant at the a trading card shop. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. I don't think that'd be the normal avenue. But if you just went to the local hobby shop again and again, I do feel like those like common things you need, like soap and all that, I could see them having that there. Nothing perishable, nothing like your milk and eggs, But I could see that being a place you'd stop by regularly after work or, you know, school or whatever. That keeping some things in there, like keeping a couple cases of soda, you could buy like a case of soda to take home. You know, some basic things there. They need it, but having them there, you would be surprised. Yeah, no, it's not a thing I'd expect to see, but it is those things like if they did, I'd be like, you know what, that checks out. That's fine. A world where you buy groceries at the gas station? Yep, that's a thing. You're not gonna find typically like, you know, lettuce, all that, but you can find milk and eggs. Milk, eggs, cereal, toothpaste. You can find all that at there. Someone just bought a whole lot of these boxes. Okay. Alright. So we're good on all the loose stuff. You got the boxes and the deodorant's fine. I'm not buying a 33-cent card. You can manage that on your own. Just deodorant too, not soap, shampoo, toothpaste. Yeah, no, absolutely. Maybe the clerk at the local hobby shop is trying to upsell them deodorant just to push someone need to go take a monthly bath. $10 for 4 batteries sounds like a price. Yep. Well, someone's running through here. You have to open more packs running out of good cards. Getting down to these cards are only worth like $2 and all that. On the plus side, I see we're up to almost $1,500. $367, $628. But yeah, no, if we're talking about using the auto card opener, $24.51, we are looking to have the strategy of burning through packs of cards, looking for those, you know, diamonds in the rough to, like, turn around and make big money on. 652. Because, like, what should happen is, on the average, most packages will be a loss, where the value of the cards I get out of them is worth less than the package costs, or than the package sells for, not what it costs me. You want to exchange? Sure, I don't care. They're both cards that are basically worthless to me. It makes no difference. Alright. Yeah, so we're looking for those big gamble cards. And just, we'll need to get the thing to sell the cheap cards that no one wants. And we'll definitely want to invest in, there's a shelf you can put all the extra cards you have as well that are to be sold. And have your shelf people actually take the time to do that. 76.42. 25.26. And then we'll grab a set of the crap cards. So that means we'll have taken the epic, the regular, like the epic, the nice, and the regular packs. I'll burn through one of each. There's an $8 one in there. But yeah, like I said, I'm imagining the auto opening machine or whatever. I imagine that machine is just to bypass all this animation stuff. 755. Okay, so all those are still there. You're still doing your thing. That's all fine there. Okay. All right. And this is what we want down here, is the open pack, the pack opener S. Yeah, and I'm imagining the pack opener large and all that is how much you can put in there at one time. Gonna be too many of them. We got $8 on that one. $8 on that one. About $8 on that one. Okay. Considering I'm having our staff member mark up all the prices 20%, and they're still being like, yeah, not a bad price. But you know I'm gouging you a little, right? Like, we're not even taking like the normal markup, we're marking up the markup. And it's like, yeah, that's a great price. I'm on board with that. Oh, we got someone who wants to sell me a card. Alright. You want to sell me a $2,600 card. I will offer you $1,700 for it. Alright, get out of my store. Because that's what I got. That's where you win the lottery, is you pull those cards that are like $5,000. You're like, alright, there you go. What's my next upgrade? It's mine now. Wonder if I could see what their I technically can hire another person, which we'll eventually do. Right now, I don't think it makes sense. But if we do get it set up where we have the cabinet where I can just toss all our extra cards in, and then just cut them loose and let them do stuff there, that's when we get really dedicated to just processing. All right, we'll go here. Sir, we closed hours ago. I'm gonna need you to leave already. It just takes them so long to process. I guess maybe what we'll do is we'll mark it up 20%, then round. That should speed up the rate that you can run things. Yeah, so when the other kid comes in, we'll have him mark it up 20%, then round from there to the nearest dollar. Where's my staff members? Because we don't have to give any change at all, like so far as like coinage. That should really speed up the cashier. There's my cashier. So I sure as heck am not interacting with these customers. I've done my time. Like 3-4 days of it. Alright, so set price, secondary task, round up. Confirm. So slowly that should switch everyone over to not have to deal with change, and that should just make the register go faster. Why do you all smell terrible? Gotta pay our bills. Alright, we're getting good progress towards our card machine. What's the customer with the green gas? Body odor. They're basically going on the stereotype of people who show up at the card shop and all that who haven't bothered to shower and all that. Which is someone who used to frequent card shops was actually a real problem. I'm willing to offer you $350 for a not dime more. Good. I've offended them and they've left. Yeah, no, I'm leaving just the one here. It basically requires 2 sprays for them to get someone sorted. I wonder if I move you by the table. Yeah, if we put you by the table in the line of people, I wonder if because they'll be standing there in line and all that, they'll take the multiple sprays. Be gone, Calcastus. Okay. I look forward to these prices being upped to all be full numbers. Okay, so all those are moved up to full numbers. So once that's done, the register should go faster because we only deal in full dollars. Change not allowed. Right. Yeah, sadly, it's a legit issue. You used to go to a gaming store, hosted D&D games and Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh turns. Sometimes it's pretty bad. Oh yeah, no, I made a comment earlier a couple times that I definitely remember going to the card shop that there was times that they told people it's like, hey, you know, you gotta go and take a shower, man. It's really kind of sad when it goes to that point. Because we'd have people who show up that weren't just they smelled bad, but they were, like, physically dirty. And you're just kind of like, dude, really? Alright, so you need the blue boxes, the purple, and the yellow boxes. Didn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Make a rule for their tournaments that you had to shower before coming? If they did, I'm not aware of it. I know there's a number of card shops that had rules like that. That just broadly were like, we expect you to, you know, have basic hygiene. Alright, 36.58. $639, $956. Too bad you can't put the actual box on the shelf and sell those. I mean, we can put the box of, what is it, like 10 packs on there. But like the whole box? No. 686, 34.33. Getting some decent ones out of these packs. You mean the shipping box? Yeah, just like, look, man, it's 1,000 packs or 100 packs or whatever it is. About that. To be fair, some of the card shops you've been in, the smell of the custard is small, minuscule issue, especially when you see black mold creeping around the baseboards. Oh yeah, no, I talked about in the town that my parents, like where I grew up, basically. We had 2 card shops. We had the one relatively close to us that was pretty good. And then we had the one kind of on the other side of town. No, you're trying to give me a worse card for it. But there was a one on the other side of town. They had like a reputation of just being scummy and all that. And so like where the one by us had lots of room to like, tables to play on and all that kind of stuff and all that. The other one, it was like packed like sardines with like, because they did like comic books and everything. So like the whole middle was just boxes of comic books and all that, not organized in any meaningful capacity, just rows of that. And then you had like all of the like different collectible card games around the main display and everything. And they had like a couple of tables like shoved in the corner, but they kind of really didn't want you there. And they would charge you to, take up a table for a while. Whereas the one by us, they didn't typically charge you for a table because they knew if they got you to play the game there, you were going to be buying merchandise there. And shocker, the one that was poorly run didn't last as long. They both did eventually go out of business, but the one lasted like a decade longer than the other one. And that was more around the time a lot of those hobby shop game shops kind of started going away on their own. That, you didn't have as many people regularly visiting the hobby shops anymore. So ones that didn't have as many customers in the area ended up kind of folding. All right. We're getting there. There's a German TV station coming up with that gamers are stinky, and some dude bros wanted to protest by sending their sweaty t-shirts, and I was like, you get that's not helping, do you? Yeah, and for the record, like you'd go to the hobby shop and like 95+% of people were all good. There'd just be like that one person who shows up. And you're just like, come on, man. Like I said, I know the one card shop by us was pretty good about if you were properly ripe. If you just showed up, bought something, left, it wouldn't be a thing. But if you're like trying to hang out and like do a whole tournament, there would be times if you're pretty stanky, they'd be like, all right, hey, like you gotta go take a shower. Like you gotta put some deodorant, you gotta do something. Do they want to trade two identical cards? No, he wanted me to buy his card, and it was saying I already had it. Grab a stack of these. But yeah, no, honestly, for like people not practicing basic hygiene, it was like going to like the anime kind of conventions that I found that to be like the absolute worst. There were a lot of people that you'd just be standing in a line being like, oh my god, like, practically in tears, like who here is like weaponized levels of just not bathing. Like this isn't you were out in the heat today and you haven't bathed. This is like you've given yourself some time to let that properly ferment. Alright, so we got a flam chick for 23.78. Like it was like really over the top that you couldn't even figure out who it was because the whole area just smelled. Alright, so I will offer you $5.40. Okay. Is it still the new playlist? Yes. It's supposed to be vaguely 90s sounding music. Except, DMCA safe, because I'm still genuinely surprised we haven't had like the big crackdown of DMCA yet. I keep expecting that to just be a thing that happens on Twitch at some point. It wouldn't even be like a Twitch thing. It would be, whatever record label or whatever gets its lawyers all up involved. And then Twitch has to put the hammer down, or else. That's kind of what happened to YouTube. Is YouTube, like, people used to just egregiously violate DMCA, and then the record company started like really hammering YouTube for it. So they started putting in all like the more restrictive checks and all that kind of garbage. As you lived in a dorm during college, and there was a few guys who you felt sorry for their roommates. They saw no issue with having permanent toxic cloud. Oh yeah, and those will be the same guys who are like, oh, can't get a date, something like, incel garbage or whatever. Before that was really a thing. You'd be like, dude, the problem of why you can't get a date is that person you see in the mirror. It's a combination of your body odor and your attitude. Oh, I got a $17 card. Like, I was fortunate that I had a lot of really good friends that if someone was letting themselves get a little pungent, one of the friends would be like, hey man, like, you need to take a shower. So I have issues with self-care, but that's mainly dysphoria and depression. Yeah, and I mean, that's an understandable thing, like people kind of going through it, mental health. We also talked about that there are medical things that can make hygiene stuff harder. Limited mobility can make showering and bathing very difficult. You also have people who they have various health stuff that just makes it so, they just smell. It's just the nature of the situation. But then yeah, you also have, like, again, like stuff like depression, which just completely undermines your motivation to do stuff. It can be very hard to do that care you need for yourself with that. Nah, man. But you've helped some people, hopefully future gentlemen of the university, the finer points of bathing, especially on a budget. Yeah. The same guys that just stare at your chest as soon as you walk into the game shop. Aw, man. Yup. You have a weird condition that you basically don't sweat at all. It reduces BO, but everything about mild warmth outside is hell. Yeah, let's see. Poor hygiene of people in these shops helps save you a ton of money because you'll probably spend way too much money on things like Magic the Gathering. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't like to give you an idea where I'm saying it like wasn't a constant thing. Like most of the time, I'd go and do the card shop or whatever. You wouldn't have someone reeking up the place, but it was quite often when they'd have like a tournament day or something like that. That you'd have a whole bunch of people show up, and those are the times I kind of found to be the most problematic. Because you have like a bunch of people who would just show up for the tournament. They're not around as regulars where, you have someone who's like, hey man, come on. That they would pop in. And they were locals and everything. But they were people who'd otherwise just go in, buy some cards, and leave or whatever. Alright, $11. But they'd show up for the tournament because, they were in this case literally sweaty tryhards. But, they were sweaty tryhards who wanted to win the tournament. And the tournaments never had, like, big things. If people remember the tournaments at a lot of those, usually there wasn't a cash prize. It was something like you'd get store credit or something like that. Sometimes it was like a third party who was running the event. There might be a cash prize, but it's never a big amount. Not in your local hobby shop. So you'd have these people, though, that'd show up. And again, they didn't go out much. So they didn't have that person, in their life being like, hey man, come on. The shop you went to usually gave a pack of cards as a prize. Yeah, no, that was usually what it was for like a lot of our stuff. Is be either like store credit or it'd be like whatever the tournament was for. They'd give you a couple of packs of cards or whatever. You know, something that's like not big money but kind of nice. All right, so I got a card for $18.08. Sadly new, so we won't be selling that right away. But we can get ourselves something good in here. And I'm curious what the difference between the small, medium, and large machine are for processing cards. I'm wondering if it's a thing where I'm going to put the card pack in there and it just takes a little while to process. Yeah, I'll buy you for $3 flat. Dude. Fine. Let's see, we used to get cards with Pokemon, or once the game mat. Yeah, no, I've seen the game mat as a thing given out. Like $10, $15, $20 game mat or whatever. Unless you're talking like a fancy game map, you know, but that'd be like a big thing. Yeah, sorry, you usually took a sponsored tourney and offer and tacked on a gift card to their store. Yep. Especially like the sponsored ones where there's going to possibly be like an actual cash prize or something of some arguable value. Especially those tournaments, a lot of times the store would make sure there was a gift card or gift certificate on top because they would have people who don't normally show up at their store there and they really wanted you to come back. Which is just sound business. Like no whining about it. That's just like a sound business thing. It's like, hey, you've got your potential target demographic of people who literally play that game. Do what you can to try and convert them into paying customers at your store. Let's see, you once inhaled burning troll bones, nearly died. It was a good thing though. You'd try it again. Cause you thief. You were a strange one, Nord. Honestly glad you brought her. Second most useful paid mod Skyrim. Oh geez. And now, so that was when you learned you could do ethical in sales. Oh yeah, no, there's absolutely ethical ways to operate in sales. Like that's kind of the thing when people like you'll mention marketing or networking or sales and people get like all upset about it's like, okay, like don't get me wrong, there's crappy people who do really underhanded things in all of those things. Or if not underhanded, just like very harassing. You know, the high pressure sales tactics, those kind of things. And then you have people who are like up and up all the way around. Which, like, when I worked in sales, most of us were up and up. We had one or two people who'd show up who were just like there to make a sale no matter what the cost. But broadly speaking, being in tools, we would, so be like, I'm looking for a insert tool. And a lot of times they try and be like, oh, okay, like what are you working on? Like ask them what they're trying to actually do with the tool. Because you'd have a number of people who weren't really savvy with the tools. They'd be like, oh, hey, I need to cut this door. And then, Brian's like, oh, well, you just need to get a circular saw. That'll take care of it. And so they would show up not really knowing what they're doing and be like, yeah, I'd like a circular saw. And it's like, well, first of all, if this is an interior door, it's hollow. You don't want to cut it. Like, you're just going to have a problem. At this stage, if you got the wrong size and it's an interior door, you just got to buy a new door. Like, that's the way you're going to get a result that's not hot garbage. But other times, like, some of those things will be like, oh, yeah, I can do this. Like, you're not going to get this to go well. Like, taking a circular saw, again, to cut the door, it's like, circular saws are not good about making precise, straight lines. To do that, you end up needing a jig and a whole bunch of stuff to get it. Otherwise, you're kind of eyeballing it, hoping for the best. And then you're going to have in your house this door that kind of gets a little wavy. And it's like, I can sell it to you, like, if you really want to. This isn't the right tool for the job. So, alright, so this one's 28.9. And sometimes people would be like, I know better or whatever. But that's a them problem. Okay. I want to sell you this card. Fine. I'll offer you 180 flat. Unless it's solid core. Well, solid core, you're usually talking an exterior door. That was the whole point, is most of the time when you're talking an interior door, outside of like security doors or particularly bougie situations and all that, you're almost certainly talking a hollow door. If you are talking a solid door, then you got money, and you probably don't need to be fussing about cutting the door apart. And instead, just, if you got the wrong door, stop and get the right door. $114. Nice. The point is, generally speaking, you don't want to take a circular saw to a door. Not as a normal approach to dealing with it if you've got the wrong size door. There's several oh yeah, you're talking about the mods. Yeah. All right. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure. No, that's on the duplicates. I didn't realize I had a duplicate of that one. Just knock at the wall. Yep. What is it with everyone being like, I would like to trade my $20 card for your $30 card? That's cool, right? No. Okay, I'm just in my corner just doing all that stuff. Yeah, no, and we had all sorts of stuff. Most people would come in and either one, they were someone who actually did the work and knew what they're doing and they wouldn't want to talk to you, which is totally fair. They'd be like, where's the drills? They're over there. It's like, drills? They're right over here. Cool, and then they'd go and they'd look at the drills for a couple minutes and leave with what they wanted. Or they'd be like, okay, I need to do whatever and I don't know what I'm doing. It's like, alright, let's take you over. Here's a couple of tools that would do the job. Here's the reasons why you might consider one tool or the other tool. Like, okay, this is the thing that'll do the tool the best, but like you're buying a big piece of equipment. So you know that, if you're doing it this one time, that probably doesn't make sense for you. But this tool, you'll, be able to get away with it with a good enough situations, all that. And they're usually pretty thankful and all that. Or there's been once or twice where someone's like, well, I want to do this. And like, you don't want to do that yourself. It's like, oh yeah, no, I've got bad electrical. And I was looking for a voltmeter. I'm going to pull up a YouTube video on how to do this. They're like, nah, you don't want to do that. It's like, if it's a light switch or something and you want to pull up a YouTube video and you feel comfortable, sure, be careful. Electricity plays for keeps. But when someone's like, oh yeah, no, I noticed that I don't have this breaker in my home breaker box and I want to go ahead and do that. It's like, nah, you don't want to do that yourself. Hold up. That is you call the electrician. That is not one you fuss with yourself. And then some of them, they're also like, by the way, that requires a permit. So don't try and do that yourself. Like, we had a guy who wanted to like run. He was gonna buy a bunch of Havoc stuff and just run his own Havoc, like just kind of redo the whole thing. But he's just gonna do it himself based on like YouTube videos. And you're like, hold up, wait a second. It's like, there's a lot of reasons you don't want to do that. This is like its whole science within itself. This is not something you ad hoc do. Plus, you have to have an inspection afterwards because you really should have an inspection afterwards. You can mess stuff up in ways that can be very, very dangerous. Get yourself a whole lot of black toxic mold building up in your house. It's like, you know how to read to know by, let's see, an OBD, I even have a reader? But where the heck is the port in your car? Oh man, I used to have one of those, cause like I could tell you when I had the Miata, the port was like right underneath, so you'd like look at the front dash, sitting at the wheels is like right underneath where the where actually that's not where the fuses were in that car. The fuses were, I think, down there in the Honda I had, but it was down there. Okay, I am not buying a 25-cent card. But the moment has come that we have saved up a lot of money to buy ourselves an automatic package opener. Insert card packs. Okay, our new job is to keep that machine primed at all times. No. Everything else is secondary to keeping our machine primed. Yeah, 36. 36 I'm willing to go for. Let's see. It's only 120 volts of standard resistance because power that goes through 3-phase and 2-phase wires. I don't know what you're... Like, I get the houses are 120 volt. I don't get what that's relevant. You don't have to care about voltage. Voltage isn't what makes electricity dangerous. Voltage is a big old nothing burger beyond being uncomfortable unless you got a pacemaker or something. It's amperage you got to worry about. Once you start even crossing over like 1 amp, you are really putting yourself in a dangerous spot. Amperage kills you. Yeah, a whole system is probably too far. Newer split units, simple and easy to do yourself, probably, well, things. Yeah, but it's also those things, if you gotta pull up a YouTube video to figure out how to do a bunch of that stuff, you should probably be like, hold up. Yeah, no, amperage is the thing you care about. Voltage is how bad it feels. Really. You know, high voltage, low amperage is just a bad time. It's not gonna kill you unless there's something else going on. But it's just a bad time. High amperage, high being like over half an amp, that'll do you in. It could be like, to give you an example, if you short out a car battery, it can kill you because it can get to a decent amperage. It's only 12 volt. Wattage has to do with the combination of amperage and voltage, because that's the work. So a high wattage would potentially imply high amperage, but not necessarily. Let's see. Voltage is the speed of the angry pixies. Amperage is how big they are. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of different ways of phrasing it. And then, you know, resistance isn't relevant for the conversation of what it causes and all that. You know, that's honestly a not bad price. Yep. Amperage is the current, voltage is just voltage. According to the Borg, resistance is futile. Yeah, again, to Ohm's law, the relationship between voltage, amperage, and resistance. Yeah, voltage. Like, the idea is, like, a stun gun is very high voltage, very low amperage, typically. And it can again, it can be bad. It can be a real problem thing. Yeah, I mean, yours is way more valuable than mine. I'll trade it. So, like, it can still be dangerous, but usually there's more to it. Like, again, you got, like, a pacemaker or something else going on that is then agitated by the high voltage thing. That was an expensive card? Yeah. So, I traded a card. Their card was like $900 and mine was like $700. So I traded them to kind of uptrade. All right, so we've got the spray. You'll need loose blue, loose orange, and loose purple. And we've got the spray. Loose blue, loose orange, loose purple. So that's $700 we'll need. But first we gotta pay my bills. Okay. So the current page value is $72, and the total they got was $270, of which we did get a card that is $106, and then all the other cards are kind of crap. There you go. I'll offer you 6, which is more than I should be. It's one thing you miss about your job, taking with scientific electronics, and using papers on your wall to their most. The only thing you really miss about the job is when they're staring at a PCB and learning what its job was. Yeah. Is there any benefit to completing your collection? Yeah, you get your achievements. That's the whole reason we play games, just to get achievements. Fun fact, British electrical plug has 13 amps. Well, yeah, that's your house here in the US, your house plugs can get way over 10 amps. Industrial commercial voltage amperage is generally higher due to different loads expected by the grid, but residential is often a lot lower. Often around 120 amperage, and how much load is being drawn from the power grid converted to various levels. Right, but we covered the fact that once you're getting over like half an amp, it's potentially deadly. So when you say a house is only 120 volts, you're saying it only will kind of potentially kill you. It's like, don't get me wrong, if you go to a commercial, like an industrial line that's going to be putting 1,000 amps through it, it's going to very much kill you more. But that's kind of the thing. Lethal amount and more than lethal amount, you still die. And you can 100% kill yourself on house electricity. Like just your regular old kitchen outlet and everything. Most house circuits are about 15 amps max, i.e., the oven and all that can be 30. Yep. Here in the US, we get a lot of 15 and 20 amp for the regular stuff. And then stuff like your water heater, dryer, and all that will be, 30 or so. And you'll have people that's one of the things they don't like when their breaker pops, so they'll actually go through and replace some of their breakers to higher ones. A lot of times violating code. Like that's kind of always one of the ones that gets me. Is it's like, yeah, this was designed this way with a particular reason. If you're running into the situation, you are overloading your circuit. Outside of like, okay, I am running some like medical equipment or whatever. you know, for someone who's like stuck staying at home, they've got, you know, their oxygen machine. I don't think those are high amperage. Yeah, I knew fancy multi-million cards. Multi-million cards? No. We've gotten some pretty nice cards though. Feed the machine. The machine hungers. The machine demands tribute. No thank you. But yeah, no, like you'll have people, they'll be in their garage and they'll be trying to run like their air compressor and a handful of other things, and they'll sit there and be like, you know, I keep blowing my fuse. Like, well, yeah, you're running an air compressor and a table saw and all this on one circuit. You've got two circuits there. Use them. And if that, you don't want to be in your garage and put like an 80 amp fuse or something in there. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with that. Sure. I will offer you the 410 to get the card I don't have. Alright, Psychotic, you have a good one. Let's see, German electrical plugs are 230 volt and a 16 amp. Wait, you can't do that. The fuse is set to the gauge of the cable running to it. If you run more, then you can melt the cable, eventually get a house fire. Uh-huh. That's the reason why I was saying people do that, and it's often a code violation and just a bad idea. Like if you're going to be changing out your electrical in your home, it isn't a thing you go, nah, I think I need to get a little bit more power through this circuit. Let me just go ahead and replace the breaker. Like, nah, that's the point. You want to get an electrician involved and have them double check everything and probably also do the work. So you're going to give me a more valuable card for less one? Sure. Some of the stuff you dealt with did trip breakers. One pump in particular had a special circuit break. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You definitely can blow a breaker in a home. That's like absolutely. That's not a shocker. And there's definitely situations where you have justified reasons. They're like, hey, you know, I've got this medical equipment. It pulls a lot of power. You know, I need it. And sure. And that's when you'd get like an electrician to come in. They would check out the circuit. Maybe they upgraded your breaker, but then they'd check to make sure the gauge and all that kind of stuff. Like it'd be a whole process that they go through. And they go through that process and it costs you a bunch of money because you really want them to go through that process. There's things you don't F around with in your house, and one of those is just randomly changing out electrical stuff without really knowing what you're doing. Let's see. The pump was designed by Netherlands for dewatering. Safe to say, they know their stuff about flow control. Yep. If you keep tripping your breakers, you're using too much of the same circuit. Need electrician advice. Yeah, that's the thing. You either need to divide out the load between circuits, or like, you know, again, if it gets to the point, there are times it makes sense to have your electrical built out to be able to handle more of a load. Even in residential situations, it's pretty rare. And sometimes it's just telling a person, well, hey, don't run your blender the same time you're doing this other thing. You know, don't have your microwave, your blender, your oven, and the smoker all going at the same time. Like you are pulling a lot of power. Yep, electrical stuff can get real bad fast and you can react. Yep. Alright, so we got a bunch of new cards. Do we have any high value cards? We got a $27 card down there, a $124 card over there, and a $20 card there. So we got three quote unquote high value cards. And I don't have that, and you're willing to offer it. I'm going to offer you just below market. Dude, I'm literally I'm offering you market value for it. I'm not sure if you understand how this business works, but I have to sell it based on market value, which means I need you to sell it to me below that number, or there's no room for me to turn a profit. Okay, so we need the pink and the orange. NPC, I know what I got. Hey, if you want to go to auction, that's a you thing. Dude, I cannot buy your card. You are grossly overestimating the kind of money I have. Alright. When I get another 450 bucks, I might put down another one of these. Because now what I want to start doing is while we're feeding the machine, we want to just go back to like regular business in the meantime. Then I'm going to try and keep extra boxes going, and it'll feed the machine. The next big purchase I need to probably do is the workbench. Because the workbench, I can start packaging up all the crappy commons and getting rid of them. No, I don't want that. TCG is so much fun. Your computer is in repair. You want to play it today? Play it again? Yeah, no, it's good. That's some powerful stuff. Explains why Netherlands pump like to pop breakers like popcorn. Let's see. If you don't get the dopamine rush of opening the foil full art ghost rare, yeah. The problem is like I'm a little conscious of where you open the packs and it goes like the flipping of the cards, that paper sound. I think that sounds good, but like the whole money counter sound that happens after it, I get very conscious about the fact that that's a pretty grating sound. Okay. Let's see, I still have to spray my customers with Axe with my own hands. I can't afford the 2K value card right now. Yep. Walks up, not a bad price really, and then walks away. Okay. Thank you for the comment. Please leave a review on Google. I cannot buy your cards. You are charging too much. I need more spray. All right. So many customers lined up. All right. So we got a $40 card, a $21 card, an $18 card, an $18 card, a $49 card and 54 cents, and a $48 card and 14 cents. Change grade. I don't know what that means. They gotta feed the machine. The machine demands tribute. And you're updating all the prices. So we can pay our bills. All right. Can you check the prices for different grades? Well, that's the thing. It said change grade. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, I know what a grade of a card is, but like, how could I be holding a card and be like, I'm changing your grade? Like, I don't think that's how that works. I think a card has a grade. I could reduce its grade by damaging the card. You can change the grade by sending it off to be reviewed. It could go lower. Oh, interesting. Okay, so where we saw the grading thing, I could do a new submission, grab this, and I could grab a handful of these cards and be like, but really, is this card worth more? And they would charge me some amount of money for doing it. Interesting. I don't know how much I'd want to do that, but yep. All right. And I think the next thing we're going to work on is I'm going to get the workbench, because then I'm going to use the workbench to start taking all of these like common cards I'm just stockpiling and start selling those. Let's see. You are selling me. It's a card I don't have, and your price is fair, so I'm on board. Okay. How much is it for my first warehouse section? Those all just look like regular expansions. Oh, that's right. I think this game doesn't have like the idea of a dedicated warehouse as a separate building. You just put storage shelves in your space that is then your warehouse. You don't think it's worth on the lower cards, but the higher ones can go way up? Yeah, no, that's what I'm imagining. I'm imagining you'd have to wait till you get like 2 or 3 of like the really high-end cards. Man, this is expensive. Are you judging my prices, sir? I think you should just have to you just should have to live with that. Because we're definitely not changing those prices. So I'm hoping we can get 1,000 bucks. Now get the workbench. And then we'll start doing like expansions and all that. Increasing the number of sets we have. Okay. So I got a $40 card down here. A $30 card there. A $323 card here. So cool. So that is an ungraded card. Oh yeah, so you could check, so if it's a tier 1, so a TCG 1 card would be terrible. A TCG 10 card would be amazing. So ungraded, I get 321. Oh, it says up top here. So yeah, so 7, 8, 9, and 10 would be increase. Alright. So, let's science. So the Flamchick X foil. Before we worry about that, the machine demands noms. Yes. And I have been doing that when we start getting a lot of people with it. If I have just a singular person in here who stinks, you don't have the customers leave. It's when you start getting a bunch of them that the customers start getting upset. Okay, so I'm going to need blue and the purple packages. Blue and purple. Just continuing to pop all these. Okay, so let's figure out this grading thing. Let's go to the grading, new submission, do this. We are going to sort you by the price. That's, why are you not? So, select service, standard service, express service, premium service, value. I would like to... Oh, okay, so I have to right-click on it. So you have no graded cards, no ghost cards. Actually, wait a second. Price. Let's try getting all these ones. So 90 bucks. Sure. You're offering me below market. I'll take it. I don't know if any of that was worth my time, but you know. So set you back to duplicates. Okay, you're processing your stuff. So I need the blue boxes and the yellow boxes. You'll find out in 10 days. Yeah, I realized, like, oh, you know what? I may have actually wanted to make that faster. It's fine. So we don't have that one. I'm not paying over market value. You can get out of here with that. Okay, and we can go here and accessories, the deodorant. All right. Nope. Yeah, so we're actually getting them clean by having that close to the table. It is periodically spraying the people at the table. trying to deal with everyone else. So it is kind of working with just the one. Okay, I'm having people complain more and more about things being a little expensive. Let's go ahead. I'll have you drop it down to 15% markup. I think they're in their separate collection. Gotcha. Okay, well, we'll see. This is an experiment to see the first time. If they are their own collection, then maybe we will just sell the graded cards. Oh, you're all done? Yes, I am selling only the ones that have duplicates. So that one's 102. 43 and $30. Feed the machine for the machine hungers. Okay, so I'm going to need another box of purple cards. Sir, we're closed. Get the hell out of my store. Wandering in after closing time. Okay, so pay all my bills. Yeah, and so once we, like I said, once we hit the 1,000 for the workbench, I'm going to have lots of junk cards to start loading in, and that'll be a regular thing to be adding into the pool. And I can keep updating those prices and all that. We'll get that all sorted. Oh, and what do you got? So you've got a relatively nice card. I am not paying that much. All right, so that means I can mark that and get about $30 extra out of that. We got it well below market value. One of these days I'll get my $1,000. Probably not today, because I am just gobbling up all my packages to make stuff. It's interesting with the grading and all that. I could definitely see where you could make that work. Where when you're getting to like a long-term run, you would just keep sending off your high-value cards that were duplicates. And then the idea is, if 50-50, you won the roll and the amount it increased was substantially more than the amount it decreased on a failure. Or even if it's not 50-50, but like basically if on the average the amount you gain on a win versus a loss, proportional to the number of wins versus loss, then it's just worth doing. And it's a kind of delayed gratification. Oh my god, this place stinks. I guess one person is enough to be a problem. Alright, well, that's annoying. Yeah, because I'm noticing that machine's handling the people at the table and the people right at the register. It's too far away for this. I know in the past the way you deal with it, you put like the 2 or 3 machines right by the door, so that the only way people got past without getting cleaned is if like a bunch of them ran past at the same time and kind of got in between the cooldown of its spraying. All right. Okay, we got a $603 card there. Cool. And that's the only high value card. Yeah, there's 4 sets at a time that can be out, and the shortest grading time is 4 days. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like going to that. All right. You're willing to give me an $800 card for a $1,200 card. That's a terrible deal. That is an awful deal. Why would I ever accept that? Okay. And I think one of the things we do is once I get this work table set up, I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get a warehouse shelf to try and get this crap off the floor, because then I should have a better time being like, okay, how many orange do I have? How many blue do I have? Watch the inventory, that kind of thing. We'll need to expand our store relatively soon to accommodate that. I'm going to be packing us in here pretty tight, considering I put the workbench like right in the middle of the floor. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take some time to get that set up. We'll definitely want to expand our inventory a lot. But I'm leaning in on this whole gambling the cards aggressively. I gotta be able to get rid of the commons as well. We already paid our bills today, right? Yeah. If we moved where we were getting about $5 per of these, we're hovering pretty close to $7, $8 on a lot of these. Occasionally peaking up over for like a really big sale, and occasionally going under as we run out of inventory. That'll be the other interesting one, is those opening machines. Like, will I hit a point to realistically keep that floor covered? Just have like 3 or 4 of the machines going, which sounds horrifying by the sheer amount of money I'm just forking in the machine for all the inventory to maybe get the cards out. Okay, so we're pretty close to getting our workbench. Then we'll be able to start selling the common, uncommon things. All right, you walked in, you immediately want to do something. So you walked all the way over here. All the way over here to try and sell me a $4 card. All right, we just need to get 75 more cents. There we go. And do it yourself. Workbench. Want to have the spray at the entrance? Having just the one sprayer at the entrance was not actually being, because it takes 2 sprays to get them clean. It wasn't doing enough to do that. I need to get a second sprayer. I don't have that card anymore. Yeah, I'll take it for $3.89. I need to get a second one, so what I need to do. Or the upgrade one. Alright. Below max price of $1. Minimum card to remain, 1. So we can bundle the cards. Okay. So anything that's like below a buck, any rarity, we're now selling the bulk. We sell them for about $11 a box. And so you'll notice you'll be like, well, if I'm putting like 100 cards in there and I'm selling them for $11 and I'm letting them be up to $1, does that mean the people are potentially making a lot more money out of the box? Yep. But I'm never going to be selling the cards that are under $1 anyways. It's just not worth my time. And I got a lot of these because we keep popping open things real fast. Okay. Why is there a store at the moment? What do you mean, why is there a store at the moment? Money machine? Oh no, it's not a money machine. It's opening packs of cards for me. All right. So those are new. No high value cards here. We got a $32 card up there. So those did not give me much of value. Okay. Yep, we did finish Coral Island yesterday. We hit S rank, did all the things. So then we moved on to some TCG. Because I didn't really have another thing to work on in Coral Island anymore. Let's see here. Grab you and load this up, and I gotta check our... Yeah, no, it's not an ATM. It looks like an ATM, but it's not an ATM. It's the thing I load packages of cards in, and it automatically opens them for me. Okay, so I need orange, so like orange, blue, and purple. Honestly, I need all the merchandise but the spray can. So, boom, 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 boom. We'll be looking at $800. Um, could you imagine walking into a place and be like, I got a card. It's worth a nickel. I'll give it to you for 4 cents. I know you're already sitting on like 80 of these things. Holy crap, would you all not stink? And here I was thinking they were getting pretty close to needing a second one of the display shelves. I'm gonna decline. Hey, Anander, how's it going? Can it open like any kind of pack, or do you have to buy a new one or software patch for the Cheers cards? I think it's any pack. We've been loading the 3 earlier packs and all that, and it seems to be happy. My partner is an antiques trader, and he can tell you stories about people arguing over tiny amounts. Oh yeah, no, it's like you're selling an antique. It's like, okay, this thing's like $8. It's like it's just something you have that you got from somewhere, and you're like, all right, well, just chuck it on a shelf if it gets out of here, whatever. And then people fighting over it and all that. Yep. Versus, running an antique store and you get something like the oh, what were the lamps that were really popular? They were broken glass that they use lead to hold it together, lead wiring. Um they're really, really popular for a while. Like they were copied very heavily. No, 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 not a lava lamp. Tiffany, yes, Tiffany. So you had tons and tons and tons of like imitation Tiffany stuff. Then you had like actual Tiffany stuff, and actual Tiffany stuff was like often worth a lot of money, whereas like the knockoff Tiffany stuff wasn't worth crap. You tried to sell a couch, I sold it as is, and the folks had offered to buy it at the price, but wanted it delivered. My response is, do you know what as is is? Yeah. Honestly, Patch, you love that someone can buy an almost empty deodorant at full price? Yep. Let's see. Old fashioned lamp, kind of like the big top one of the adjustable movable smaller lamp beneath. Both adjustable power had knobs. Yeah. Well, I mean, the big things that Tiffany stood out was a lot of the Tiffany products they used was effectively broken glass, and they like artistically broken. So it effectively have a similar effect to like a pane glass window, but it'd be like your lampshade or whatever. And they would do all sorts of cool stuff with that. It was like it's a very artsy lamp, but like actual Tiffany stuff was all handcrafted and a whole big thing. Versus then others did like imitation knockoff kind of Tiffany stuff, but they put a lot more on the manufacturing side. Was he used to as is meaning about the condition? So no later complaints about you thought it was new or lightly used. See as the medium used. Yeah. Okay. Nothing high value there. $189 card, a $492 card. Love to see it. All right. I already have one, so get out of here. Let's see. Folks are welcome to come into the garage, sit on the couch, turn it over, do what they wanted, but they expect it to be delivered rather than yours. Do it with as you will. All right, so probably about good to order a resupply. Okay. Drop you off. Drop you off. And drop you off. Drop off some bulk packs. Which do fortunately seem to be selling. Okay. Years ago, you sold around 30 TV bases. 1 second. 30 TV bases on eBay. The last one, the last ones, the guy messaged to complain about the screws. You had all the models under the Emperor Field were charging $30. And he wanted to complain about the 10-cent screws. Yup. Yep. All right. Bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to quickly do that real fast while the ad break's going on. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Um, with the comment about like, people having unreasonable expectations and all that with stuff going on, it made me think of when I was working in the hardware stuff. We'd have people who that buy like whatever tractor mower and all that kind of stuff, and for whatever reason, like they didn't know how to mix gas, or they had buyer's regret, or whatever it was, but they'd return it. And so part of my responsibility there was I'd give the stuff a once over, make sure it's all working, and then we would sell it discount, discount used. And the number of times I would have someone pop in and it'd be like, you'd sit there, you'd have this like really, really nice, like self-propelled mower, like, really, really high end one or whatever. And it'd be like brand new, 300 something dollars. And we will sell it used for like 200. You're getting a pretty steep discount of like 30%. And you'd have this person walk in as like, hear me out, $100. Get off your lot right now. You're like, you are mistaking what type of business this is. Why does that card look like crap? Oh, that's saying it's already graded as poor. No, I don't want your poor quality card. Get that garbage out of here. But but yeah, no, it's just one of those things that people walk in and they'll be like, "Yeah, I'll give you $100," and it's like, one, this is a Sears, sir. You want to know how much control I have over the price of this thing? I have F all, absolute FA control over this thing. I'm gonna type that into the computer. It's gonna say 300, or it's gonna say like the $200. If you want it less than that, you could try and bother a manager who will also probably not have the authority to do what you want to do. But they might be able to make something to happen. Maybe the store manager might be able to help you out. But even then, whatever corporate policy is, that's what it is. And it's also 200 is a completely reasonable and fair price for a brand new mower that someone took home, went never mind, and brought back. But otherwise is brand new. Like you're getting it $100 off. The discount is more than fair. Do we already pay our bills? Nope, but we have now. But yeah, we used to have that. Or like the number of times like someone would go in and be like, okay, they want to buy a riding mower. Okay, well they want to buy this $800 riding mower. And they're like, hey, I'll give you $500 and I'll buy it right now. And you're like, it doesn't work that way, man. That's $800. When I walk up to that register, I don't type in $800. I type in the number that's on this mower and it says $800. And there's not a discount 10% button. It's $800. Like I don't have the authority or the means of giving you the discount you want. All right, so we got one that's $26.61, $22.38, $159.05. So not a huge amount of money, but not terrible. That's fine. I don't want to deal with that. Just got to keep the machine happy. The machine demands. How much is 32 backs? About half a box. Like half of one of the shipping boxes. So we talk about price. So it'd be $50 for the small, like the cheapest box. Sorry, that's a lie. It'd be $97.28 for the small one. So we're talking about 46, so about $48 is about how much a box costs. But we are mixing a bunch of different size boxes and some of the bigger ones. All in all, I feel like when we take half a box and we chuck it in there, we almost always come ahead. Because like when you're opening individual packs, I would say out of 10 packs we're working on, you'd probably get like 6 of them that you're at about or a little below the cost of what it would be to sell the pack in the first place. So you effectively lose money. And then you'd have like 1 or 2 that you come out ahead and, you know, as long as it's enough, it's still worth it. Let's see. You work in a supermarket. We almost, mark almost out of date stuff down. There's a policy we have to follow. Certain percentages at certain times, never more than 78% off, and people still try to bargain. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's like a culture thing, because I know way back when I was at Sears, it was mostly people who were not old timers, but like a little up theirs in years kind of thing. So you know, people who would be like, you know, kind of in their like late 50s, early 60s kind of age, that would be the ones who'd try and do it the most. It definitely felt like it was a culture thing around that age range, but it does seem like later on that changed. Okay, I can't help you. Let's see. I missed the thing. Yeah, no, we meant bid. You're waiting to see the where others respond after you offer the listed price. Oh yeah, no. Or the classic where you'd go on and you go to buy something, you know, you'd get that and then they would just delist it and then you'd see it come back up listing again at a higher price. You're like, "Uh-huh. Not how this whole thing works, man." How much you selling the packs for? It varies. Most of them are hovering around $6 per pack. Yeah, you've seen over some months seeing the price fall down, eventually get delisted, and listed up again at a higher price. Yep. My favorite is when they pull those shenanigans where like they get an auction, they don't get as much as they wanted for it, and so they delist it before like everything concludes. Um and then they would have gotten some money, but they go to put it back up, and then no one's buying it. Not because they're aware of it, it's just it happens to be that they would have gotten their best price the first auction, and there's just whatever reason people aren't willing to put the same amount down the second time around. I always take a certain amount of amusement in that kind of thing. You're like, I see you're trying to play the game, and you lost. Okay, they're asking for cards I don't have. Nothing good in the first page. Nothing good in the second page. Okay, so that entire one was hot garbage. Just a big old full thing of nothing but hot garbage. Okay. Well, they'll sort that out. We're going to go ahead and do all this. They don't have the energy for bidding and extended back and forth. So like, yeah, no, it's also one of those things that I get tired of when I go to like buy something and you're like, okay, you said it's $30? Yeah, so it's $30. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to pay $30. Yeah, and then you get there, it's like, okay, well, it's $30. Plus, we have this finder's fee, we have this thing, we have that thing. You're like, I'm pretty sure I was very clear. I asked like 4 times, was it $30? Um, if it wasn't $30, do you know what I expected you to answer? No. Okay, so we need purple cards, orange cards, blue cards. No packs. Blue, this. We'll probably need that anyway, so go ahead and do this. Got $1,000. The Airbnb business balls. Yeah, well, I mean, you do have like the hidden fees kind of thing. That's the one. I'm glad there's more and more consumer laws coming into place. That are like, no, you can't. You can't just like change the price as you see fit, kind of thing. All right, hey John, sir, it's time for you to go. All right, so let's go here. Open new chunk of land. This is my sanctuary. This is where I hide from my customers. And I want a warehouse shelf. Apparently, the warehouse shelf, the top of it's not valid. Okay, so I have to get that figured out. Definitely want bigger warehouse shelves. The little warehouse shelf was pretty unimpressive. Yes, the big one's $1,000. A bulk donation box. Oh, the card storage shelf. All right, so $2,000 when we get the card storage shelf. That's, I believe, the one where I could just take all my extra loose cards and just chuck them all in and assign someone to restock these. Which will be good. Let's see, a box full of baby onesies that are all in very good shape, in a great condition. You're going to donate them to a DV shelter and some other kind of place to help people with babies that could really use them. Yeah, and there's a lot of really excellent charity stuff around that too. Yeah, basically giving it away price. See it all the time. You hate seeing people throw away clothes and appliances. Has nothing wrong with it, but you get it. They do not want to haggle with someone just to give it away. Yep. Yep. Expect to use that to reshuffle it. Just this is fine. Okay. I am willing to do that because that is a reasonably cheap price. Okay, so nothing good in the first page. Second page, we got a $19 card, a $21 card, a $4 card that is new, an $18 card, a $21 card, and a $19 card. So generally speaking, mostly not great. Okay. We'll want to go here. Get that ordered. Need to pay my bills. Okay, you're out of inventory in the purple stuff, so I'll need the purple stuff. Alright. The shop has more stuff? Yep. We actually haven't increased the inventory we're offering. What we've done is we've started aggressively opening the packages of cards and trying to sell that way, because they got the thing to automatically open the packs of cards now, so I'm making sure it is always running. Okay, I'm going to need to add the boxes. But yeah, how's it going, Treacle? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? But yeah, so I'm not even through the third series yet. Alright. Our shop owner has quite a gambling problem. Yeah, my gambling problem is so over the top. We are literally automating our gambling. Get out of here. Would you kind of give us a good old tour? Sure. So we have the obvious first thing, which is just checkout. That's where, what is your name, staff member? Terrence. That's where Terrence is just, chilling out here all day, being the absolute slowest possible person at loading those into the bag. It's fine. Terrence does the best Terrence can. Give me a moment. I've got my machine that sprays people who smell bad, to try and make that not a problem. I have my warehouse shelf just in the middle. But then we got our actual inventory of card packs, all your booster packs and your collection boxes and all that, which are just like 8 booster packs in a box. We've got the individual cards I'm selling, so bear with me, I gotta restock. So where we're opening all these packs and trying to make the most money we can out of it, anything of value, I chuck on here. Alright. And then we've got Zachary here. Zachary stocks my shelves and then sets the prices to be about 20% over the market value. I can't buy your card, man. I do not have $2,000. We have the automatically opening machine. We have the deodorant that people around here don't seem to know how to use. But yeah, so this thing, we just shove 32 packs of cards in there, and then we get all the cards out afterwards. And this is where I hide from people, so that when there's an angry customer, I could just hide back here and, play with my cards. God's so expensive. Sir, I have to ask you to leave. The point is also cards he doesn't have. Yes, I'm only selling cards I have duplicates of. If only there was a setting to automatically reject offers for cards less than specified. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, we got our staff, they deal with the customers, and I hide in my corner and occasionally buy more inventory. Let's see here. Try to get the inventory in. All right, so what do we get this time? We got a $90 card here, a $29 card, an $18 card, a $75 card. We got ourselves a Bekai. So that was a pretty good one. We'll open our expensive packs and just shove them in the machine. Oh yeah, no, I've seen the screenshot, and I remember that the game did not seem to be liking that too much. All right, got an $18 card there, $14 card. Oh, and we also have our bulk packs. So all the cards are basically worthless. That's what all those boxes are down. You can just buy large volumes of effectively worthless cards. These are actually kind of popular for a lot of things like Magic of the Gathering. A lot of your basic lands will come in those kind of boxes. So if you just need a bunch of like swamps and fields and all that, you can get there. About, a bunch of your like garbage tier, cannon fodder minions going to be there, cheap spells. And it doesn't mean they're not good, like useful, just that they're not valuable. But a lot of times you can usually put together a pretty okay deck in most card games just by buying one of those bulk boxes. Yeah, it became a Drongo fan art meme at one point on his Discord too. Nice. Okay, so we will need the blue, the yellow, the other blue, and always the purple. Okay, so I'll need $600 to do that. Hey Mark, how's it going? Yeah, isn't there brackets for decks so that you can, if you only aspire to casual brackets that are doable? Yeah, I mean you can win games with cheap cards. Like that was when I played Star Wars the trading card game way back. There was a deck that until they made rules against it, I ran. That was called a location deck. The general principle of the location deck is they had two different cards. There's a dark side and a light side version of it, depending on what you're playing is. But the idea was for the more areas that you have more people than the other person does, you do direct damage to the other player. So like it was extremely powerful. And so what you do is you just get a deck that was just a ton of locations, and then just the cheapest unit you could put out there. And you would just let them hold whatever territory they wanted with their strong characters, and meanwhile you would just go everywhere else, and then just attrition them down using that card. And the beauty of it was location was a cheap uncommon card, and then you could just get a whole bunch of garbage common cards that, because it costs like next to nothing to deploy and all that, while the person's trying to deploy like one strong character or whatever, you're just throwing down a whole bunch of stormtroopers and all that just get wrecked. Useful, but common cards, so even if they're fairly good, there's so many. Yeah, I know exactly. So for like playing tournaments and all that, common cards can be an entirely viable thing. For collector and making money and all that, they're basically pretty close to utterly worthless. Yeah, so you need a little bit more money to be able to do that. You played Android Netrunner and had like no secondary economy because every deck pack you knew what cards you got, and you got the max playable of all the cards. Basically running a planetary invasion deck, pretty much. like I said, I don't remember what the dark sides, because both the dark and the light side had that same card, but the light side it was location, location, location. Or was it the other way? It doesn't matter. I usually ran a dark side deck. But with most tournaments, you had to have both a dark and a light side deck just mechanically because how the game worked. I didn't do many like proper tournaments or anything because like that game, the tournaments usually ended up being like a little bit of a hassle in organizing them. Well, we actually bought 2 of those. Those are gonna get fed in the machine. Okay, we got some new cards here. $22 card there. $36 card there. Nothing too exciting. $19 card, $36 card. Okay. So we got a bunch of okay cards, but nothing particularly awe-inspiring. Where's your pile of empty boxes? I'm throwing them away so my game doesn't run terribly. Let's see, the first time you played Magic the Gathering, your friend said he had an unbeatable deck. I used spare cards that are 70% of the time beat his deck. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of times that people get committed that they'll have this clever strategy that once they get the strategy off the ground, it just wrecks you. But that's just kind of it. They just don't get the strategy off the ground half the time, so it doesn't matter. Like it's just got too much setup, too much complication around that. Okay, so I can go here. Grab that box. I knew a number of people who swore about how unbeatable their deck was. Or the other thing they'd do is they'd be building their unbeatable deck around whatever like the current common strategy was. So, you know, maybe it was you're trying to just get out the one really strong unit or whatever, and then once you got it out, you can just take care of everybody, or maybe you use spells to attack the person directly, and you could just do enough damage to make it not a thing. And then it was one of those things that there would be very big weaknesses in those strategies. But if you weren't doing those meta strategies, the person was just unprepared for it. I mean, you played a boomerang deck that kept legacy compliant. It was no fun to play because your opponent basically had to empty the table, had an empty table from turn 1. It was just no fun. Yeah. People swore they had unbeatable deck, usually lost. Oh yeah, usually no matter what deck you have, or like what strategy you're deploying in almost any game, there's going to be, if not a counter, something that's particularly difficult to deal with. And most of the time that people are like, oh yeah, no, it's unbeatable. You're like, okay, well you just don't realize what the thing your deck's not good at then. You're not realizing that you don't have something to straight up win. Unless there has been games that are really bad at balancing that you'd start the game and you could win the game in your turn starting the game. That they never got an opportunity to play back, that you could deny them turns and that kind of nonsense. But that usually, again, also required setup where you got lucky with what cards you drew. And were very not fun to deal with. Also, isn't there decks in some games that restrict you to 2 or 3 specific cards and play them infinite combo? You can sell spray used? Yep. I mean, when you go to the store, do you check to see how heavy the can is to make sure it's not already been used? And even if you did check the weight, would you know what the difference was? Let's see. You have decks that are fun to play, and you have a wall no defender deck that pings your opponent to death. You have a Black Death whose sole purpose is to feed minions to a rabid mutant rabbit and send that rabbit loose on your opponents. Do they work? Ish. I used to, like, I know I did a couple of different decks back in the day in Magic. I remember the first deck I used was Plague Rat, was kind of my favorite strategy. That was before you couldn't have more than 4 of the same card. And I used to use that thing, and it was just the Plague Rats, where it was a 1/1 creature that for each additional Plague Rat you had, um, all the Plague Rats would be, 1/1 stronger. So if I had one Plague Rat as a 1/1, if I had 2 Plague Rats, they were both 2/2s, and if I had 3 Plague Rats, they're both 3, or all 3 were 3/3s. And you get the idea. Once you got those things to like 5 or 6, you could steamroll just about anything, and it would just escalate. And even if the person was deploying stuff, usually they couldn't kill your Plague Rats faster than you could get them out, because they were a very cheap unit to deploy. So you just get a couple of swamps out, and you'd start tapping and just get a bunch of them. All right, we got a $20 card, a $32 card. Not a particularly good one there. You collect a card called Misfortune. You have 500 copies of it. I never got that far, but I want to say that deck I had something like 40 Plague Rats. The deck was basically almost nothing but Plague Rats, swamps, and then there was like 1 or 2 special cards for tackling particularly popular like strategies at that time. Like there were certain spells that would attack you directly, and I had like 1 or 2 cards to kind of try and mitigate that. My friend has a Plague Rat deck. It's disgusting. Yeah, no, these days though, they have like a rule that outside of it's certain cards you can have more than 4 of, like lands and all that. But a lot of tournaments nowadays are like, nope, can't have more than 4 of a card. And the moment you limit the Plague Rats to only having 4, or I think it's like 4 in play or whatever the rule is, I haven't played Magic in forever, you just nuked that entire strategy from orbit. The entire strategy just depended on you having an obnoxious number of them. It's a dollar rare. When you traded online, it was for filler. That's a great favor for the trade. How many card at the moment things you can have? How many card at the moment things you can have? I'm sorry, are you saying how many different... So I've got 3 different types of cards, but that's not what all is available in the game. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess if you count these are the same as 11. ATM. Oh, I can put 32 packs in there at a time. This time it's not full because I didn't have everything I need. Relentless Rats? Oh, I'm not familiar with Relentless Rats. When I say I played Magic like, man, it would have been like 20 years ago. This creature is a +1 for each other character in the battlefield named Relentless Rats. The deck can have any number of Relentless Rats. Oh, that's interesting. Because like I was saying, that used to be, I think it was Plague Rats back in the day. Unless I'm just misremembering the name of the card. It used to be Plague Rats back in the day. And like I said, it was a broken strong deck. $745.70. Heck yeah. Plague Rats were the Star OG. Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, like I said, it was a thing that at the time, I wasn't the only one who came up with that. We got a $105 card, we got a $36 card. I wasn't the only one who came up with the strategy, because the strategy of, like, just put an F ton of them in your deck is not exactly a hard strategy to come up with. Because you look at that and you're like, okay, the moment I get these things rolling, that's just gonna steamroll. Now, granted, later on, even if you ignored the you're not allowed to have more four of that card rule, they did give you stuff to like forcefully remove stuff from the board, like not kill it, but like put it back into the other player's deck, kind of like clean the board. And that was the hard counter for that, because you had to get that momentum going while the opponent's killing your stuff. And they would just, after you started to get to like 6, 7 or whatever them, where you're starting to get like enough of them, where you're like, okay, this is a problem, they would just play that card, wipe it out, and you had to start the whole strategy over. And usually by that point, you're starting to take proper hits, and they've got enough setup that they can kill the rats as they come out. They got their strategies started. We cracking packs? Yeah, we're cracking packs, and at the moment we're actually talking a Magic of the Gathering, like way back in the day when I used to play forever ago, doing the old Plague Rack deck before they made a rule against it. And apparently they made Relentless Rats, which is effectively just Plague Rats, but allowed again. Because I imagine there's enough utility options these days to get in the way of the Plague Rats ramping up. The biggest thing from the first edition was the plus one, without being end of turn stuff, like frozen shaves and shaving all that beyond the power curve. Yeah. You're a budget builder. If you wanted to play a card that was expensive, you'd find cheaper alternatives. Fetch lands were too expensive, so you got the Mirage variants. Well, that was part of it. Like I was in high school when I played, so I didn't have a whole lot of money. And Plague Rats were a dirt cheap card. I want to say they were straight up a black common card. So you could usually get a hold of them very easily. Like you'd get a couple of packs, and very quickly you'd have, at least a couple of Plague Rats floating around. But like I said, it was one of those things. It was a broken deck at the time, which again, I didn't. I looked at it as like, this is an obviously strong card. All I have to do is just chuck a whole bunch of these in a deck and put some swamps in there, and I got a viable deck. And for a broke high school student who is working like bag boy at the local grocery store, that's about where my budget was. And that deck was some BS. I got to use it like once in a tournament, then they made a rule against it. And again, it wasn't because of me. It was because a whole bunch of people were doing the same thing, because it was a broken card for the time. All that happened was discussing Magic. Yep. Alright. But yeah, we're cracking packs, checking out the update. You know what? 278? I'll pay it. You're giving it to me about 60% market value. I can work with that. That's got some room for some margin. Yeah, no, they're also, yeah, people were talking about where you bought 1,000 boxes of something. Oh, I mentioned this the other day. So me and Tomb got to go to an event. And I'm not going to say what the event is, because don't dox yourself. But we got to go to an event, and I don't remember what the heck the name of it was. But they were very heavily promoting. Apparently, Disney has a tradable card game that is like Magic. And just seeing, because they had like giant banners for like a bunch of the cards and all that and whatever, part of me was like, I'm just genuinely curious how you play this. Yeah, Lorcana, that's the name of it. Because yesterday I couldn't think of it, and people were like, I don't know what you're talking about. And it looked interesting. I have no idea if it's any good at all. Like, I know nothing about it. But it was just, they had a Winnie the Pooh card with Winnie the Pooh sitting with the stir for honey as like the sorcerer, and I'm like, what is this madness? It's like, is this actually licensed? I'm like, oh no, that's legitimately their product. Okay. Yeah, no, it's just like about all I know. is there was a bunch of pretty cool looking cards. Because they use, my understanding is they have a lot of similar artists to like Magic and all that, that there's artists that have kind of gone back and forth between the different ones. You're asking me for like 25% over market value. I don't have that card, so I'm going to give you just slightly under market value. Nope, you're out of here. Get out of here, nerd. But I found it interesting, and there's a bunch of cards that are listed as Floodborn. I'm like, I don't know what that means. So as well as things like I was talking to him, is like part of me wants to get like one box of it just because I'm curious, but I absolutely do not want to collect it. Because it's not an IP I'm particularly that interested in. Alright, so we're sitting at about 1,000 here. We got our thing that is, we're not only cracking packs, we've automated cracking packs. Riot Games also has their own card game now. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there, and that's a thing that happened in the past as well. Is for all the big ones like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and all those that like were successes, there was like a dime a dozen other ones that kind of came out while Magic was like really ramped up in the area because everyone wanted to be the next Magic. And half of them were pretty crap. Okay, so let's go here. That was, didn't I see, oh, where was it? There was somewhere, right, there was a scanner. Comes with a scanner device designed for stock management. Oh, right, you're 12,000, not 1,500. I'm assuming what would happen is we would walk up and we just like beep the box, and it just, you know, instantly add it to the order kind of thing. So you could streamline the stuff here. Oh, we got our packages. Yeah, so we got one new card I don't really care about. We do have a $30 card here. Not too amazing, but that's still $124.69. All right. And we got a $378 card here. Legendary Kingstar full art. We got another one that's possibly good. And those were the only good cards we got in that set. You want to try the One Piece trading card game? Yeah. I'm always leery, especially about like the anime ones. I joked about it earlier, the whole like the number of like, okay, the anime's made it. All right, well now they're gonna have a manga, and now they're gonna have like this, and then they're gonna have, you know, a gacha game, and they'll also have like a mobile gacha game and maybe an MMORPG, and half of them are pretty awful. It's kind of one of those things that if you've made it as an anime, there's just this natural progression of all these other things to try and get you to the fork in money. So the question is, do I get the license for the boxes? Of the purple stuff? Or do we continue to grab a bunch of other nonsense? So we got all those. Let's go ahead and buy that now. It is brave leaving all those multi-$100 cards out in the open with no one watching. Yeah. You know very little about physical card games, but the assumption you have is that almost none but Magic the Gathering are really well being played. Oh no, there's a lot being played. If you go to your local like card shop, which there's not as many of those these days, but I can't speak for the Star Wars one anymore. I know that was big in like the mid 90s to like late like 2010s. But I know like the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh card games have been heavily played. Magic's still the big one. Like Magic's still the one to beat. There was also, oh, what was the mech one? There was a mech one that was pretty big. Again, that'd be like 2002 to 2010, 2015. I don't know if it's still big because I've been out of it. Yeah, no, Pokemon is massive. Like, Pokemon is a massive trading card game. Star Wars Unlimited? Oh, Star Wars Unlimited is not the one. That must be the new, probably a new iteration of it, but it was just called the Star Wars trading or tradable collect or Star Wars like collectible card game or whatever what it's called. They're a high value. Yeah, yeah. No, it's the thing. I could see as far as like raw market size, I could definitely see Pokemon card game being the bigger of the two. Granted, Magic's definitely been around longer, has had more seasons or whatever you want to go. Probably has some serious cash involved in all that. Netrunner's huge. I'm not familiar with Netrunner. I don't usually keep up. Like you'll have some that are flash pad ones that come out, they stick around for 2, 3, 4 years, and then they vanish again. And then you have like ones that do stick around for a good long while. Okay, I'm not trading a 60-cent card. All right, so let's pay all of our bills. We can order. That's got our inventory top. So the $1,000 still in my pocket, I can use on expanding my merchandise offerings. So the obvious stuff to go for it is I can get the purple boxes when we hit 1,500, and that wouldn't be a terrible use. I don't think I want to go up to the red packs. We could get a bunch of like random accessories and all that. Those are straightforward, but I can't gamble with them, so why would I do that? We can go down here to the furniture offerings. There was something else here that we were looking at. Oh, for 2,000, I can get the card storage shelf, and with that, I can get another employee that literally will go to the shelf, and I can just dump every card in there that I would be potentially interested in selling, and then just let them work on restocking our displays. Yeah, one of your friends is big into the living card games, where you got everything in the set to make decks. Expansions would become available. You played Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones version. Most of us sucked at them. Gotcha. Because of that, I can actually set one of my staff members to restock our displays. I might do that. Okay, that's a card I don't have. I'll offer you just below market price, just so I have it in my collection. Okay, got a couple new cards. We got a $21 card there, a $22 card there. So some pretty just okay cards. Just some new cards. Okay, so the biggest find we got here is a $76 card. Nothing super amazing, but all right, it's 76. I'll shove more into the machine because that's just what we do here. Let's see. Magic the Gathering and Pokemon trading card games are still both commonly played, but part of what's happening is that there's enough demand at this point that scalpers are getting involved to drive up the sealed product price. Yeah. There's always been scummy stuff that happens around, and it's not even collectible cards, just collectibles in general. That there's unfortunately no shortage of scumminess that happens there. Do I want to add another display table? Yeah, the empty box storage, I'm not sure why I'd... Oh, the empty box storage is probably if I want to rebox stuff. The big warehouse shelf could be potentially useful. I do think I want to save up for that card storage thing, because that's one of the new to me, I guess I should say, things in the game. I would be curious to see, like, how well that works. Like, I could just tuck that off to the side and just assign our buddy here to just restock that, and I can focus on this stuff. Wait, oh, did I finish it off? Yeah. That's all fine, that's all fine. And go down here, get ourselves another package of these. I also appreciate that you can assign them to reprice stuff for you. So as like the market goes up and down, instead of doing the whole thing where you're like, market price, 10% round, and then never change it ever again unless like people start whining. You can just be like, okay, your job when there's nothing to stock is just fix the prices. See, every year a new Pokemon card expansion comes out, scalpers buy the entire boxes to resell. Yep, that doesn't surprise me. Let's see, most of your local places buy cards have limits of 5 packs a day. Or one bulk box pre-ordered. Yeah. Well, imagine the individual collectible card shops know that if people buy out all their inventory, then jack up the prices, and it starts trapping people out of it. People get fed up and they'll stop collecting that thing and they'll do something else. So I definitely imagine there's a strong vested interest in those companies making sure that the people who actually are playing the game, get their chance. Plus, you also want people to enjoy the game and all that. So it's both the business side and like, if you've got a passion for it or anything, which most people working in collectibles have a passion for collectibles. It's usually what gets you there. Okay, you're willing to accept like 60% the market value. I will take it. Okay, so I'm gonna need a box of blue cards and a box of the orange cards. But that's good. We didn't have problems with the scalpers when I was into like Magic and that kind of thing. Not in the sense of where they're buying up all the inventory so you can't really participate kind of thing. Where you'd have to pay scalper prices. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. But thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. I don't know why. So we were talking about this Star Wars trading card game. There was a card that people used to include. So let's see. Brainiac. Star Wars card game. There was a card that people would put in their deck strictly as an FU when you were dealing with someone who was just kind of a pain. And it got to the point that they actually banned this card from actual play. I'm trying to get a screenshot. Can I make this bigger? Like, I'm finding pictures of it, but they're all too small to possibly read. Or too pixelate, I guess, is the... Alright, here. So this is a card that some people would run in their deck purely as an FU when someone is not being a good sportsman. You're not going to be able to read it, but I'll read it. So it's the card Brainiac. So it's got a power of Asterix, an ability of 3, Force Attune, don't worry about that. So the power of the card was the square root of 3 times x minus y plus 2 multiplied by a minus b divided by pi, with a minimum power of 1, where X is the dark side hand cards, Y is the light side hand cards, and A is the total number of dark side force icons in play, and B is the total number of light side icons in play, where pi equals 3.1415 down to like the 20th digit. So this was a card that you would play when the other person was just being a troll and you just didn't want to deal with them, and you would sit there, you'd play the card, and you'd just start mathing it out, and the other person had to sit there and just put up with it. And then you'd sit there at the end and be like, yeah, it's like... And most of the time, it was terrible. Most of the time, when you did all the math, it was just a bad card. It was not really a viable card. It was a card you did as a troll. That is its only real use. But you'd put that in there and you'd start mathing it out, making the person wait forever on your turn. And then you'd sit there and you can sit there and be like, oh, it's this much damage. And I'd be like, really? I don't think that's right. It's like, okay, well, you can sit here and do the math if you want. I say it's 8 damage. I did the math. It's 8 damage. Which, for the record, 8 damage would be a very, very strong card for Star Wars thing. Math's budget. Well, you're like, the reality is you're probably doing the math yourself, but there are a lot of people who are so paranoid about making sure the rules are actually followed carefully that they'll just feel the need to verify your math. It got banned in most tournaments. Because one, it's not a good card. Because the variables involved in it so much that you don't have a reasonable way of meaningfully influencing or controlling beyond, I'm going to play a lot of this. But like half the time you'd actually get a negative power. You know, that kind of thing, and at that point it's like, okay, well then that means its power is 1. Alright, so we got $26.11 thing. You feel like a card like that would cause violence in Magic Gathering? Oh, that card came out, people got upset. Because you knew when someone broke that card out, they were just being difficult. Or they were memeing, and most of the time they would break that out, and it'd be like, okay, we're just going to call it a damage of 1, because you have more lands than I do, so I already know it's going to be, the math isn't going to work out for me. But I did appreciate the existence of that card, because it's such a troll card. I do kind of wish there was a viable strategy to use it. It's just not reasonable. Yeah, I shouldn't charge you more for it, but I'm going to take it just so I have it in the collection. Buy a $6 card. I'm going to need another spray thing because they're getting passed. We're kind of holding off because I just want to get the better one. Nope. Go ahead and grab some of these spare cards, because something about automatically opening cards as fast as that machine will allow me, it gives me a lot of junk cards for some reason. That was actually, because again, I started with Magic, and then eventually moved over to the Star Wars card game because I got tired of everyone making rules against my decks. And then adding on top of that, the card shop I had, there was a lot of real sweaty tryhards with Magic who would just suck the fun out of the game. That they were the kind of person who would scream about you at this nuance of rules, and they wouldn't even be right on what they were making their statements, and you're like, dude, I don't care. Like, if your winning strategy is just scream at me until I submit, this is not great. Versus, because the Star Wars card game was, genuinely a bit more niche, people were just happy they had someone to play with. And it was a good one. It was pretty well balanced. They didn't have too many BS cards in it. Like there was 1 or 2 decks that were pretty cheese wagon things that were, you saw someone play a certain card, you're like, oh, it's one of these. And I definitely saw, was that deodorant spray? Yeah. And I definitely saw once or twice where you saw location go down, the person's like, I forfeit. I'm out. We don't need to ride out the next half hour. I already know where the way this plays out. My deck's not set up for this. I just don't want to deal with it. I'm sure that happens in Magic as well. That, like, you'll see those, like, 1 or 2 flavor of the week, cheese of the week decks, and you see that one card pop out, and you're like, I don't have a counter for that. Like, I don't have a counter for that. I'm done. Did they have a Mimi Ewok Rush deck? So I mentioned it earlier, there was a deck strategy, and there's both a dark and a light side version of that, called Location, Location, Location. And the idea was, for every location you controlled, you had more people at, you did damage directly to the other player. And so it was one of those decks that what you did is you just had a deck that was nothing but locations and the cheapest garbage units you could put out. I don't think the Ewoks were that cheap. Versus like Rebel Troopers, which were, Rebel Troopers and Stormtroopers and stuff were like as cheap as it got. But with rules around not being able to have a certain number of the same card in your deck, I could see where you would include Ewoks in there just as another, I just need a disposable unit to sit there. And you didn't worry about losing fights in their location. They could kill your people. It wasn't that big a deal. Because in the Star Wars game, and I might misremember the rules, the idea is you had a territory, and it'd have like the little lightsaber things on it that's like dark side, light side. And if the territory was contested, there was no damage done to either player themselves. You would just kill each other's cards. But if it was uncontested, where I'm in, like, I just control that spot, whatever number of those symbols were on that card, I would do that much damage to the other player. And so there was some that were like high risk, high reward that like it was very heavily the opponent's color, but had something terrible you'd have to deal with. But if you could take it and hold it, you could just do tons of damage to them. So I got a card for 147.85. And then we got one that's 34.18. But yeah, there wasn't very many ways in the Star Wars card game to directly attack the other player and bypass what was on the board. There wasn't none, but was it red decks that were known for having like the lightning spells and all that, where they could just blast the other player directly in Magic? I remember there was one of the spell decks that you would. Yeah, I know the store's not opening. I'm kind of thinking like, what am I doing inventory wise? Hi, wifey.
Are you talking about Disney Lorcana?
I did mention Disney Lorcana earlier.
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard you were talking about like Magic the Gathering and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I love you. I'm heading to Betty Bites.
You sleep well.
Thank you. Yeah, the Betty Bites is where the sleepy sleeps happen.
It's true.
I love you.
Love you too.
Stay handsome.
Can't stay what I'm not. Yeah, no, I forgot there was also like, it wasn't Mech Warrior. There was a mech card game that I had a bunch of buddies who were really into. And I know one of them gave me a deck. I never did end up buying any of the cards myself. Like, it was interesting, but it's kind of one of those things, like, you kind of could tell when your friends, they had been playing a thing for a while and that they were probably going to not be playing it much longer. It definitely felt like one of those things that I was getting into at the 11th hour that I'm like, okay, realistically, they're going to maybe collect this game for a couple more months to maybe a year, and then they're probably done with it. Like, this is not the time for me to be trying to get into this. Because I definitely had a lot of friends who, they would get into like whatever the immediate interest thing was, and then, when that wasn't a new thing, they would get bored and move on to the next thing. You feel like you made a snot right now? Oh, I'm so sorry that you're not feeling well or whatever. Yeah, no, it's annoying. Okay, so we got the blue and the orange cards I'm going to need more of. So that was... what was it? It wasn't Mech Warrior. It's going to bother me. It wasn't Mech Commander. Did it have tech in its name? I also remember it was one of those games that you just had to have a stupid number of tokens in. Battletech. That's the one. I vaguely remember you had to have lots of tokens for Battletech. Okay. I'm gonna undercut you a little bit. So that got me another card I didn't have. That was worth 140 bucks, and we paid about 60% its market value. Don't shake your head at me. Look, I'm just gonna hover over my gambling machine and mind my own business. Do scalpers have to pay taxes on their mass distribution of a product akin to a business? I mean, that'd probably boil down to the situation with the scalper in question. Like, are they scalping through like legal channels and all that? So they're doing above board where they're buying up the supply and then, selling it through legitimate stores, or are they doing something that is unlawful under the table kind of thing? Because if they're operating through a legal business, then yeah, they'd have to report all that to the taxes and all that. If they're doing it under the table, I mean, the taxes just becomes another thing they're doing that's like another thing that they're not doing that they're supposed to be. Any income is supposed to have to be reported. With some exemptions in different countries and all that, like for gifts under a certain amount sometimes don't have to be reported. Like that's you got to deal with your local tax code. I'm trying to get this 2,000 for the shelf, and I keep feeding the machine and not like because I'm keeping all the individuals because I want to complete my collection. A lot of the high value cards that could be jumping me way ahead. We're just we're putting in our binder and we're like looking at our cards and all that. I did send off a bunch of the cards to be appraised because that was a new functionality to me that I hadn't seen that in the game before. So curious about where that goes. All right, all junk. We got a $65 card, a $52 card, and that's what we got out of that. So we got two decent cards, and the rest is pretty meh. Okay, what do you want? Um, I'm not interacting with you for cards under $1. I got a hard. If we're going to be doing business, it needs to be over $1. I do not talk to other human beings for under $1. That's the reason I have my hidey corner, where I can hide from the customers and not interact with them. We gotta peek through here. It's the reason my workstation is just so I can kind of peek over. All I need now is a camera, so I don't have to be out that far even. All right, so we get like one good sale of cards here. I should be able to get my 2,000, and then we'll probably have to rearrange stuff because I won't have room. Considering my warehouse is just a shelf in the middle of the floor. Yeah, now they're being like, why can't I get my D20? Why can't I get this? Look, man, my entire thing here is about just gambling. I just want them sweet cards. The collection must grow. It's one of those things I figure over time, obviously, we're going to continue to expand our shelves. That was weird. He was like glowing for a second. Dude, it's under $1. Come on. Okay. So do it yourself. And let's see how this works. The card storage shelf, I have a feeling this is going to be a pain. How... There's got to be... There's got to be... There's got to be a way to, like, put this in here. In bulk. There's no way we sit here and do it this way. Oh, here we go. Okay, quick fill. Okay, I was about to be like, don't you dare do this to me. All right, so we're going to keep one of them. The minimum price we allow to put in there. You can put anything below the max price of 5,000. I want that to be like 1. No, we've been saying 5 is our limit for how cheap we're willing to go. So minimum card to remain 1. We don't care the max, but the minimum is 5. And now the whole game lags. All right. I have put only 20 cards in there. Hey, it's time for you to have a thing. All right. Oh, I can make you work the pack machine? Okay, so restock cards as your primary task. How should I set the price? 50% and then mark it up. Round up. So that's interesting. So it mentioned the set price as the secondary. You know what? That's fine. So you deal with that. So it's now my responsibility to restock these shelves. Okay. Ooh. $474 card. $703 card. 714, 453, 732, 388, 688. Oh, heck yeah. We got ourselves some winning lottery tickets here. All right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So what I'm going to do with that is I am going to turn around. Those aren't duplicates. Hang on. Hang on. It's fine. In my head, I was treating it like they're duplicates. That's fine. I was like, with all these cards, let's get them all appraised to hopefully make them worth more. Meanwhile, we got more of these, so feed the machine. You once got a pack that was full of ghost cards? Yeah, it seems like people mentioned earlier that they did add like what they were calling god packs or whatever. Or just a whole pack that is just nothing but really good stuff. Okay, so I need purple. Drop you off. Okay. You know, it's interesting I can also like set up my staff members to handle the machine and all that stuff. No, I already got one. That's fine. I already have 1,000 more bucks. Okay, so for the $1,000, how much is it for the next staff member? $2,000. It's $300 a day. but they work fast. I'll worry about that later. So next, more store. So that's my little office behind the shelves. Okay, so I don't really have room. You don't really have room for more shelves quite yet there. What we can do, though, is I'm going to go ahead and buy another one of these. Let's see, wait, those ball pads? Oh, that's a good point. That is a very valid point. So we move that up to... make you 5 flat. Which, like, don't get me wrong, we could probably make some good money selling the cheaper cards too. But, like, why are you... What? I guess it kicked it up to a different set. That's interesting. You had this back room? Yep. Well, you need it. No one wants to interact with the customers. Okay, well, I don't have the other card, so you can kindly get out. Yes, we're going to want to expand our store to make more room for stuff. All right. So big spend day. No, I mean, you can buy a back room behind the doors. Yeah. No, we haven't gotten that yet, but we'll eventually get that. All right. So what is the next piece of furniture we're going to go for? Or not necessarily first. The next thing we're going to go for, spending-wise. So probably the next thing we go for here is to get the license for the epic boxes. All of that. So we got one card here for $38.39, $28.62, $72.97. So that's our winner card out of this set. I do wish I could click on it and zoom in here, whereas I had to like look for it other ways. So, you know, kind of indulge a little bit where you're like, hey, heck yeah, check this out. So quick fill. Get that all dropped in there. Cool. Meanwhile, we can grab... You unload that. Double-sided shelf. Oh yeah, no, we'll definitely get all that stuff. Right now, I don't have enough merchandise to put on those shelves. Okay, so let's start by paying our bills. And then next, I'm going to need orange cards, blue cards, orange boxes, and probably 2 of these. So about $1,000. No big deal. That's what I figured. So I accidentally made it a different kind. That's fine. And you're doing your best to just slowly try and keep the inventory up. It'll definitely be a thing that I'm going to need more of the automatic opening stuff. That's also curious if I assign the task of the automatic opening person, how that even works. Like, will I tell them, like, this is the style of packs I want you automatically opening? Yep, slowly seeing the inventory get updated and handled. Okay. He's doing his best to keep up the inventory. Alright, so you're asking to pay me more than market value. That's fine. I'm only getting $2 on it, but that's fine. We're absolutely going to need to upgrade our capacity for popping packs. We're not able to gamble fast enough, and it's a problem. Just got done watching a comedy on streaming service Withheld, and guess what they recommended you watch next? Holiday romances. Sure. You're doing your best to keep up, but that's the whole thing. Is this game accurate to the number of people you need to attack with deodorant in a card shop? Not really. We actually, like, because that always comes up when you play this game. Like, when you go to the card shop, there'll be those people who just very clearly don't keep up with stuff. You know, there's also people who have, like, again, medical reasons or other reasons that they don't have it, like, whether it's an allergy towards the deodorant or they have, you know, limited motor skills, yada yada. But I would certainly say it's only, like, maybe 1 out of, like, 40, 1 out of 50, if that. Like, going day to day, you don't seem to notice it too much. But when you go to, like, the tournaments and all that, that's when I tended to notice a lot more of that. Because usually the people who are there, like, on the very regular basis, the staff is around enough to be like, hey, man, come on. But when someone only shows up for, like, whatever the most recent tournament is and all that, that tends to be a thing. At least where I was at. Okay. Well, I'm not paying you that much. There's only markets for 91. Nope. I gotta make my margin, man. Okay, no valuable cards on that page. $65, $45. So not a whole lot of really good cards there. But yeah, no, like when the tournaments would come by, you'd have people who weren't regulars and all that show up, and they could be pretty ripe sometimes. Still, I would still say, like, in an entire tournament of like 100 people, you might have like 2. It wasn't a huge issue. So rare and basic pack. Oh, that's the box basic ones. That's fine. I'll start with that just to get them coming back in. It's also one of those things, like, if you have a group of like 50 people and one of them is like very pungent, it can be very noticeable. So sometimes it can feel like it's way more people when it's just kind of, you know, one person that could use a little spritz of something. That tracks. You worked as a baker for a while. There'd be a couple of customers a day that needed to baby while they complained about stupid stuff. Yep. Like I said, generally overall, it is a problem that happens within like card shops and all that. It's just, you know, it can be overstated. On your play, you're just opening the packs yourself. You just got you just need to go to settings and make it opening speed faster. Yeah, for me it's with where we've not been opening is like the opening your packs yourself is a lot of fun. My only complaint of the opening packs yourself is that we sit here and we do this step myself manually. This is the full speed. The flipping through the cards fine, but that money count up sound is a little grating. And you can kind of skip it a little bit. Like I'm skipping as fast as we can right now. But yeah, so it's a little obnoxious. Now granted, this is with the speed maxed out. 882. You know someone that got those smell talks and they genuinely didn't realize they were being smelly? Oh yeah, you have people who just don't have that sensitive of noses. Or it can also be a thing, like you have people who work in areas that the work they're doing does have a smell for it. And don't forget to check out Suey. Do we get it? Yeah, we'll make sure we get some shouts. So make sure you check out Suey, another fantastic content creator, fellow member of Halcyon Frequency Stream Team, the stream team I am on. Plays a whole variety of games, similar stuff to what we play here. So a lot of good stuff to have over there. But there's all that. And if we didn't, I'm pretty sure we also got a shout out for Dronga, but just in case we didn't, we can do that once Suey's done. Just to double extra make sure. Because I don't mind shouting people up more than once if it comes down to it. But yeah, no, like you'll have people who like, you know, they might work, for example, in the fish department at the grocery store or whatever. And they're around fish all day. It doesn't really strike them that, oh, hey, I stink. I smell like fish. Even though they do. But it's just not something that really crosses their mind. And also check out Blade Drunk, another fantastic content creator. I've been playing a lot of like Product Zomboid and similar games recently. But definitely good times over there. Friend of the channel, fellow member of the House Lead Frequency Stream Team, all that good stuff. And also plays a lot of similar stuff to like what we play here, so has done plenty of like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, all that stuff in the past. Has played this game before. Yeah, smokers as well. Yeah, no, I remember. Not as big a thing nowadays, but I definitely remember back in like the back in the 90s and early 2000s when here in the US like they were only kind of starting to properly like limit. Ooh, those boxes are worth a lot. They were only starting to kind of limit the where you could smoke a lot more, like the whole thing where before that you had like your smoking, not smoking section, so everything smelled like cigarettes. Everything smelled like cigarettes. It was mind-blowing when they finally restricted. You walk around, you're like, wow, world is just different now. It just smells different. Yeah, you've been working in a deli and you either smell like bacon, raw fish, or chicken grease after cleaning the ovens. Yep. And it's one of those things that you might be very conscious of, or you might just not even realize. You're just going through your day, and then someone's like, hey, you stink, and you're like, what? And then you're like, oh crap, I'm sorry. Like I know people who work at Subway always like that bread stops smelling like bread after a while when you're by a Subway when they're cooking it. Like it's fine, but like you smell it so much that it stops smelling like bread at one point. So we got ourselves one of these cool painted cards, $308. So that's pretty snazzy. We also got a $20 card here. So we can go ahead and see if we have any of these to fill in. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any. I mean, I imagine so I worked in a manufacturing plant. It wouldn't surprise me. No one ever made a comment to me. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if I had smelled like the machine coolant. Because the machine coolant there had kind of an oily smell to it. And it was pretty much everywhere in that place. So I would be shocked if it didn't think. You said the ball pack at 0 to 1 for white. 1 to 2.5 for yellow. Gotcha. I didn't bother changing like the label. I literally was just like, yeah, just set it up here more. I didn't bother doing anything special with it. It's just like, hey, I just want these cards out of here. I mean, no. There's definitely going to be a better way I could set that up. All right, so let's see. I need you, 2 of you. I'll grab one of you just because. The thought of saying to that coworker is weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those ones, like, you get it. And there's definitely, especially with, like, depending on what you do for work, there's definitely a point where it's like, hey, you're customer facing. Like, hey, I know you've been out back working on this whole time, but, like, no, really. 120, 138, I'll take that. But, like, no, really, you, oh, you should be running. Like, you need to, like, you need to clean yourself up before, like, the customers come by or whatever. All right. It's definitely awkward. There's no question about that. It's definitely awkward when you have to sit there and be, like, kind of gently be like, hey, you know what, like, this is kind of a problem. I haven't had to do that, fortunately, myself, but I could see having to do that. And it'd definitely be an awkward, uncomfortable thing. But I see it as, like, the same kind of awkward, like, when you're working and someone is kind of, like, the quality of their work isn't really up to snuff. I could see it that same kind of awkward thing that you're sort of correcting someone else's behavior. They're like, eesh, you know, this really should come from a manager, not me. Okay, so you're doing that. Yes, we're open. Yeah, so you're mentioning, like, having different tiers. So these are the different collections. Oh, is it like... Nah, it's fine. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. I'm not too fussed. It sucks, too, when you know that they understand they're forking stuff on the plate, but they're doing it anyways. So working as a janitor recently, and you started hating your coworkers instead of your customers. Yeah, no, I've mostly gone along with all my coworkers that place I worked. There's definitely been one or two coworkers that the day they got fired was not a very difficult day for me. There was there was a certain amount of like, okay, I finally don't have to deal with this anymore. Oh, you just shift the slider price down from 5? Gotcha. You know, I had a bunch of these that were the white boxes where I was at 1 or less. And then I bumped it up to 5 or less because I'm not selling any cards that are worth more, or sorry, worth less than 5. Honestly, with this guy handling it for me, I might change that. So we will make it 1 as the cutoff. Is that a good idea? No. 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 But we're having too low of an inventory on the shelf, so... And I can't have him not working. That's just crazy talk. I'm paying him salary. I'm gonna milk him for everything he's worth. Gonna need you to work overnight, by the way. Salary. Can you pull in an extra shift? Don't worry. Salary. Okay, so we got a crab that's worth $77.17. We got a scorpion-looking thing that's $25.50. We got a hydra-looking thing that's $23.64. So it's looking like, as all things are, that the crab is the evolutionarily superior card to all others and has the highest value to demonstrate that. Okay. But so you had to clean up for a graduate school management, of management for work study. You hated the students. Yep. That is understandable. Yeah, I want to go for the purple packs next as my next big thing. Zachary there is just trying their absolute best. Their absolute best. To keep up with the inventory. Makes you think of Office 8. Oh, hey, Peter, I'm going to need you to go ahead and work this weekend. Mm-hmm. No, I remember most of my jobs were salary historically. And I definitely remember between like the good and really crappy ones, that the really crappy ones, there was a notorious like, no, we really need to get this feature rolled out by Tuesday next week, so we're gonna need you all put in some hours over the weekend so we can get this done. Luckily, I was far enough in my career where the answer was no. And the answer was no, you don't need this random arbitrary feature by this Tuesday. You might want it, but you're not getting it. Like, I quoted you that thing was going to take 3 months, and you might want it in 2.5. But unless things are going remarkably better than I was expecting, which, you know, didn't never happen, but it wasn't often, the answer is going to be you're probably going to be getting it roughly 3 months, no matter how much you want it to be less than that. I do I do remember having the conversation that we had a payment processor change their API without warning on us one time, which means suddenly, with no warning in the middle of one of our days, the company couldn't take any money. We couldn't run a credit card. So it was just like crap, 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 crap. All hands on deck. Fix this as fast as we can. So I ended up pulling in long hours that day. Um, and then with stuff going on, I ended up taking like a half day on the Friday or whatever because of like, hey, whatever. Um, and I remember my boss, or no, I'm sorry, I wasn't a half day there. No, that was right. I had a lot of extra hours that week, and it was the next week that I came up under my hours. Instead of having 40, I had like 38. And I remember my boss being like, hey, you need to make sure you hit all of your hours. Like, you are being paid for 40 hours. And I was like, hey, I put in over 50 hours last week, and I'm short 2. We can have the discussion about putting in the amount of time. I will assure you, if we have that discussion, the moment I hit 40 hours every week, I will drop what I am doing and I will leave. This is a decision you get to make. We can even be like boogers about the hours and not caring about the work, and I will put in 40 exactly, and I will watch that clock. Or the next time something breaks and I have to put in more extended hours, I'll actually do that. Because it would have been one thing if it was like weeks and weeks and weeks later that kind of conversation happened, but I had just put in a week where I'd put in like an extra 20 plus hours. Because in that case, it wasn't the company's fault that the API thing happened. They got kind of okey doked by that. So I was gonna step up and help. But the fact that we were fighting over just like that little bit of thing on a slow week was like, all right, come on, man. Like, it's different if you're in a service role where you being present is like in itself its own value in case the customers are there or whatever. But this is software dev. Me being at my desk at any specific given time doesn't really have value in itself. It's that I got my work done. When it happens is pretty irrelevant. But the timing hours instead of work is kind of a dumb way of measuring. Work faster than most. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, there is definitely a thing around like, service jobs, like, Tomb works with basically what's water treatment for animal habitats. If someone's not there monitoring the automation, literally things can die. So being present on location is a critical thing for that specific job. But that's not the case with a lot of jobs. Such an American conversation. Yep, we got our good old economic dystopia. All right. And we got an $85.35 starfish. We got a $48.46 sort of crab thing. Oh, here we go. We got another good pack. $2,470.36. $2,186.61, $2,717.24, $2,769.55, $2,615.95, $2,165.64, $2,692.24. Yeah. So that's $18,000 we just got out of those packs. Now, the good and the bad of it is, while that's a huge amount of money, most of those are the first copies I've gotten of those cards, so I'm going to want to keep those in my thing, so I won't be selling those immediately. But we definitely got that money. So let's go ahead and we will quick fill everything that we can put in there. And just let you keep working those cards. And I don't have that card, and you're willing... I'll take it for 32 flat. Okay. Yeah, so since they weren't duplicates, we're getting a lot of $5 and all that. Do we know how many we're missing? Oh, we're missing tons. We just started. I have 714 cards out of 1,452 of the Tetramon collection. I have 0 of the 1,452 of the Destiny collection. I've got 2 out of 80 Ghost cards, and then the graded cards, like, we don't have any of those yet. Because we've got some off to be handled, but yeah. We're pretty early game. Okay, and we have now licensed the boxes. So that'll be new inventory. Yeah, so we got a real winner of the pack. The good news is if we ever get a duplicate of those, that means it's $2,000 I can spend immediately. Do you get paid for them using the tables? Yes, it's really not much. Like if you watch when they stand up for however many games they'll play, it'll show you. So it's one of those things that like they might get up and it might get like $14 per person or whatever. So it's not nothing, and considering there's no inventory involved in or anything, but it's pretty cheap. I'm waiting for one of them to stand up so I can see the actual amount that someone goes. I want to say it's like, $8, $14, something like that usually. Like it's a passive low effort income. It's just pretty low income. The amount of people, yeah, so those two both gave me $5.02. They probably played one game. So it's not, yeah, and those two gave me $10.24 each, so I made about $20 for them playing. It's more for XP, not for money. I did see in the patch notes from the last one that they did reduce the amount of XP you get from them playing on the tables. It's still XP, it's still passive. I don't have to put effort into it. So I'm not going to exactly complain. It just kind of happens. I don't have to restock anything. I don't have to do anything at all with it. Oh, it's an empty box. Yeah, no, the income for space is the whole thing. But keep in mind, like, I have that shelf down there in the bottom right. I am trying to get inventory for that. But it just I need money for the inventory. So like we're not running into in real life and retail, one of your primary considerations is space. That ultimately shelf space is one of your highest value things. Having unallocated shelf space or inefficient shelf space is considered real bad. In this case, we are not fully utilizing our shelf space by any measure. All right, so we got a snake one here for $32, and a dragon thing here for $26. So not a particularly good pack. That's probably why have a store with nothing but tables and you don't need to do anything. Yeah, that's definitely a consideration that they don't want it to be something that you just you know put down a bunch of tables. They also have it when the people come in. A lot of people walk in with the intent of doing something specific, that they will come in being like, I am looking for whatever plush. They'll also look at whatever your inventory is and randomly be like, that's the thing I want off of your inventory, that kind of thing. There's a bunch of logic behind the scenes that I don't know it. I know a lot of people have kind of done the details on it. All right, so I also need you, you, and you. And if they are sitting there playing, and I just end the day, they do pay me out for them. All right. So we can go ahead and pay all our bills. Okay, so we got about $900 for the order to add in new stock and restock. What we'll probably end up doing is not this shelf, but once I get the next shelf set up, that'll probably be the point where I recruit another person. All right, let's at this point move you over here by the door. Ah, I see. My cashier, as their secondary priority, refills that. But because of how many customers we're having, he's not having time to second priority at all. I wonder if I should make it his primary priority, that when it runs out, he just stops everything, quickly deals with it, and then gets back to doing cashier things. Refill sent, primary thing. Man counter, secondary. There you go. So that way, anytime the sent thing is empty, he'll stop running the register and just deal with it. Yeah, no, I didn't catch that for a minute. You're all dealing with this. Yeah, so most of these cards here are worth like $4 or $5, $6. Probably a waste, but that's fine. Yeah, he's trying his best to keep up with price and everything. Okay. Yes, Zachary there is just doing that. Let's see, the fantasy in this game is having a boss realize he was busy all day, and that's why he didn't do anything else, instead of throwing a fit. Let's see, when Drongo did a collab with Curly playing this, I didn't realize this was multiplayer. Let's see. Oh, right. It wasn't multiplayer. They were both running their set points. Yeah, no, I remember seeing that. Yeah. That's the reason I was like, wait a second. Yeah, the most money, he won because he focused on a single product at any time it went well. Yeah, no, that was because of the logic behind the scenes, is you had some customers who showed up who they would have something they predetermined that they wanted. And so they would walk in and be like, I want the plush. If you didn't have the plush, they would get mad and leave. But it's one of those things that a lot of the other ones will just go whatever inventory you have. They will select an item there and go with that. So there was a trick of just having one item that's a good margin item. All right, we got a card here for 459, and then just having tons of those and just having them get around as fast as possible. But remember, there's a whole thing around like the logic behind the things, whatever. Okay. Oh, we finally got one of those to be sold, so I can top you off. Do I have on the shopping cart the spray? I don't. Okay, so we got about $1,100. Nope, get out of here. I'm not trading those. You still think there ought to be sirens, strobe lights, confetti when you pull a card over $1,000? Just insert all like the casino noisemakers, all that kind of stuff. You can't tell if there's any like order, rhyme, or reason for any of these stuff and how it's set. All right. Let's make you $2. And go over here and set you to $2. Is there a way to see the current value of stock, including all the cards you have in the binder? I can see the value of my binder. I don't believe we can add that. So I'm trying to just cut off some of the more cheap cards because I'm seeing a lot of like $1 cards get put down there. Trying to get rid of a lot of these $1 card less. Okay. Yeah, I can drop these off. I'd imagine at a certain point, eventually I'd stop selling the $5 cards and whatever. How's the price of the bulk box set? There's basically tiers. So like this tier, because the bulk box is just an item that has a set price regardless of what you put in it, but there's like tiers to it. So like that's the higher tier there, so that's 64. This is the cheapest tier, that's 10. But treat it the same way as you would the packs of cards. It's an item you effectively craft as opposed to buy. So it's a good quality card, and you are asking me for way above its market value. I am willing to offer you that much. I didn't actually expect you to go for it. I was unprepared for this. So many $2 cards for $10. Yeah, and the idea is no one's probably going to buy those $2 cards, so even though they do have a value of $2, it doesn't matter if it's valued at $2 if no customer is going to buy it. So you kind of bundle them up to make them a way better bargain to kind of get rid of them. It's under $2, so it's a bunch of 3-cent cards too. Yep. You're getting a whole range of stuff that's mostly garbage. I also got a $115 card there. And a $20 card there, so not particularly great set, but that's okay. We'll just keep on adding. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. We'll make you $5. You remember the box set, the dark, was less than the individual cards of the set? Yeah, and there's a lot of times you could buy it where if you actually look at the set's value, you'll be like, oh, you make money on it or whatever. But the reality is, like, again, no one's buying all the individual cards typically. Don't need it. Okay. So that means we're adding another pack of these on, continuing to increase the price that I'm gonna have to pay to get all my cards restocked. And that's another one to be added on. Also, kind of need the epic card pack too. I'm gonna stop adding to the inventory so we can get that order, but we're up to 1,360. I was like, I need to add because we're inventory's getting low. I am tying up a lot of stuff there. So can I tell it to put them in there? Right. I didn't think I was going to be able to. I was curious. Nope. Yeah, little by little we are slowly getting ahead on that so far as sales. I got nothing to do. Would you stop all stinking? Okay. Alright, so did we cross the line where we could actually buy it? Yep. Are you planning to save up for a second spray machine? I need to do a lot of things. It is on the list of things that need done, though. Because it seems like we're gradually getting more customers now. And so where the other one wasn't keeping up to begin with, it's getting worse. That's fine. And we got our boxes finally on the shelf after all this time. Okay. I'll definitely want to get more shelves going on here. More inventory. All that shebang. Okay. Let's see, unfortunately, the first tier sprays to clean the customer or one spray for 2 machines. So a single one will never be keeping up on its own. Yeah, that was the thing. I had it sit here so that people waiting in line and at the table would end up getting sprayed multiple times just standing around. Because it just keeps spraying them again and again as long as they're in range. But as the store has expanded, that's not really been the case. It's just another thing I'm going to need to buy is to get a second one of those. All right. That's fine. And we can go here. I'll buy that box. The fact that dealing with stinky card gamers is a major mechanic of the game is hilarious. Yeah, no, it's like always been like, it's not a thing in real life. You have people who show up to these things who just don't have basic hygiene effectively. But it is definitely an exaggeration in the game of like the constant treadmill of people who are just going around with a green mist floating off of them. Like you'd have a few people who come in who are a bit ripe, but not to the degree presented in the game. So $670. I can't buy it if I wanted to. I have no money. All right. Half the people are buying my individual cards for like $5 each. Right. So we need 650 whatever to get our next round of merchandise. Keep that all rolling. Did I already get you stocked up? We got a $718 card up here. That's pretty cool. The Fire XX, X rare foil. I got a $66 card there. So about $1,000 worth of cards. Might I give you a tip on how the workbench works? No worries if not. Not backseating or anything. Oh, you mean where I can set the price higher and lower, and that will change like the tier of the packages and all that? Because we do actually have both the cheap and the medium tier packages there. And I can change the rarity and all that. I'm mostly just using it to get rid of cards because we got such abundance. All right, we can chuck all those in there. Keep it running. Okay. Because, yeah, I believe there was, I think, 3 tiers that it had. Depending on, like, what's in it. There are 5 tiers. Different price ranges to guarantee them. Yeah. Not super worried, but it's still useful information. We'll wait on those. I'm not trading you a $1 card. All right. You can probably get the second spray thing going at the point that it's your anti-min-maxing tag. So you're not trying to say it's too much. Yeah, no, the anti-min-maxing was mostly for, when you're playing something like Factorio and you'll have a setup that's working and the people be like, if you rearrange this, you could save a single conveyor belt. And you're kind of like, I don't care about one conveyor belt. That, you know, people can suck the fun out of a game doing that. Or like being pressured to rearrange my rooms in RimWorld so that my people can save 1 or 2 steps reaching the bed. And you're like, if I ever need to min-max this game to that point, um, if I ever need to min-max the game to that point to succeed, this is not the game for me. Which you don't. Because like the only games that things all that stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. As running with Van Hollens. For the record, I do actually have my bot. Whenever someone mentions cannibalism, it replaces it with tacos. And that's actually from RimWorld, because anyone who plays RimWorld on any amount in their channel, you just kind of accept you're going to get cannibalism pun all the time. And it was getting to the point of being like very exhausting after a while, because I'd be playing something like City Skylines and, you know, traffic would back up and people would be like, oh, you're gonna have to do cannibalism, and like, what are you talking about? So it's getting to the point of being pretty frustrating. And it's one of those things you don't want to like ban people or time people out for, because it's like, okay, look, people are gonna pop in not realizing it's a thing, and they'll just be used to you being in RimWorld. So that was kind of my, yeah, so it was cannibalism, exactly. But so it was definitely one of those things I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to time people out for it. It's not that big a deal. But I also kind of want to gently dissuade people from perpetually making cannibalism jokes all the time. And that's what it came up with, was like the partway in the middle. And it's become kind of a joke within itself in the channel about like, oh, time for tacoism. Alright, so we got a card I was missing. Nothing good on this page. We got a $23.35 card. Cool. That was terrible. I got one card that was considered high value, and it was 23 bucks. You never knew that was a thing, huh? Yep. No, I added it after a while. Like I said, it wasn't because it's like some big ordeal. It was just kind of being like a, hey, let me just gently be like, hey, could we not? Obviously, when it's in the context of the game that we're playing a lot, it's totally fine. It was just definitely one of those things. It was following me everywhere, and I was like, look, I can't have every stream be a discussion about cannibalism. That said, that trope was not nearly as annoying as in Product Zomboid. Some people just like want to be edgy and like make everything a moral crisis. And so you'd be fighting and killing the zombies, like, but what if the zombies could be cured and you had killed all of these people? It's like, one, I don't think there's a pill for my intestines have rotted outside of my body. I don't think you're gonna take yourself a little bit of a supplement, and suddenly those intestines are just gonna go right back into your body and then suddenly unrot. And then two, it's a video game. It doesn't need to be a moral crisis. And then plus, if we're being honest to reality, you can only act with the information you have at the time you act. And at the time that our character is doing stuff, there is no cure, there is not expected to ever be a cure, and there's no plausible reason a cure should ever occur. Therefore, in that moment, you have made the correct decision to protect yourself. To be honest, you might have accidentally evaded the bot because the L key doesn't work, and sometimes... Oh yeah, no, it's like I said, it's not a huge thing. Like, I would probably make a stink about it, if I had mentioned the bot and then people were like deliberately misspelling it to circumvent the bot again and again, um, that's something I'd probably be like, hey man, like clearly I've gone out of my way to set this thing up. Read the room. But like I said, I haven't had any issues with it. Let's go ahead and get our packs here. Yeah, because that's I think it's still in the channel rules. I have a channel rule about not deliberately trying to like circumvent or test like automod and all that. And the reason for that is would automod something dumb. Like just, something that's very clearly should be okay. And then would end up having people are like, oh, that's dumb. I wonder what else automod will screen. And then just start testing all sorts of random things. Which almost always in practice goes from starting with stuff that's obviously okay to progressively pushing to more and more very clearly not okay things. And so it's like, okay, well, we're just going to get offensive then. All right, so we got one that's $24.95. We got one that's $119.12, so that's not too bad. So I had to make a channel rule because I'm like, I need you to not progressively get more and more offensive to see where the line in the sand is with the bot. Or like if I use word X versus Y, it's like you can do those tests. Like even if you don't stream, you have a chat. You can go to your channel and type it in there. Do you also have a bot that changes tacoism? I mean, it just changes cannibalism to tacoism. And other things that are proxy for it, like Soylent Green and Long Pork and all that. It grabs kind of like all the different ones I could think of and makes them all tacoism. Made tacos. Yep. Well, that's an interesting one. I've never had someone do it where they did multiple of them. But yeah, we don't need to test the bot. Like I said, that's totally fine, but it inevitably comes a thing when people start testing any type of moderation on the bot that it slowly goes farther and farther from what's okay to the point where like, well, now we're just saying offensive things. And so I do actually have a channel rule about, hey, like please don't deliberately try and like test the bot or circumvent the bot. I wasn't thinking it's gonna mess up. You just wanted to see. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Like you're not having a problem. It's just kind of getting ahead of before people try and figure out what other ways they can mess with it. Now that they've seen that, it's like, I don't like when I have to put on the moderator hat. That's when the fun stops. Not really. I actually don't mind the moderator hat as much. Usually it's because most of the time I have to do moderator stuff. It's usually someone hops into the channel and almost immediately opens up with saying something that's like super not okay. And it doesn't change from there. So a lot of times you give them like kind of the one, hey, let's not, and then they'll just like double and triple down. You're like, all right, well, just never mind. It's really easy then to just hit ban and move on with my life. No skin off my back. You almost broke Smurf's bot by promoting it to VIP rank and then removing its bot rank. Yeah, like that stuff, as long as it's not deliberately malicious and all that, that stuff's just funny. Like when you're like, oh, I'm sure this is going to cause a problem, and then you do it anyways. Where, like, when I say cause a problem, I mean like an actual big problem, like, because having a bot stop being a bot in the middle of the stream can be a headache. Because sometimes you can just do like, okay, this bot, you're done. But sometimes it dropping from being a bot and then having to put it back into a bot messes with things behind the scenes. But like, it's fine when it's like, oh, I didn't think it'd do that. Hey, stuff happens. But if someone's like, hey, I know this is gonna break things, let me do this. That could be a headache. Because there's already enough spinning plates they gotta keep balanced while streaming. So when those kind of things happen, it can really suck. Get out of here, man. I got things to do. All garbage. We got a card for 175. And another one for 29. Okay. Has it been an upgrade to this game? There has. I mean, I don't know when the last time you looked at it was. I know there was a bunch of updates that happened. Ooh, was it December? No, it was January. Like earlier this month. There's been a lot of changes, like your employees now level up so they can get better at jobs and all that. You can pay them a bonus to temporarily boost their capabilities. Like the machine here being able to like flip like to open the packs for you and all that is kind of cool. That's new to me. But like what's new to who all depends on where they're at. They got some quality of life additions in the game. There's been a lot changed since the last time I played, because I played it quite a bit right when it first dropped. And I had the intention of going through and 100%ing it. But I want to say it dropped kind of around the same time. Was it I Am Future drop 1.0 around that time? Basically what ended up happening is it dropped 1.0, and then like 4 other games dropped around the same time. And there's only so many hours in the day. All right. Oh, we got some more boxes to drop off there. Yeah, you like this and you watched it. There are issues with the warehouse and ordering. Yeah, so it looks like it's a later game thing, but one thing I noticed here is we got this scanner, and it mentions stock management. It's expensive, it's definitely a late game item. So my assumption of how that's going to work is I walk up to the shelf and either buzz this, and it just automatically orders it, or the same idea with the warehouse. So there'll be something I can walk up to, probably the warehouse, and I can just be like, give me more of that. And then just that would take care of it. That's my assumption. But either way, I'm assuming it's a way to streamline where I don't have to go through the verification where you add it to the cart and all that. Because that's where a lot of these games start to like really become kind of a hassle. Is, you have to add everything to your cart and then you have to order it. And so as your inventory becomes larger and larger, there's eventually a point where like I am spending all of my time on this stuff. So I can spend $500 and get another one of those, or I can spend the $1,500. That's right. There's even higher ones. Honestly, ooh, I probably should save up for the better one. Because imagine it'll have like more range, be more reliable, and like cleaning them up. I know I did all that stuff before, but I don't remember. It'll be better. That's the important part. It'll be like the current one, but better than the current one. And you're running around setting all my prices. And it was the next higher was $2,000, right? And it would cost me 300 a day. But I don't think I'm ready to do that yet. It'd be nice. I think the reality is I need more space, more inventory, all that to justify it. Okay. It's been 10 days for the card verification? That is an excellent question. Probably 2 more days. And don't see how ridiculous those cards are, because those are cards that got validated, and then I was told that like that messes with them showing up for the inventory. So I figured we'd sell them. $27.11. $27.02. And the rest was hot garbage. Hot garbage. Do not feel bad for the scent sprayer, for it has no feelings. A new one is much better. Yeah, it's more, do I want to spend, like, do I want to spend my money on the better sprayer, or do I want to expand the store to give me more opportunity to make money? That's the catch. Nope, that's fine. Because I'm leaning towards removing that segment of wall, and then getting the big warehouse shelf, and basically getting all of my products on the warehouse shelf. And then, we'd move on to getting the next shelf and all that stuff. The scanner is definitely useful. It has its own cart that it adds boxes to. I just get tags and shelves and warehouse shelves in the box. I can show you how many items you have. How many you could have as you add boxes to the order. Yeah. Right, so the entire idea is instead of having to go through a bunch of UI and all that, I would have a streamlined way of like scanning the things, like queue them up, and then it'd be like a confirmation or whatever. So just kind of running around doing a fast inventory and going from there. Because it's definitely one of the things in these games, and when I say these, like any of the retail things, that tends to always be where things get a little rough, is when you start getting into that stage where you're just going and warehousing. Like Supermarket Simulator, when it first came out, that's what happened, is you have all this fun dealing with that stuff, and then after a while you realize, oh, this is just Warehouse Simulator now. I'm spending all my time just warehouse management. Like, you don't really get to focus on the part of the game you want. You are going to the warehouse. That is where you will be. Okay. So I think I am going to go here, expand the store. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to get the big warehouse shelf. All right. Start assigning those spots to them. And that'll free me up for some more shelf space on the floor. Okay. And I've already messed up my organization, so you go up there. You go here. Because then the idea is the left column is the loose packs, the right column is the boxes, and then the top to bottom is the like first to whatever's the most recent set. All right, and we can go to you now. Assuming there's a way to repackage this thing. There's got to be a way to make this go away. All right, I'm sure it's in controls. So keypad. Is there a repackage or sell? Box up. Then I pick that up. We box it up. Goodbye. There we go. Thanks for the head up there. Okay, cool. Nothing of value here. Ah, we got another good box. So 2,617, 20, 2,911, 22, 3,295, 81, 3,035, 57, 2,613, 71, 2,385, 79, 2,579.65. All right. So we can go here, quick fill, quick fill. Can I tell you how to organize this? No. Really got auto-modded? Oh, yeah. Was on your tool, sex-based term. A little bit of stretch there, auto-mod. Yeah, need some sorting options. Yeah, because what I was thinking is I'd kind of want to go in here. You know what? We can change this. So the quick fill, we're going to say anything that is below 1,000 bucks, just actually below 500 bucks. Let's make it like that. So remove all. Then quick fill. So we'll do that. And then what I can do is I can pull up our binder. And I could choose duplicates. All right, because I want to appraise the real fancy card. So let's do that. So it's the new submission. Grab you. The 7 days is that, and then it goes way expensive if we do that. It's fine. Because it definitely feels for those like really high value cards. It makes sense to see if we can't get like an even bigger boost by all the art stuff going on there. Yeah, no, I got you. The tooltips. Like, I don't remember getting rid of the tooltips. But, you know, it's been a long time since the last time I played. Okay, so check in our inventory. I need you. I need you. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I do not need the second one. We do not need the boxes. And I need You and you. One of them Guthos we had to turn back on. Gotcha. So it won't be too much longer before I'll want to go ahead and hire that employee and basically put them on dealing with all the stocking and everything. Okay, this track is not doing it for me. There we go. And I already have that card. Get out of here. Okay. It's a nice productive day. Made a bunch of money. Got a bunch of upgrades. Refill that. Get all you all sorted. All right. Because yeah, then we can get the new hire, put them dedicated to like restocking everything. That'll just free me up a little bit more. Granted, he'll take a pretty good cut because he charges 300 a day, which is a considerable uptick versus what the others are charging me. Okay. And we'll definitely want to go, there's like the two-sided shelves and all that. We'll definitely want to move on to that. I don't want to trade that because I only have one of the other card you want to get from me. So I need both of the blue boxes. We paid all our bills. Nothing in there. Okay, $21, $29, $17, $26, $32, $31. So we actually got a decent number, $52, $22. Yeah, so we got a good like 7 or 8 cards in like the 20-ish range. So that should be pretty good for dealing with all that stuff. Once I get your stream, you already want to open card packs. Yup. Yup. We get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone to go check out and all that good stuff. But, oh, did I see you playing Enshrouded yesterday, I believe it was? So yeah, playing some Enshrouded and all that stuff, so good times are there, so if you're looking for some of that, you can find that there. And also plays a lot of other games similar to what we play on the channel. lot of overlap there. What else was I doing? Oh, right. I need to drop off all this stuff. Okay. You restarted 2 days ago and spent most of the time working on your cave, your hobbit home. That sounds like how you play the game. Just in general. You gotta just diggy hole to give yourself a home. Alright, so the next thing we're gonna get. So single-sided shelf is that. You can also get the two-sided shelf, which is twice as much. It effectively acts like two single-sided shelves backed up to each other. We can also get the second spray thing. Let's see. You have fancier displays and all that. So we don't need the rest of that. Let's go ahead. And that'll be the last single-sided shelf we'll do. And then we'll start moving over to better shelving. Because this I've already got, and I'm just going to continue working on. I can't afford it, but how does 530 sound? Alright, well then get out of here. It's out of my budget. Can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it. Isn't that Enshrouded? That's basically what my point was. You boot up Enshrouded, and then you start digging your hole. And you live your like underground base life. I still need to go back and play that again at some point. I played it when it first came out and was like, cool, this seems really good. I'll come back when it's not like, you know, when it's more baked and it's not early access. And I know since then they've done a lot to get it, you know, in a relatively good place and more content rich and all that. So like really they've done most of what I was kind of being like, hey, I'm going to wait until stuff. And I just haven't done it. I feel like part of it is just how many survival crafters have come out in early access. That it's kind of, not poisoned, I don't want to overstate it. But the amount of times I've had to go and play, like, you know, incomplete, unfinishable ones has kind of, not poisoned me to the genre, but has me kind of like, I kind of don't want to deal. Dude, it's only one below market price. You turn your back on me for a $12 card? Come on. I wasn't undercutting you that much. You're the one asking for $17 for a $13 card. Okay. I'll give you $9.50. Okay, so I'm going to need you, 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 and you. And I really need to get ahead on the money just a bit. So that way I can get the spray situation set up so these people actually get cleaned off, they stop stinking my store up. You know that Enshroud ever had a level cap for a long time? No idea they increased it. They plan to for that. I have no idea. All right, so you got $20 card, a $26 card, $20 card, a $32 card, a $2,712 card, $28 card, $28 card, and an 84. So basically, that card right there, the $2,700 card, is pretty much the entire value of the pack, which is a good card to have. We keep shoving cards into the machine. You know what? That's good. I actually could do with my stock person. I could have my stock person just stock the stuff, and as their secondary responsibility, fill the machine. Make sure it's running. So that means another batch of you. I don't have that card, and the market value is 40, so I'll offer 39 just to get it. But it's a great game. Would love to watch you play it. Yeah, no, like I said, I have played it before. I very much enjoyed it when I did play it. But like that was right when it hit early access. So like it was super early version. And not in a bad way. Even in its very early version, it felt relatively polished. I just get real fatigued with early access. I say as I'm actively playing an early access game right now. Especially with games I can't, quote unquote finish that, in theory will ultimately have an ending. That could be a little tough. Uh, you kind of want it at market value. I can't help you, friend. It's early access. Like literally when you boot up the screen, it says roadmap on the right-hand side. Um, and that's kind of the reason I also felt like I wanted to kind of come back and check it out now, is looking at their roadmap. The things that like feature-wise that aren't in the game right now that they've got planned is the ability to like host tournaments and all that. I will offer you 19 and not a penny more. Get out of here. They'll be able to like host tournaments, that kind of thing. That's the only like additional functionality for the store itself. That's a big thing. Whereas like they're talking about being able to actually play the card game, and then just adding more product varieties and all that, which is still good. But like I know there's a lot of people who are excited about playing the card game. I'm not as excited about that because I feel like I would rather just focus on a card game that like the card game is the center part of it, not an added feature, because I expect the card game will, it'll probably be fine. It'll probably be like serviceable or whatever. But with it being like a tacked on thing, my expectations of it being like a really solid card game is kind of mixed. I don't think it's a bad feature. It's just not a feature that I care about as much. For the context of this game, I think having the card games in general, a card game can be pretty solid. Yeah, you prefer. Yeah, no, exactly. I've played a number of collectible card games and actually enjoy a decent number of them in the past. I'm not into any right now, but like it's kind of one of those things. I'd rather just focus on the collecting retail thing. Even the hosting tournaments, I think, is an excellent feature that makes sense more in line with it. But like actually sitting down and playing the card game, I'm like, it's not gonna upset me that it's there. I'll give it a try certainly, but it's also those features that I'm not super worried about. Because especially a card game of any complexity, it's a lot of implementation that goes into it. Because you got a lot of weird, like nuanced rules and all that you got to juggle with, and rules and exceptions, and you're gonna have errors about where a card says it does this, but then there's this card that's kind of not flagged right and all that. Let's say when games want to do too many things at the same time, it almost never goes well. Yeah. Well, like the only one that stood out to me, I was like, I'm not sure about, is actually playing the card game. My assumption of how that would work is it would just be like almost a separate entire system that just uses your card collection as how it feeds the data. All right, so we got $24 card, a $33 card, a $20 card, $20 card, $32 card. Yeah, so a bunch of like $20, $30 cards. So not bad pulls, but like nothing that's like, oh, that's amazing. You have such high standards like for card games because you used to go with Magic the Gathering. Yeah, no, and like I did Magic the Gathering. I did the Star Wars card game. I played a couple rounds of a bunch of different ones, but like those are the only two I kind of properly got into. If I can get out of here. Um, but it's definitely one of those things that like if I'm gonna bother doing a card game, I wanted to do that like as a high tier. Okay. So the license for the next one is $2,500 for the legendary card set. Meanwhile, okay, never mind. I thought I had more. Yeah, because you have one more day, and then I should have a lot of high-value cards to drop off. And that's where we'll potentially get our big first, like, proper injection of money, because I did take a bunch of high-value cards, and I sent them off to be, like, appraised or whatever. Not realizing it's going to remove them from my collection and all that. I have a ton of dissatisfied customers, and I have not looked into why. Okay. Alright, so we did get our collection back. So let's take a moment to graded cards. Oh, here it is. Near mint. Gem mint. So one was poor. All the others were really good. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. So I just need someone to pick up my $5,300 card. And just instantly jump us way ahead. Because when we get all that sold, we'll go ahead and get our extra employee, start picking up additional licenses, getting all that going. Come on, get the good card. Yeah, so you're just updating prices right now. Got a bunch of multiple thousand cards here. You, sir, you look like you want a $5,000. No, you walked right past it. It's right back. No, you don't. Oh, you don't want the $2 card. Look, I'm not gonna tell you what people think, but like, people know how spendy you are, and they are gonna judge you by it. So when you're going and you're meeting you're meeting your date later, she's just gonna smell the cheap on you. She's gonna know what you're about. And by that I mean your shampoo stinks. Okay. I could only imagine if someone sat there as like, You smell that? I can smell the cheap on this guy. That'd definitely be some, like, incredibly scripted reality television garbage. Let's try and go for $2.95. Good enough for me. Cheap TM, trademark. Alright, so let's go ahead and going to want to switch back to our normal binder and make sure it's set to duplicates. I was trying to come up with a very French-sounding name, but, you know, with Walmart as its descriptor. Just like, les fragrances, you know, not Allah, because that wouldn't be French. Les fragrances El Walmart. I think El's Spanish. Whatever. It fell flat. The pun was delivered poorly. In execution, it stumbled onto stage, tripped, caught itself on the on its fellow actor. They both tripped over. The lapel mic popped off. Like really just did not deliver. E for effort. An attempt was made. And I'm noticing I got a bunch of money, so we're gonna go ahead and recruit. Welcome new hire. So I could do even less at this place. What are you doing? Zach, buddy. I don't know what you need to do in there, but I need you working. I didn't even pay attention. What does the person who just hired look like? Okay, so it's kind of... Ah, there you are. The one who's actually dressing up in a suit. And weirdly zigzagging back and forth. Okay, so you are going to restock shelves as your primary task. No, not unlabeled shelves. And you are going to pack the machine as your secondary task. All right. So I wonder if he empties the machine too, or like how any of that works. The important part is now that's all getting done. So it means I do even less around here. I'm going to need to shift you over. And shift you over. Because I'll end up needing a second warehouse shelf. Which I'm just going to go ahead and get right now. I was going to wait till we got the next collection, but I'm kind of going, you know what? I already got some stuff that I could put on the shelf. Let's just go ahead and do it. So I'm curious about... Can only store the box on the shelf. That's fine. That's fine. I don't really care. Okay, so... Checking our inventory, I need... another spray box. Oh, I thought it was leaving already. I was about to be like, excuse me. What time do you think it is? Okay. We got a $31 card, a $448 card. A weird-looking angel thing. He heard your pun. He was just over it. He's like, I took the wrong job. 76, 50, 50. 50, 50, 55. 59, 90. Quick fill. What I'm kind of wanting to do is maybe towards the end of each day, I'll take whatever my high-value cards I got duplicates of, potentially, and drop those off. All right, so that's got a market value of that. How about I give you 80? I probably should save the money for other things, but I'm going to get another card table. Because I've noticed a couple of times I have staff members who are not actively working sometimes, and that will not stand. I doubt you're going to go for it. Yeah, no, you wanted way too much for that. Are you about to empty that box? No. Still waiting for a $5,000 card to sell. It's going to be just suddenly like, oh, let's just upgrade everything. Okay. Oh, we got some ability to do those packs. Okay, and bundle up some more. You have a duplicate of the $5,000 card? No, that was I made a mistake when it came to appraising the first ones. I've got a couple that were about 3,000 I've gotten duplicates that we sent off for appraising. I'm kind of treating all the ones that, like, once we start getting over, like, $500, I think when we're in that kind of price bracket, it is worth it for me to send them off to be appraised. See if we can't bump up the price, because the price bump looks like it gets to be pretty significant. Okay, so we got a bunch more money, so we're gonna go stock. We are now unlocked. Oh, never mind, it's 2,500. I thought it was 1,500. We're gonna start getting the red packs in here. Okay. Honestly, you're offering it for considerably lower than its value. I'll take it. And now we go down here and say, okay, new inventory. I would like at least 2 boxes of that. So when I say appraise, it's the grading thing. I don't know when they added that to the game, but the idea behind the grading is you're checking, it's like, okay, is this card mint condition? Like, what's the condition of the card? And kind of going from there. And what happens is you're basically rolling the dice to see, do you get a significant boost in its price or potentially a reduction? But to give you an idea, I sent off, I think it was like 10 or 12 is whatever you can set off in one go. But I sent off a full set, and of the full set, almost all of them except one card got a significant boost in its price. One of them got a pretty nasty hit against its price. But, you know, on the average, I should win those. Okay, so I need purple loose and blue boxes. So blue box and purple loose. Make sure you're not standing there holding a box with me. You are not. Okay. We still haven't sold. Yeah, so you look at this one, it jumped from probably like, I think it was like 2,000 to like 5,000. And this was the one that went down, as it went down for, I think it was like 500 to like 82 because of poor quality. And this one I think was 300 or 400 and jumped to 1,400. So it is, it's a significant amount. Get out of here, man. Okay. Ooh. 411, 470, 411, 348, 570, 539. We got a full, oh, and 452. So we got a full like art pack, which nice. Because there's not that many of those, so now we got those, it'll be that. And we got another card over here for 359. So that was a very solid pack. Okay, so we're at the end of the day. So one of the things I want to do at the end of the day is I'll check the submissions. Okay, so that one doesn't have anything we care about there. And I have no duplicates there. So nothing I want to send off for appraisal. Or grading, or whatever they call it. And while you're going to take care of them, I need to get purple loose. Oh, I already had a box of purple loose. That's fine. You can load up the machine. And realize the other box got left out there. That's fine. I'll get that sorted. And close the store. Okay. Now, the big thing is we did increase our operating costs by $300 a day, which is not a small increase. And actually, it might even be higher than that because of some of the other stuff going on. So while we wait for this guy to get here, we can go ahead and shove a bunch of random stuff on our shelves, kind of catch up the stuff to give him a little bit more time. Yeah, keep working on that. Okay, don't need to worry about the bulk boxes right now. Okay. So, the next thing on our list is we can get the big boxes for 3,500 to get those things. Did we ever find out where some customers are grumpy? I did not look. It's a bad day to have a nose. So stinky people. I don't feel like coming back. Doesn't give me information. Ugh, the body odor. Okay, so it's stinky people. It's 100% stinky people. Don't care. So when we hit 1,500, we'll get the upgraded scent thing. And I'll put like along here at the counter to hopefully catch everyone coming in, everyone standing by the register. All right, we'll open these ones the old-fashioned way. Because I got a box in the floor and I don't like it. But I also don't like... They're pulling nothing but crap here. Nah, I mean, $10 okay. 33 is decent. I won't complain about 33. 31, you know, okay, we're good. We're doing good. We had some dud packs at the beginning. But we got some decent ones in the middle. Yeah, so 4 duds and 2 decent. I'll take it. Cool, so I got the box off the floor. I don't care about that. Get out of my face. Okay, so we paid the salary and we paid the power bill. I still gotta pay the rent. And then, like I said, I think the next big thing is gonna be going after that. Okay. You are selling that. You're asking for a relatively cheap price. You're asking for like 60% the price. I think I will take it. Because, well, I can't, like, or I can't, it's not that I can't. I won't sell it yet because I don't have a duplicate. But it's definitely cheap enough that'd be like, okay, I'm going to be able to make that work later. Alright, so we got a $28 card there, a $102 card here. And a $31 card there. So not amazing. Let's also go to your pack the machine, secondary task. Add the legendaries in there as well, please. I want you to keep that machine loaded. Oh, you're selling me a card I don't have that's worth, like, nothing? Sure, I will just buy it. Why not? Oh, like, our inventory is fast getting depleted. Okay, so I need the purple boxes. I need the yellow boxes. I need the blue cards. Cool. And that'll be 490 something. Oh, $500 clean, just about. So get that topped off here in a moment. I just need someone to buy. Yeah, I've got a handful of cards. So I got this card for 2,000, that one for 5,000, and then this one over here for about 1,400. So when I sell any one of those cards, that'll be sorted. Nope, already got it. Don't need it. Get out of here. Come on. One more sale so I can order more stuff. And also, before I forget, let's get another pack of you. Look at about $900. That way I can start putting the legendary in the shelf. Oh, did you run out of that already? Okay. We need to go in here, and I'll need at least a second one of those. Turn up to about $1,100 needed to restock. Oh, we got some of you. Keep those bulk boxes coming. All right. What do you want? I don't want to trade that. Oh, I got excited. I thought that's where the star was, maybe like the $5,000 card. But nope. It does look like my $1,400 card's moved. It was over here. So someone in this line has a $1,400 card for me to buy or sell. I should not buy you. I'll offer you 1,000 flat. That crap, you did go for it. It's fine. It's not a bad price. It's something that'll make me a bunch of money later when I get another one. So where's the red one? At the legendary packs? Yeah. Alright, so we'll definitely want another legendary pack. Because this is the one nice thing about having the warehouse there. Do you want to sell me a card for way above market price? I'll offer you 58. Not a dime more. Alright, get out of here. Yeah, so I got another one of the legendary boxes queued up. How are you doing? There you go. Um, 51 is honestly a good price for it. Okay, all junk. I got a $118 card, a $27 card, a $105 card, a $130 card, $37 card, $52 card. So we got a mix, a bunch that are like 100 or so. That's relatively good. A couple that are 30, and so that's pretty decent. So I got all that. You got 2 more boxes over here to drop off. I'm also amused at the idea I can only carry 1 card box at a time. My hands are just full at that point. Couldn't possibly carry more than that. Okay, so we got all you, we got all you. What do you want? Nope, get out of here. Okay. Oh, you're loading up the good stuff. Didn't I see some lady just walking in? I guess she didn't actually come into the store. There was a lady walking by, it was stinking pretty bad, and I was like, alright, let's do this. Okay, so you're carrying that, which means we need the spray. And you just finished that one, which means I need the orange box. Just keeping everything topped off as best we can. That's a new card for me that I don't have. And she's using a funny number, so I will take her price of 420. Go to my store, I dare you. Okay. Yeah, so right now I'm mostly handling inventory, just restocking the shelves as we need, or sorry, restocking the warehouse as we need. And then working on just upgrading whatever needs upgrading. I'm also the one responsible for spraying random people in the face. As you do. Okay, that's another new card I don't have. I will take your 284. That is a very reasonable price, friend. You are doing your best. You are doing your best to keep up with these people. Oh, I keep thinking that that card was over here and getting excited when I don't see it right here and thinking about to get $5,000. I have gaslit myself several times with that. Thinking about to get like a huge payout. Well, get the hell out of here trying to charge me like 30% extra. Surprised you're still working. That's okay. You know, it's really tempting. This $5,400 card. If you're leaving that card right there, you're going to see it missing at some point, but you aren't going to get the 5,000. Oh yeah, no, ooh, right next to it. So close, sir. You almost got the right card. Almost. Yeah, no, real life you wouldn't keep a $5,000 item that easy to pocket right there. Um, you'd definitely have that at least in a locked display case. If not like up and behind the cashier's counter where people can't get at it, get at it very easily. Yeah, no, we'll definitely do that. I'm gonna wait till we have the $1,500 to get the bigger spray unit, so I'm not just shoving another crappy one there. I'm putting like the next tier up. Okay. Buy that one. Oh, do it, do it, do it. Ooh, sir, sir, sir. Sir, I saw you stare at that. You looked at that card. Oh, wait, are you reconsidering? No, no, no. The crab. You should get the crab. Sir. Alright. What's his total? $34? Get the hell out of my store. Get the hell out of my store. And then come back and fix your attitude and buy my expensive cards. In real life, people try to sleight of hand check that card. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like most crime is what's referred to as a crime of opportunity. It's not something the person woke up that morning and was like, nah, I twirl the mustache. I'm going to commit a crime today. All right, that is all new there. $31, $33, $37. So a lot of new cards. Not a whole lot of ones are gonna be selling, unfortunately. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that like they don't plan it. But if you have something that's like that bad of security, you're creating a big temptation that otherwise wouldn't exist. So you're effectively baiting someone into committing a crime. And it doesn't make it right or anything. But there's definitely a point where you're like, okay, but this is not smart on your part. It's like if you have your car there and you sit like your laptop on the window sill. No one woke up that morning. It's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find a car with a laptop on a window, like right up at the window, and I'm gonna smash their window and take it. No one woke up with that plan. But when they see, $2,000-3,000 hanging in the windowsill, you created that temptation for them to do it. Again, does not make it right by any stretch. But it kind of is one of those things to be like, hey, you know, maybe don't create that temptation. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just let you take care of it. Alright, so we can use another legendary pack. Like that's every time I've been involved with like different community events and like law enforcement will show up and they'll be like, hey, what can you do to prevent crime? And it'll be like, like don't create opportunity. And it is like just, you know, obviously you got to live your life. You can't secure everything and all that. That's not reasonable. But like don't do stuff like put your valuables like right up in the windowsill, or you know, just don't just leave your garage open with all of your tools and then go and drive to like the restaurant down the road to go get some food and just leave it unattended. There's a certain point you're tempting fate. Keep waiting to see those cards sell. Want to see it sell so bad. Guess you're doing your thing. All that's looking good. Let's pay our bills. Honestly, considering the size of the store, the fact I have 3 full-time employees plus myself is probably not realistic for the scale of this store. Having this many staff members here is not realistic. You would have, I mean, granted, in this particular case, this store is making a killing. You would not have this aggressive of a turnaround so far as customers just flowing in and out of the building at all hours. You know, you might have your morning rush of a bunch of people who are trying to pop in before school or work or whatever. You hit that midday slump, like especially around 2, 3 o'clock, where you're like, the place is dead. You want to sell me a fine quality card for like 30 cents. It has a value of like 35 cents. The crab's gone. Money time. All right. So it's not enough to get me there, but we did just sell our $2,000 card. Because then the next item I want to get is down here on this shelf. Getting all that sorted out. No Hightail for you? I already finished all the content Hightail has. I very much enjoyed it, but like I fully exhausted literally everything Hightail had to offer. Nice on stream. Yep. And we do have the VODs on both Twitch and on YouTube. Because it's recent enough, it'll be on Twitch, but like after, what is it, 60 or 90 days or whatever, it'll drop off. And then we'll have it on YouTube after that. Nope. I'm not gonna trade some I don't have duplicate. Alright, so do-it-yourself machine. Let's grab... Do we have access to the good sprayer? No, not for a while, too. Alright, so grab the better sprayer. So hopefully we can get this BO problem under control. You're watching the VODs? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I had a fun time with it. Right now, I'll move you over here. Okay, oh, the person who was selling stuff just... No, so you're refilling that, so the orange boxes. And my hope is that this will be enough to keep people clean. If not, you can definitely move stuff over here. Yeah, if not, I'll leave you here so you can spray people at the table. Let's see. How you been not getting a black eye for just randomly spraying people you don't know? Oh yeah, I know we've had that conversation about like realistically, just rolling up on someone and spraying them, that's gonna go wrong for you in a whole lot of ways. Alright, so we got a $989 card there. That's our big card in this set, the Clamago EX Rare Foil. Can you hire someone to do that? To spray people? I don't think so. You can hire them to refill the sprayer, but not to spray them, itself. Nope. Oh yeah, no, we've been expanding, like, honestly, so the shop did end around this window seam here, all the way to the back, so literally this was against the wall. So we have expanded all this area over here on the end as an expansion, and we can keep, there are a lot of expansions. So, like, I've done the first row, and then we got all of those. And then there's also a lot B. We can really grow the store. That's a new card. Yes, I'll take it for 1331. Okay, so blue box, purple loose. Okay, and you need both those, so boom, blue box, purple loose. Well, you see, I would like that card, but that's like twice as much money as I have. And it would be, I would want it for collection reasons. Wait, oh, you're refilling the spray thing. Because it ran out. Don't care. So it doesn't seem like they're getting past that. I think I'll still leave this, because it's not like it drains it by just sitting here. It only drains it when it sprays someone. Can you sell the machine back? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it actually doing me any good right now? Like, should I still have it? I'm trying to watch to see if anyone manages to sneak by. 108. You want to trade? I want to trade. I don't think anyone's sneaking by stinking. But we'll see. Because I can always just hold on to it till I actually need that space, and when I need the space, then I can take care of that. Let's see. So I need purple boxes and blue cards. And, ooh. Okay, so this works out, because I already have that one. And he's selling it at a discount. It means I'm going to take that brand new card I got from him, and I'm going to toss it over here. You know what? Let's change this a little bit more. We're going to drop that down to 200. Automatically happens. So remove all. I get a quick fill. But what I'm trying to do is kind of have a cutoff that, like, where's the line in the sand where I'm like, all right, let's go send them off for appraisal to hopefully get a lot more money out of it. No, I don't want to trade those. Trying to figure out where that is. So you're good there. I guess the other way we can tell is if we see this start going down, then we know people are getting past it. Because what'll potentially happen with this is if enough stinky people kind of go past it roughly the same time, it'll spray, and then you can have another one or two sneak past while it's cooling down after spraying. Alright, so you put some common ones in there, that's fine. Ooh, I got a bunch of the bulk boxes sold. perfect. Because I'm going to need to keep doing that. Because pretty much what we're doing here is all of our cheapest cards, we're just boxing and getting them out of here. Then after that, all the cards that are like a little bit more expensive, I'm just tossing them in the case behind me for, I don't remember the guy's name, Zachary. So that Zachary can just handle like just tossing them up on the rack and selling them as fast as they can and price them automatically. And then all the stuff that exceeds about $200, I'm going to go and send them off for being graded and all that, you know, in the hopes of playing the gamble where I could jump a card that's like $200 up to like $1,000 or whatever. And occasionally lose and get it lowered. That's part of the gamba. It does seem like if you do it that way, you'll broadly speaking end up ahead. Okay, so my $5,400 card's in there. Let's check to see if the market value has changed much. It did. It went up by almost $300. And I'm willing to sit on that card for a while. Just let it take all the time it needs to sell. Because getting $5,000 or almost $6,000 in one big punch is going to be a whole thing. Meanwhile, I'm going to need more spray. I'm willing to pay 100 for it. No. He wanted over market value for a high dollar card. No. It's gonna be a Noperino for me. Go ahead and chuck these down here for right now. You can do it this way. So $5, $10. Not enough cards match. It's fine. We'll just keep it where we had it. Oh, minimum price. That's fine. Yeah, we can do the 1 to 5. And when that starts to exhaust... Okay. Cool, advance a day. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to do that real quick. And I'll be back in just a minute, and we'll keep things going. But thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So see you in a few. All right, and I am back. So go ahead and turn on our lights, get all this stuff going. Okay. So, I don't think this is actually needed anymore. And it was to box that up in the trash. All right, so to give me room for another set of shelves, and then I could also potentially add more displays for the individual cards being sold. Okay, so we got a $511 card here. That's just a new one. That's not a high value. A $26 card, $50 card. Yeah, so $511 card is the big one in that set. Oh, right. At the end of the day yesterday, I was going to go ahead and like bundle all the stuff up to be graded. So let's go ahead and real fast before the day gets too far in. We send a new submission here. And we gotta choose duplicates, which I'm not seeing there. Let's check the ghost ones. We got duplicate here for 410. So I'll send that. And the Destiny cards. Oh! I do actually have some Destiny cards, so those will only check for duplicates. But ultimately, we only got the one there. So I will submit that for grading. Because that's kind of how I want to approach this. I want to keep grading these. All right, so we need the loose blue cards. Pay all our bills. Okay. All right, so I need to get the boxes for those. But then the question is, do I have room for even more of these? Because honestly, I feel like this is my big money makers here. With the doing the whole automatic, like, processing that constantly, I think my big money maker is to just, as much as I can, keep us. So let's go ahead and grab you. I'm going to shove you over here on the end. So there's our end cap. You go ahead and grab another card table. All right. Where do you think you're going? That's right. Get back to work. Okay. Okay, so he's dropping off that box, so I need another of the orange boxes. I can't afford your card, man. Cool. Because you're not sure about the pathing when you create one-way long lanes. In real life, that would be very bad. Oh yeah, no, in real life, it'd be a whole thing. Like, genuinely, the better way to set this up for real life would be... I'm not going to fight with it over here. Like, either one, turn them sideways and bring them out here, which is probably the better way. Or I could bring it up where I split it half and half. There we go. You are selling that well under the market value. It is a lot more money I want to spend right now. I have other things I want to use that money for. Yeah, so this will be a little better. It's a little snug here. Yeah, so you're dealing with the lose. But yeah, this way, you know, only the people trying to check these two sides are blocking each other. Versus this way, if it was the long way, you're blocking anywhere from that length once you're on there. No, that's fine. Get out of here. Did I turn on the lights? Yeah, I did. Okay, all junk. A $47 card and a $24 card. So kind of a bit of a bummer pack there. But that's okay. You can't win them all. And I'm sure eventually if we start filling this thing up, then I'll start just increasing the minimum price that this can be. Okay, we're filling all that up. I'll offer you 35 and no more. Just waiting for that $5,000 card to sell. Oh, for a moment I thought I saw him grab and he was right next to it. Come on, man. I know it's a very expensive card. You can do it. Okay, so it takes you a while to run that machine. Dude, you are offering me so many nice, ridiculously expensive cards that are way past what I can afford. Just get another mortgage on your house, the wife will understand. Hey, look, man, this place is popping off. We are making bank. And one of my staff members is behaving far more professionally than the others. Now, granted, I'll be real, if I'm at a card shop and the person working the counter is dressed up in a suit all the time, that's gonna be a little suspicious. So you want me to sell you want me to buy a $2 card. No, thank you. I don't want to spend the money for a $2 card if I don't have to. Now, it's one thing if it was like the non-graded version, but the graded version is going to effectively be sold. That's just what's going to be there for. Okay. And it'll just keep processing. Okay. Ah, so you just did the price down. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Because he's set to set it to a certain percentage over market value. So if he's lowering, it means market value is decreased. You're asking for like 25% over market, man. Come on. Okay, so what are you carrying right now? So you're carrying the legendary, so we need the loose orange and the loose blue cards. And then once I get the legendary cards, like the boxes sorted out, we'll start filling in like a bunch of the sleeves and a bunch of the garbage like that, a bunch of like the accessories. Oh, is that the... Okay, so we need another legendary box as well. Nope. Get out of here with your trades. All right. So 3,500, we will put our last shelf to use. And Zachary's doing his absolute best to keep up with the inventory. You're carrying that box outside, so we need purple boxes. Honestly, so that one's one I don't have duplicate. I will pay you market value. I'll pay you its exact worth. Just because I'm missing it, and getting it out of that means I don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh, you made me think you bought it. You bought the card next to the valuable card. Oh. We got a stinker got passed. All junk. We got a $32 card and a $91 card. So nothing too amazing out of that set. Okay, putting the legendaries in. Okay. Okay, so you're working on the legendaries, so we'll need the orange box. And bring that in. We're changing you to $1. I don't have enough. Okay. We're all good with all this. Not buying a 10-cent card I literally have 100 of. It's not happening. And we don't have any other ones that fit in there. Nope. All right. Imagine wanting the 10 cents. Well, that's what I was like. What would lead you into the situation where you would walk or drive or whatever all the way to your local card shop to be like 10 cents? 10 whole cents. You don't want to miss out on this. Be like, ma'am, the calories you burnt walking here cost you more than 10 cents. There we go. Just rang up the one to get us through there. Sir, you know what card you really want? You really want this one. Yeah. No. Okay, sir. Right here. No. You're my staff. I mean, you could buy, like, hey, Zachary, low key, you go to high school tomorrow, you have that card right there in your pocket, you're going to be the talk of the school. You might also get beat up and have the card stolen off you before the day's done, but you will be the talk of the school probably before and after that. More so after that, if I'm being honest. The kid who got robbed for like a $5,000 something card he brought with him to high school, I do feel like is going to lead to a lot of conversations about you. I'm gonna be honest, they're not gonna be the most positive conversations, but as long as you don't mind them not being the most positive conversations, that is a certain amount of fame and or infamy you'll have. Also, I guess I realize I do not pay you nearly enough that you could possibly afford $5,000 for a single card. You know, unless that college fund that grandma left you, it's just sitting in the bank. That's an investment. It's just going up. I mean, you'd be stupid not to buy the card. Zach's not going for it. You in the suit. You look like you can afford the card. So many people are trying to sell me the absolute cheapest cards imaginable. Oh? Yep, just like real life. You have a card of that value. It's just going to sit on that shelf for a while till someone can afford it. Sorry, you got a $42 card, a $49 card, a $34 card, a $40 card. So we got a bunch of cards kind of in that 40s price range. You just log into the game and you need to redo the whole store at level 55. Yep. Things have changed. Ooh. Okay, so you're actually... I can't afford it, but you definitely underpriced it. I'll give you that much. Maybe if you make it the only card available, it'll sell. Sooner or later, someone will pick it up. But it is one of those things that, like, that expensive of a card, you're not going to have nearly as many people who can consider it because it's just big dollar. That said, hey, what's your name again? Hey, Terrence, I'm gonna need you to really pick up that pace there, buddy. You're gonna need to really pick up that pace. I'm willing to pay you market price and not a penny more, just to have that as a duplicate. It's not that expensive. Oh yeah, no. I mean, they do go quite a bit more expensive, but it's still, $5,000 is still a pretty expensive card. Like, don't get me wrong, the 20,000 is leagues more expensive, certainly. But just rolling up into your local card shop and being like, hey, I'm just gonna drop the amount of money you need to buy like an okay used car. On your tables, you don't sell $3 cards? Yeah, no, I'm honestly getting to the point where I probably should bump the quick fill up. It would be interesting to be able to list some of your cards online as an option. Yeah, or like do an auction for a card. Then the risk would be you might not actually get the full value of the card. They might actually get the auction undervalue. But you could also potentially get more. Because it does seem they've been adding lots of mechanics that do that kind of thing, where you pop the pack and you may or may not get the value of the pack back. On the average you'll win, but there's going to be a lot of packs where you spend $6 or the pack is worth $6 to sell, but then you only get like $4.50 out of it, and honestly, you're not going to sell those cards for the 10-20 cents anyway, so it's effectively... Workers does so much. Oh, yeah. No, the workers are amazing, especially now that they actually level up, so even if the worker is kind of crap at the beginning, like, they can level up to a point that they're not terrible. Which is big, because that used to not be a thing. You know, poor Zachary started at crap and stayed at crap. That's what you're saying, you need to redo everything? They've also had a bunch of new systems to the game. Like, I don't know when you last played, but, like, since I last played, like, the grading wasn't a thing. The whole thing where the workers could restock these wasn't a thing. The workers being able to adjust prices wasn't a thing. The workers leveling wasn't a thing. It's been a while. At the start of the game? Yeah, pretty much exactly the same thing. As I played when it first came out, had a really good time, and then bounced for a while. And then now we're checking it out, which I'm glad we have, because this has changed so much. Just those little features there has very significantly changed how the game works. And I remember you could get these kind of people who'd walk up who would want to cut a deal, but it felt like it's only once in a rare while, and it almost never was anything good. Versus it does feel like pretty constant now. Which is kind of cool, because it gives you a different avenue to maybe get some rare cards you want. Games like Night and Day. Yeah, no, it's almost like, you know, if someone made a new version of the game now, like was genuinely trying to make a solid product, looked at the game and said, like, all right, well, we need to differentiate yourself, and then added all of these extra things as their differentiation, except adjusted the game moving forward. You know what? You're actually offering me a pretty good price on that. I'll take it. It's below market value. I can work with that. Okay. So I think we're going to start doing is we are going to start increasing the price, because we are slowly gaining cards here. We're going to bump you up to $3. We're going to clear the shelf. And then re-quick fill it. Because I think that's what we're going to do. Is as things progress, we'll just continually slowly move the money up. So I got a $38 card, and none of the rest of it was any good. But that happens. Okay, so we have the blue box. Are you filling out the blue box? You are not. I'm willing to offer you below market value. Good enough for me. Okay, so you have the orange box on you. We want the blue box. You bought the 124 cards? Yeah, we'll get there. You were sitting at 200,000, so the upgrades are cheap. Yeah, no, I have a save file that was pretty far along, but that was many versions ago, and so, like, I want to start... Oh. Come on. Lady? No. Hey, Hoodie. Hey, Hoodie. I guess I just... Sir, you look like a man of distinct... Well, you didn't have to turn your back and walk away when I said distinct. Hey, you. Alright. Well, they're all complaining that I don't have certain merchandise, which is fair. I do need to start correcting that. No. Like, that's what we're working on now, is I'm trying to get the next set of cards on the shelf. And then I'm going to start filling in more merchandise from there. But just going to take some time. Okay, so we need another box of Legendary. Don't care about your trade. Buy more things. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Is the next thing I want is 3,500. That's to get the license for the card boxes. Once we do that, I'm going to turn around and start getting, like, the plastic sleeves and all the really cheap accessories. Good save for B and move all the warehousing there. I'll do that eventually. Right now, I want to just keep, like, while I've got the space here, we'll just keep doing this. Nope. I'm gonna go to the plushies? Yeah, no, eventually. I'll start working through the other merchandise. I just haven't gotten to the point where I've got the space. Alright, you're carrying which box? The blue loose cards. So we need the epic loose cards. Just to use walls on them. Just to use walls on them, cheap sell prices. Yeah. I mean, we'll get there. Because that's the same thing is we'll end up getting the we'll get the red card boxes since I've already got that. And then like I said, I'll probably just get a bunch of shelves and I'll just toss, like, you know, the plastic sleeves on it. We'll get some plushies. We'll start expanding the merchandise and all that. Because I'm having occasionally the customers come being like, hey, I don't find, like, I haven't seen the playmat. Hey, I haven't, like, right there. That guy right there wanted a playmat. I don't have a playmat. So he's getting upset about it. He is disappointed that I do not have the items he came here to purchase. All right. Ooh, pink box. I was not ready for the pink box. That's okay. You just sit there for now. I was expected to get the yellow box. I didn't realize I had enough to push it all the way up to pink. You want me to pay over market? Here's the deal. I'll offer you below market, and you'll say no, or you'll say yes. All right, I mean, he sold it to me for 70%, 80% of its actual price, so now you got the money to buy that card. No, sir. You're getting the wrong card, sir. Look, this card, I'm be real, I cannot read it from up here, sir, but this card, you put that in your deck, you're gonna win. You're gonna turn some heads. Okay. No one expects the Pink Inquisition? No, they don't. So what we could do now is we'll move the white boxes to be just one shelf. And then the yellow, then the pink, and all that stuff. Slowly expand. Alright, and you are done. What? Oh, you're restocking the spray. Alright, I'll let you do that. Then you're allowed to go home. Just this once, though. We got a $27 card, a $51 card, and a $223 card. It's not too bad. You clearly need a glass of vitrine for those big value cards, so people know they're worth buying. Yep. Not displaying it properly. That's why the sales aren't happening. New submission, do this. So we've got that one there. We'll send that out for grading. All right. Because I figure I might as well do that, even if it delays me getting it back for like 2 in-game weeks. The multiplier is huge. Now, with that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So we've got that all there. It is going to be about that time where I need to start wrapping up and calling it a night. I have very much been enjoying this. I do think we'll probably do this again tomorrow, most likely. Oh yeah, with the early access comment, like here's the list. So I would argue like after the difficulty mode, these are just kind of nice things. And playing the card game I don't care about. But they're making really good progress. The random events may occur. That one sounds interesting to me because I could see it where like something happens and like the price collapses on one of your goods, or suddenly there's like some new whatever movie star or whatever's like, oh, I love this game, and so you have a rush of sales or whatever. I could see that being an interesting thing that could throw some curveballs in a good way for you. With that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find me back here in the future. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the card game itself. I think that's fine. I think it's a great addition. It's not one I care about. I'd rather have a dedicated game like Hearthstone or whatever than just a attack on thing. But I think it's fine. I think it fits. But most of the time I've seen where you have like one game and it has like a separate play style thing tacked onto it, it's usually not great. But with that said, if they're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But there is no host set up over there, so you're just gonna get dropped. But thank you so much for tuning in. And everyone over here on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. But like I said, I'll be back here tomorrow at